thousands, that they're going to do the same thing with him. But this one could be even more presence to it. Because I think some of it, like when Orton was killing legends, so to speak, it was like, oh, let's bring Hogan back for a match and have him wrestle him. When Hogan had been away for a while. Or, this is, the Cena one was big for him. I think he would retire AJ Styles on Saturday. I think later this year he could retire Brock Lesnar, which would be huge for him. I mean, he should be on a huge ascent this year where, quite frankly, he shouldn't lose at all. Like, he should go a year without losing, build him up to be this big monster. And then by Mania next year, you should probably hold the title and then either hold the title and put someone over to take it from him or continue to be that big badass heel that just is on a dominant streak.
So this is coming up tomorrow.
Tomorrow, too.
There you go. So if you're a fan of the grappling, as they say, squared circle.
I will say, like, if you want a good, entertaining match, like just a good pro wrestling match, good graps, Styles and Gunther will fit that bill.
Okay.
And that's what I'm sad to see Styles go, but I have a ton of respect for him because he can still wrestle at a high level, and he's bowing out before he goes the route of the Ric Flairs where they're holding on where they really don't have it anymore.
Are the Brainbusters still around? Tully Blanchard. But I remember, where were the two guys?
You're not a Bushwhackers guy?
They were. Yeah, I remember the Bushwhackers. Who were the two guys that used to jump off the real high-flying guys with the long hair?
The Hardys?
The Hardy Boys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Hardy Brothers.
They're still around. They're in TNA really? Now, yeah.
They got to be like 50, if not older than
up
that.
There, yeah.
We'll come back, shift gears, talk some Orioles. If you want to get in about the WWE and everything going on with that, we can squeeze you in before we get to the Funhouse. Then Inside Access takes over at 2. Then it's Hot Stove League Baseball with Ryan Ripken coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21. Select styles only.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
Oh! There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
For a limited time, get Hardee's Big Cheeseburger with 100% American Angus beef for just $4.99. That's a deal no one can beat. Actually, we can beat it. Because you can also get Hardee's hand-breaded chicken sandwich for $4.99. The Pick a Sandwich deal. Only $4.99. Only for a limited time. Only at Hardee's. Participating restaurants only. Tax not included.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Electric school buses keep the air cleaner and are cheaper to operate. The Maryland Energy Administration helps school districts invest in them. Learn more at energy.maryland.gov.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Hey, thanks for listening. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
The Ravens spent the majority of January searching for their new head coach before ultimately landing on Jesse Minter. His name was strongly linked to Baltimore right from the jump, mostly because of his prior connection to the organization, but he was considered a top candidate in the cycle for any team in need of a new head coach. During yesterday's introductory press conference, Minter shared his perspective on the long interview process.
You really have no idea what jobs are going to be open as you get towards the middle end of the season. But when this job opened, this became the one for me. And knowing the history, knowing the tradition, knowing the spine of the organization, kind of what it's built on, there was no better place for me.
And with 2 head coaching jobs still open, the race to see who lands the remaining top candidate, Clint Kubiak, is on. The Raiders are considered the favorite over the Cardinals for now, but the Seattle OC will hold a second interview with both teams before departing for the Super Bowl. Under Kubiak's leadership, Sam Darnold and the Seahawks offense finished the regular season ranked 8th in yards and 3rd in scoring. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy throughout the day with temps hovering around 20. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, O's, and your home for Super Bowl 60, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday, Green Day, a couple more selections to go, including this one. Get your request in, Plausible text line 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Orioles a couple of weeks away. Pitchers and catchers. Gunnar Henderson's going to leave, so is Dean Kramer for the World Baseball Classic. Joining us now to talk about everything that's been going on this offseason. A lot. From BaltimoreBaseball.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Rich Dubroff. Rich, how you feeling?
I'm doing great, Bob, and I get to talk to Nolan on the air.
I know.
Even better.
What a treat.
How about that?
For me, too.
I mean, it's. I know the new year is only 30 days old, but this must be the highlight of your new year. Rich Dubroff.
Not only the highlight of the century so far.
All right, let's talk about those Orioles, of course. And Craig Albernaz, he's been on the job for a couple of months, and he's been out and about now with the Birdland Caravan. I'm sure he's well aware of his players. He's been talking to them, getting to know them, and all that good stuff. But, we don't know what he's going to be as a manager until the games are played. But what do you think of him so far, personality-wise? Tony Manzolino, we know the circumstances he was thrown into last year. Brandon Hyde was on the job for 8 years plus, and then buck, that the next level borderline Hall of Fame guy. What do you think of Albie as a personality and how he's going to respond to fan criticism and you tough guys and gals that cover the Orioles on a daily basis?
Well, so far so good. In the times I've been around him, I think he's very quick on his feet. He's very confident. How he's going to be after they lose 4 in a row, I don't know. That's going to be that's going to be telling. He's never done any of this before. I'm telling people, don't make any judgments on him until he's managed a month of the regular season. Let's see how he goes through spring training. Let's see how he goes through the first month of the season, because this is all new to him. He's not done any of it. Yes, he's moving one seat over from bench coach in Cleveland to manager, but that's a big move. It's huge. It's even bigger than Nolan taking the place of Vinny Serrano. That's how big it is.
That's huge.
Well, everyone's been so locked in on Framber Valdez here, but it's starting to look like they might need a plan B or even a plan C. We've been kicking some names around here. Everyone knows about Zach Gallen, but what are your thoughts on Lucas Giolito? Opinion of him, would he be a suitable plan B for you?
Yeah, I think that he would be. He's somebody that I've mentioned. I think that Zach Littell, I think Chris Bassett, and I think Giolito are names. I know that we threw around Justin Verlander's name a few weeks ago, but I think that's sort of a plan C. But I think that I think that Framber Valdez may end up signing with him. I don't know. I mean, it's just odd to see how this has happened. It wouldn't be a great thing if this went into spring training and they didn't have they didn't have somebody else, because I think new pitchers need the full 6 weeks of spring training. The times when the Orioles have waited, like with Alex Cobb and Giovanni Gallardo, and then last year Kyle Gibson at the end of spring training, haven't turned out really well. So I think that pitchers need the whole 6 weeks so that they're not rushing. They get to know the catchers, they get to know the team. So I would hopefully they'll do something within the next 10 days before we go down to Sarasota.
And of course, we could get stunned by a trade, but I mean, you're all the names like the Peraltas and the Mackenzie Gores, they're off the board, which leads me to the Kobe Mayo thing. It was just assumed all winter. Well, we'll sort out this first base logjam pretty easily because they'll just trade Kobe Mayo. Well, now here we are. Hasn't been traded. Not even sure what his value is. I mean, are we looking at a scenario where both him and Mountcastle could be on this team come opening day?
Yeah, I don't think so. Remember, somebody's going to get hurt in spring training. I mean, we can give you the projected 13-man roster. That's not hard to do. But somebody is going to get hurt. And, maybe 2 or 3 players are not going to start the season on the active roster. And that may, it may end up solving itself. I'm shocked that Mountcastle is still here. I thought that they would non-tender him. I thought, well, maybe they trade him. I don't know. It's very strange. Mayo, a couple of years. Mayo last year was considered still a really, really hot prospect, and he performed well in September. He worked hard at first base. So, in order to trade Kobe Mayo, they'd have to get something really, really good, I think. And it's possible. I mean, trades happen now. Trades happen before spring training. Trades happen sometimes during spring training. So I'm just as mystified as everyone else about the Mayo and Mountcastle thing.
Yeah, and doesn't Elias usually start his spring training media session telling you who's hurt before they even throw a pitch or get out on the field?
Yeah.
Rich Dubroff, BaltimoreBaseball.com, here on 105.7 The Fan. Nolan and I were talking about this a couple of days ago. Sammy Basayo, and we got the contract extension before they signed Alonso. Hey, Mayo and Basayo are going to be the platoon, and then get some backup swings behind Adley behind the dish. How did the Orioles get Sammy Basayo 400 at-bats? Is this even a dilemma for Albie here, as we said at the end of January?
I don't think it is. The dilemma is, can you get Adley Rutschman back to where he was? That's the most important thing. I think Basayo will be okay. You need to get Rutschman to the point where he's catching 100 games again, or 110 games, and then Basayo catches the rest. And then there's some DHing for Basayo, and I think it works out. And again, injuries happen, opportunities happen. So I wouldn't be that worried about it. I would be worried more if Rutschman didn't perform, and all of a sudden at 21, you're expecting Basayo to catch 120 games a year without a real, solid major league backup behind him.
Let me ask you about Enrique Bradfield Jr., because, this is shaping up to be almost a make-or-break year here. When he was drafted, it was that next in line of Orioles first-rounders that he'll be up here soon enough. It could coincide perfectly when Cedric Mullins leaves the organization. Well, now here we are. Cowser appears to be your center field option for now. ETA is still 26 for Bradfield, but if there's a scenario where Cowser isn't able to handle center field defensively, and Bradfield, maybe he's not swinging the hottest bat, but you trust his defense, would they kind of get him up here as fast as possible, even if they don't like the way he's swinging?
I don't think so. They have Leody Taveras for now. They went out and they spent $2 million on him. So he's he hasn't hit as well the last couple of years, and he was in the minor leagues from June on for Seattle. But he's someone that they like. I think it's very, very important. I think the two most important players that need to perform well for them are Rutschman and Cowser, because they don't have great options otherwise. I think Bradfield needs a year or most of a year in AAA. He didn't play badly in AA last year, but he had a couple of hamstring injuries, and that's not good. That's not good. So they need Bradfield to show he can be healthy and productive before they bring him up. Last year, they went through 7 catchers. So they had catcher after catcher going down, and they still didn't rush to bring Basayo up. Now, they had other reasons for that. Of course, they wanted to, protect the possibility of getting a draft choice for him if he won Rookie of the Year this year. But I think that Bradfield needs that time in AAA, because he hardly played there at all. So I think we will see Bradfield this year, but it'll probably be later in 2026.
He's Rich Dubrow, BaltimoreBaseball.com. Rich, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the rest of your Featured Artist Friday. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk to you before you head to Florida there, coming up in about 12 days or so.
Okay, looking forward to it, and thanks for having me on, especially with the up-and-coming Nolan McGraw.
There you go. He's our Enrique Bradfield.
Get him out of here. This is getting weird.
All right, Rich. We'll come back, reset the program for you. If we have time, squeeze in a fun house, and then Inside Access takes over at 2.
After Vinny and Haynie, it's Inside Access.
What did we learn, if anything, from the Ravens press conference? Are they going to hire an experienced offensive coordinator? And what does Bill Ripken think of how the 2026 O's are shaping up?
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Last night, Cooper Flagg and Con Knipple put on a show as they faced off for the first time in the NBA. The two former Duke teammates are the two favorites for the Rookie of the Year award. Their combined 83 points is the most by a pair of rookies since Tiny Archibald and Pete Maravich combined for 91 in 1971. Neither team is winning anything this season, but these rookies are worth paying attention to. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Have you been left out in the cold by your propane company? If you're not getting the service you need, call Petro Home Services now. You can rely on your local propane pros at Petro to always be there for you, around the clock, in any weather. With a propane supply, fully stocked fleet of trucks, and the experienced technicians you need for a worry-free winter, go with Petro now and save up to $500 in propane. Visit Petro.com or call 877-230-0738 today.
If the billboard said, I want to buy your house for less than it's really worth, who would take that offer? If the text and email said, I'll buy your home for 70% of what you could sell it for, who would be interested? Most of those cash offers just aren't worth it. Instead, you should speak with my buddy Lee Tessier of eXp Realty. Unlike those offers, Lee's honest. He makes a cash offer too, but he's willing to do what so many others aren't. Make your offer for your home's fair market value. Taking one of those cash offers comes with a lot of convenience. You can sell your home as is or move on a timeline that works for you. Lee makes home selling just as easy and stress-free, but he'll actually pay you what your home is worth. If you want to see what the other companies will offer, go for it. Give Lee a chance to beat the other cash offers. Since his is for fair market value, I'm confident that he will. Call the old agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, I'll just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right. Vinny Serrato's back on Monday. Nolan will be back on the other side of the glass.
Back to my cage.
Interesting scenario for sure. I'll let Vinny tell his story. Maryland plays Purdue on Sunday. Not looking forward to a positive. Even though Purdue's lost 3 in a row, a couple of them have been of the tough variety. I mean, Illinois had the guy drop 46 on them.
That just means they're more pissed off.
They're going to come in here and probably Kaufman Wren and the guard with the 5 bazillion assists. They're going to Maryland's going to get worked.
Well, that's why I got to talk to Ben Hall here during the show changeover. He's the gambling guy. I'm always what's the spread going to be? because you got to wait till like the day of for these college basketball lines to come out.
Yeah.
And I have no idea what you would set it at. I mean, I don't even think you could give Maryland a home court advantage at this point. Students are back, though, so that should be nice for Sunday.
Oh, that's great.
Well, I mean, because the general public's not going to show up, but the students will be there.
But yes, we'll talk about that. We'll start really getting into Super Bowl 60 for sure. And who knows, we might have an offensive coordinator for the Ravens, a DC as well. Orioles could bring in another Fromber. Where's Fromber? I'm actually, just get it over with. I'm starting to get, am I mad at him or am I mad at the Orioles or anybody? I'm just sick of talking about it.
Yes.
Yeah, mad in general.
Yeah.
But if you don't get him, is Zach Gallen a nice consolation prize? Lucas Giolito?
I'm glad Rich mentioned Zach Littell again.
Yeah.
Now, he's not the front-end guy that we've been talking about with Suarez and Valdez, but he was on my short list before free agency started because, above all else, I thought he could be super affordable. And you look at his track record, pretty damn good. I mean, he knows how to pitch in the AL East. He's with the Rays forever. They shipped him away, finished with the Reds. I like him a lot. I mean, I think again, he kind of slots in that 3 or 4 spot. And at that point, you'd be looking at a rotation that you're hoping could be comparable to like a 2014 where there's no real ace, but it's just a bunch of threes that all clicked at the same time.
2023 kind of falls into that category too, where they won 101 games. Look, even if they don't get a Fromber, and we had Keith Law on a couple of days ago, and he was talking about Shane Baz as a guy that's got number one stuff, which he does, and he's already had his Tommy John surgery. Wasn't all that great last year, but another year removed from it. And his last start, he threw 5 no-hit innings against the Orioles at Camden Yards in 2025. Trevor Rogers being what he was in August and September is got to happen. Because if he's the Trevor Rogers that was arm angle problems, dealing with nagging injuries, kind of sucked, that's not going to help. We're counting on, we think Bradish will be fine.
Yep.
Rogers slots at number 2. And if he's what he was when he was pitcher, he was Sandy Koufax in August, and it was still damn good in September. If he's that guy with Baz and with Eflin healthy, Kramer, you still need another. Don't get me wrong, they still need I'm not saying that's strong. They need another guy, but maybe you can navigate with a Littell or a Giolito or somebody like that, where you don't get Framber, which will suck, especially if he winds up for whatever reason where you're competing. We'll see. We still got a couple of weeks before we know for sure. Alex, any closing thoughts for the people here?
I mean, I have a few texts if we want to run them through.
Well, how about that?
Let's
do it.
Yeah.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
You guys want to do O's or Ravens?
One of each.
One of each.
Yeah,
all
we
right.
got time for 2.
Okay, so first we got Sean in Bel Air. He says, in the short few minutes I saw with Minter and DeCosta together, it seems like Eric is clicking way more with Minter than he ever did with Harves. What do you guys think on this?
I'm not. I couldn't tell you. I mean, because I didn't see the press conference because we were here. We were kind of glancing at it as it was happening. But what their Broville is dynamic, I couldn't answer that.
I think any sense of happiness on DeCosta's face that you were seeing yesterday was more of a sense of relief that this is over. Right, we're over and done with. And now the coordinators, hey, Jesse, that's your territory. I mean, you want our input, we're a part of it too, but this is your search over here. I just spent the past month interviewing all these 20 candidates. I'm done. I got to go to the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
My clock doesn't stop here, but thank God this process is over is probably how he was feeling.
And then lastly, we have Susan in Pikesville who says, if the O's don't sign Valdez, is it even worth getting excited for another move if it is even happening? Or is it straight to waiting for spring training?
I think another move will happen. I don't think they're done.
Has to be a move. Yeah.
Adding arms here because it could be trickling down to your bullpen. Tyler Wells is still in a holding pattern right now. You don't know what his role is going to be. High leverage reliever, fifth starter. That sort of thing. Get excited. Get excited about the offense in general, the potential this team could have in regards to run production. I think They'll be much better putting runs on the board than they were in the second half of 24, definitely last year. It all, to me, goes back to, and they could sign Valdez and Zach Gallen. Is Gunnar Henderson going to be an MVP-level player? Is Westberg, Adley, are they going to be all-stars? Is Jackson Holiday going to play like a number 1 overall draft pick? Is Cowser going to be the Rookie of the Year level player he was 2 years ago? If none of that happens, there's a reason to not get excited.
Yeah.
Your young core needs to go back to where they were when the Renaissance first began a couple of years ago.
Well, for pitching move, look, if they don't make another pitching move at all, that's indefensible. At that point, I will be running hot. You know, I mean, look, you might not like Verlander, you might not like a Zach Gallen or a Giolito, whoever. You're all in on Fromber, and I get that. We're all in the same boat here. Everyone's got Fromber as your number 1, but we just need another move in general. Right? And we'll pick them apart if it's Verlander. We'll pick them apart if it's like a Sagano reunion or something like that.
Pass.
But yeah, I mean, you just have to make a move. Like if they don't do anything, it keeps coming back to this. Did you learn your lesson?
Like I said yesterday, quoting my late great friend Marty Steffke, do something, even if it's rough.
Yep.
That's going to do it for us for the weekend. For Alex Camponi, Nolan McGraw, and Bob Haney, I got a Hinkle waiting for me. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you on Monday. For now, class dismissed.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Don't just give 20 to 30% of your retirement money to Uncle Sam. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING.com. You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarkCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The law offices of Michael A. Friedman, serving the community for over 40 years. Call 410-363-6848 or email us from maflaw.com for a free consultation.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens spent the majority of January searching for their new head coach before ultimately landing on Jesse Minter. His name was strongly linked to Baltimore right from the jump, mostly because of his prior connection to the organization, but he was considered a top candidate in the cycle for any team in need of a new head coach. During yesterday's introductory press conference, Minter shared his perspective on the long interview process.
You really have no idea what jobs are going to be open as you get towards the middle end of the season. But when this job opened, this became the one for me. And knowing the history, knowing the tradition, knowing the spine of the organization, kind of what it's built on, there was no better place for me.
And with two head coaching jobs still open, the race to see who lands the remaining top candidate, Clint Kubiak, is on. The Raiders are considered the favorite over the Cardinals for now, but the Seattle OC will hold a second interview with both teams before departing for the Super Bowl. Under Kubiak's leadership, Sam Darnold and the Seahawks offense finished the regular season ranked 8th in yards and 3rd in scoring. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy throughout the day with temps hovering around 20. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, O's, and your home for Super Bowl 60, 1057 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
You really have no idea what jobs are going to be open as you get towards the middle end of the season. You feel like you might be a candidate, but when this job opened, this became the one for me. And this was the one that I wanted. I did go through the initial process with a lot of different teams. But as I was able to reconnect with people in this organization and knowing the history, knowing the tradition, knowing the spine of the organization, kind of what it's built on, there was no better place for me.
That was Jesse Minter at yesterday's press conference. Wow, that's loud. We are here on the Friday. By the way, we're going to work in. Jesse Minter he did the car wash circuit, and so we'll hear what he sounded like doing interviews later after that press conference because we heard a lot of this yesterday. Alas, Jesse Minter said this was the best job for him. Hell, Jason, you've been saying since November this was the job for him.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that make sense, a lot of things that line up. And some of this you can't judge yet, and some of this you can maybe start to judge more when you see the whole staff. And some of it you'll obviously be judging on a week-to-week basis when September rolls around. But I just can't help thinking in this moment with Senior Bowl going on, and it's almost February, and it's the most number of jobs we've seen open at once in this league for a long time, a third of the league looking for coaches, which means there's also even more teams who didn't fire their coaches looking for coordinators. And those 10 teams that need new head coaches, obviously, with rare exception, need multiple coordinators too. It is a tough, competitive environment to be in. And the reality is, just because we're the Baltimore Ravens didn't carry the day, because we're almost in February and they don't have coordinators yet. Defensive side of the ball, I'm not worried about. But I just can't help thinking about where this franchise is. and where the expectations are, which was reaffirmed yesterday by the team president and the general manager and Jesse Minter himself. And we all agree, you can move on from Harbaugh, but that only and that made sense, but that's only half the problem. Then you've got to get better. And whatever you think of John Harbaugh, Jesse Minter's not going to win more football games in the NFL than John Harbaugh. I'm sorry, he's not. You're going to tell me Jesse Minter's going to have a winninger career than John Harbaugh? I'm going to say you're out of your mind, and he's not going to last 18 years here. He's not going to. It's not going to happen. And there was a lot of institutional memory, experience, fortitude that was on that previous staff. Like, we didn't like Zach Orr, but at least they had Pagano there. Was Chuck Pagano a former head coach? Pretty successful head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Got cancer, Arians took over, team still went to the playoffs.
Yep.
Todd Monken was a head coach in college. Todd Monken's now a head coach in the division. Todd Monken should have been hired by the New York Jets 6 years ago when they hired Adam Gase.
That was fun.
He was a finalist for that job.
Yeah.
Todd Monken, I don't know what kind of head coach he's going to be. I'd say top 5 offensive coordinator in the league. He's gone. And John Harbaugh's gone. That's 3 head coaches. 3 people who had been head coaches and 1 who hadn't been a head coach in the NFL, but had been a finalist, had been getting interviews for years. And he had a quarterback do things.
Should have won 2 MVPs.
That any quarterback's done.
Yeah.
Quarterback did things with him. Quarterback didn't do it with Greg Roman.
No.
And here we stand. And I don't know if there's going to be any head coaches on their staff, let alone successful head coaches, because Pagano was a successful NFL head coach. And Harbaugh didn't even really need a Pagano, but still had a Pagano. And he was there really just to babysit
Zach Orr.
Yeah. But that's somebody who Harbs could bounce things off of. This is extreme. This has the potential to be very extreme. And I'm not sure with where they're positioned, because this isn't the Raiders, and this isn't Arizona, and this isn't Miami. With where they're positioned, I think they could be playing a very dangerous game. And the fact that they haven't secured more of his staff yet, I think is a bad sign.
Well, I'll say this. The odds of Minter lasting here for 18 years is minuscule. It's just not likely. But what Minter is going to be judged upon is postseason success. And when you look at the recent run of postseason appearances for John Harbaugh, it hasn't been good enough. That's why he's not here anymore. Since 2013, he has 4 playoff wins. He has 3 playoff wins with Lamar Jackson. I'm judging it on that.
Yeah, that's what they judge.
Jesse Minter better have more than 3 playoff wins when it comes to Lamar Jackson.
But they're telling you the way we go about doing it isn't really going to change. We are going to have a staff that's going to be able to get our players, who we think personnel's not the problem, are going to get them further. And I'm saying, I don't know, man, because if Sean Payton keeps Davis Webb, right, who's a guy that these guys want,
yes,
then that's right there in this conference. That's a team with an elite defense. That's a team that was certainly better than the Ravens this year. Andy Reid, he got rid of a guy he wanted. He got a mook out of the building. He got his boy Bieniemy back, and nobody touched his coordinators again. Yeah, Buffalo is messed up. Pittsburgh's messed up. But, you're going to have to go through his old mentor, Harbaugh, with McDaniel now running that defense. Offense. They went, okay, they lost the D coordinator, but they got the best O coordinator possible. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No,
if you're going to talk about playoff success and who you're going to have to match wits with, and you're going to match wits with Sean Payton, Hall of Famer, Andy Reid, Hall of Famer, Harbaugh, if you counted college and pro, Hall of Famer with McDaniel now, you're looking at the totality of other stuff. If Sean Payton's able to keep Davis Webb, or other people think's ready to be a head coach at 32, and this is going to be Cliff or a guy who spent 1 year with Ben Johnson or whatever, and a rookie head coach, and no former head coach in the building, you're telling me that group's going to out-scheme these other ones. I'm saying I'm going to have a hard time buying that.
Here's what I'll say, and I think you could be absolutely right, but this hadn't happened here in 18 years. I'm intrigued and interested to see how this whole thing plays out, and how we get to September. I'm looking forward to seeing all that. We haven't been a part of this. Now, you could be absolutely right at the end of the day, but I'm sort of, this is a ride I haven't been on in 2 decades.
Why wouldn't you want the ride to have more balance? Why wouldn't you want
I don't know what
ride to...
I don't know what, until the ride finishes, I don't know what the ride's going to look like. But
There's a lot of people who aren't getting on this ride.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And again, you could be absolutely right at the end of the day, but...
This has nothing to do with interest. This has to do with trying to maximize your odds of putting this rookie head coach in the best position to succeed. And each day that goes by, that somebody goes somewhere else, or somebody basically pulls them out of contention, or somebody who a lot of people would covet decides to take more money for the same job somewhere else, you're inherently running out of candidates. You're running out of people to woo. So, and maybe the coach who's never coached before, and the GM who's never done this before, although he tried to claim Harbaugh, and Sashi Brown, who was a part of a team that went 0-16 and was rife with dysfunction and couldn't get anything right. You could tell me them skewing to everybody whose number one hallmark is never done it before and probably really malleable and controllable. Like, you could tell me that it'll be interesting. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting, but like, I'm just letting you know it doesn't have to be like that. It doesn't usually succeed like that. And for a team that isn't on a 3-year plan, there's no 3-year plan here. It's a week 1 plan. It's win week 1, and then win week after that. And then you better win in January and February than the guy going to Canton won. And if that's where we are, and everybody tells me that's where we are, you're going to have a hard time going about it in real time if you're picking up table scraps, this guy here, and you don't have your ducks in a row. And the fact that they couldn't put him up there with his staff, to me, is a troubling sign. But I also think it's a fugazi process.
Look, the staff is paramount, and you need to get someone with experience, and the offensive coordinator is going to be really important. But here's the reality. If they nail this staff, it's still going to be extremely... It is so hard to win the Super Bowl. You can go back to John Harbaugh, and you're at Peyton Manning at his heights. You're at Tom Brady and the Patriots at its heights. You're at Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers at its heights. And you look at 2012 and what they had to go through to get there. Like, listening to the press conference again yesterday, I thought another quote that stood out to me was Minter saying, "We will be at our best when our best is needed." And far too often they haven't been. And that's happened in January. And you're looking at some of their best players that have come up small in January, whether it's the defensive side of the football, the offensive side of the football. Like, there's a lot that needs to be fixed to get to where they need to get to. And I get what you're saying, and I'm with you. You can give yourself more of a margin for error if you have more experienced guys on the staff that Jesse Minter can lean on. And I'm hopeful that they will be able to do that.
If you're telling me John Harbaugh and Todd Monken were what's holding them back, and that's basically what they're selling. Because you can't tell me Horton, because you tried to keep Horton for a while. And Zach Orr, but you're replacing Zach Orr with Jesse Minter. You're hiring a defensive coordinator. That's the only job Jesse Minter's done, the highest level he's done at the NFL level. So you're hiring a defensive coordinator. You're hoping he's a head coach. And if you're telling me him with a first-time coordinator and what could be a really young, cheap, piecemeal staff that doesn't have A-list guys, that doesn't have people that others were fighting over, that people stayed where they are instead of came here. Could be happening in L.A., could be happening in Denver, could be happening in other places. And you're going to tell me that they're going to be better to hit the ground running than what you had. I'm going to say you haven't followed this league. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'd love to wager that on you. Like, because that's what they've set up. They've set up that these guys were the problem. And they're going to replace them with people invariably who've never done the job. That's where we are. Good luck with that.
A massive Friday show, guest-wise. Jeffrey Chadilla from NFL Network had his thoughts on the Minter hire and the playoffs and what's going on in the National Football League with the coaching searches at 3 o'clock. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD, the late, great Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. He was at the Ravens presser yesterday. He joins us at 4:30, and we haven't talked to Bill Ripken in a while. What's he think of the Orioles offseason? We'll ask him at 5.
I'm not even going to bring up any pitchers. I'm not going to bring up anything that might happen. I'm just going to sit back and be intrigued by whatever they do or don't do at the warehouse. Just going to sit back and be intrigued one way or the other.
Coming up next, Jesse Minter, after the presser, went on a bit of a car wash. He was on the Pat McAfee show. He was on the Rich Eisen show. We'll hear what he had to say there next here on The Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Raised with the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit St. Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you, too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff. The final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over and football is officially done. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in present Maryland. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Inside Access with Jason LaCora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
First thing that you start thinking of is trying to build a relationship with the players. I think that's the most important piece in this whole thing. And then you start talking about a staff. And so working tirelessly right now to put a staff together that'll be great for these guys, that these players deserve. And right now, those are the two main focuses at this time.
Curious to hear what Jesse sounded like. That's Jesse Minter. He did the press conference, then a bit of a car wash. This is him on the Pat McAfee show, talking about the first orders of business as head coach of the Ravens.
It's so important. And people who've done these searches years after years after years, and you talk to them and you download them after the fact and who stood out and why. It's not just having a list of names, but it's all the back channel work that has to go into it. So you can sort of, in settings where you actually have to win the job, not when you're going to get the job, in real searches, you better be able to convince them that not just he's my buddy and we drink together and we have the same agent, but like, yeah, well, that agent's got 3 other guys who are getting head coaching jobs. How are you sure you're getting that guy? Like, tell us your process. Tell us about the conversations. How sure are you that you really are getting your top choice offensive coordinator, your top choice quarterback coach, especially if it's a defensive guy and a first-time defensive guy on the other side of the ball. Now here, make no mistake, the GM and the team president are having a lot to do with it. So who do they have, too? Between all of them, did they have anybody in their back pocket?
Well, if they did, it
would appear no. It would appear at this point no. Or the guy they might have had in their back pocket. Kingsbury, the trial balloon went up, and they didn't have enough conviction to fight conventional wisdom. Maybe they still end up with that guy.
Yeah, you could.
Maybe it's Declan Doyle. But it's not going to be Brian Daboll, and it was no even real attempt to get Brian Daboll. And I think that speaks volumes about what they're actually doing, and could just be that maybe they had an overinflated sense of how many people were falling all over themselves to go work for Eric and Sashi.
Well, it sounds like I saw Adam Schefter was talking more this morning about the Ravens' discussions with Declan Doyle, and it seems like a couple days ago at this point they ended up bringing him in. But something that was interesting when that was happening in real time was the fact that he declined to go to Philadelphia. Yeah. So at the time I was thinking, well, maybe it's bird in hand. He already knows that he's got a good shot at getting the job with the Ravens, but it's been a few days since then. Maybe there's news today.
Well, speaking of the OC, Jesse Minter on the Pat McAfee Show, what is his vision for who he wants to be the OC?
I think I'm looking for a connector and an innovator and a scheme builder around the best player in the world. And so very, very creative, built on the things that have made this organization always successful. And I think that's playing great defense, having the ability to control the game with running the football, but ultimately building an offense around Lamar's skill set, what he does best. Making plays easy for him at times and making plays at times where he has the ability for his instincts to take over. So a very well-rounded, well-constructed offense that's very creative, innovative, always forward-thinking, always trying to find ways to improve. And I know we'll find that and look forward to Lamar leading that charge.
And Jason, you brought this up in the first segment. The guy who's walking out of the building to be the head coach of the Browns.
He's done all that. He checks every box.
He did that. People hated him last year, but he should have won Lamar Jackson 2 MVPs.
You don't have to project. There's a body of work here. There's a body of work at Georgia. There was a body of work with the Bucs. There's a body of work with the Browns. There's a body of work at Southern Miss or whatever it was. Like what he's laying out there, if they hired Declan Doyle, he has no idea if he could do any of those things. He's none. Declan Doyle doesn't know if he could do anything. It's just like Jesse Minter doesn't know how good of a head coach he's going to be. He might have an idea. He might have a hope. He doesn't know.
Never done it before.
Never called plays.
Yeah.
If you hire Declan Doyle, nobody knows what a Declan Doyle offense, and don't tell me it's year one Caleb with Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, that is his baby. Ben Johnson is a micromanager. Like Ben Johnson, it was Ben Johnson's relationship with Caleb. Ben Johnson's in his ear. Ben Johnson's the one who broke him down to build him back up. There's no osmosis. You don't get down ballot credit. Like that's Ben Johnson's baby. That's specifically why Ben Johnson got hired. And Ben Johnson didn't care about having other experienced people on that side of his staff because that's my baby. Now, what did Ben Johnson do on the other side of the staff?
Got experienced guys.
A former head coach.
Yeah.
Right away. Wasn't waiting until February. No, I got Dennis Allen in my back pocket.
Yeah.
But whoever comes in as offensive coordinator, this isn't a situation where you have to reinvent the wheel. And even when Todd Monken took over for Greg Roman, there were still concepts of Greg Roman's offense with Monken. And, of course, Monken expanded on that and got Lamar Jackson to take his game to the next level. I don't think this is a situation where whoever comes in, you're tearing everything down and you're rebuilt. Like, you're building off what Monken did, in my eyes.
But maybe we're going to look back and say Monk actually did more than less because it really wasn't ever a good offensive line. And Rashad Bateman, Monk called a lot out of him one year, but that's a blip. And Mark Andrews should have never got paid. And Who are the explosive playmakers in the pass game other than Zay Flowers?
That's the guy.
Yes, I get what you're saying, but even with how bad we perceive the offense, they were 11th at scoring this year. I'm just saying in terms of formations, in terms of play calling and play design, you don't need to completely rip up Todd Monken's playbook.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
I don't think Declan Doyle is going to be coming here trying to replicate Todd Monken. Declan Doyle is going to be coming here to tell you how smart he is and how much he learned from Ben Johnson, and what Ben did for Caleb, I can do for Lamar. I think that's what you're going to get.
Possibly if it's him.
That's what young coordinators like to do. They want to show that they're smart.
He's not going to be like, oh yeah, I just want to do what the last guy who you pushed out did.
I'm not saying the exact thing.
I would hire an offensive coordinator who, at the very least, has called. Take the head coach out of it. Go down this road and hire some kid who's never done anything before, other than sit behind a guy and watch what he did. I dare you. Go for it.
More from Jesse Minter. Talks about the comparisons between Derwin James and Kyle Hamilton.
Ironically, a couple years ago when I was getting to the Chargers, I had looked at a lot of the stuff that Kyle had done here in 2023. So showed Derwin some Kyle film. Now show Kyle some Derwin film. Two great players in their own right, unique in their own style.
So he's no dummy. He's showing Derwin Kyle film. Now he'll flip the script and do it.
I buy all that. He's done it.
Yeah.
He can run a defense. He can maximize talent. Got no concerns there.
I expect Kyle Hamilton to be an absolute stud with Jesse Minter. For him to really resurrect Derwin James's career when he was coming off the worst season of his career in 2023, and then boom, when Jesse Minter comes in 24, it was back-to-back second-team All-Pros. Derwin James is 4 or 5 years older than Kyle Hamilton, and Derwin James doesn't have the body type that Kyle Hamilton has because, quite frankly, no one has the body type that Kyle Hamilton has. So I expect Kyle Hamilton to really flourish with Jesse Minter.
Coming up next, we go back to the Birdland Caravan. Dylan Beavers, he's had himself one of the few bright spot seasons for the Orioles, actually the last 6 weeks of the season. And Tyler Wells coming back from injury. They were on the Birdland Caravan. What do they have to say? We'll hear from them next here on The Fan.
Tide is the official sponsor of the Fan's big game coverage. Tune in for previews and analysis leading up to kickoff February 8th in Santa Clara from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21. Select styles only.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
It's the most wonderful time of the year because it's time for football. And football game days begin and end at Cross Street Market in Federal Hill. Stop by to enjoy food and drinks surrounded by a flock of fans. Or stock up for your tailgate with beer, grilling meats, oysters, pizza, and much more. And be sure to join us for Purple Fridays with 105.7's Jason, Ken, and Tim. The Fan will broadcast live throughout the season. We will see you at the market. Wear purple.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens had not been faced with a search for a new head coach in 18 years, so they weren't going to breeze through the process after firing John Harbaugh earlier this month. Eric DeCosta and company interviewed upwards of 20 candidates before ultimately selecting Jesse Minter, and a lot of opinions were consulted along the way. Steve Bisciotti publicly invited Lamar Jackson to be a part of the process, but according to DeCosta, that offer was extended to even more players.
We tried to pick a small group of veteran players that had inquired about being a part of the process. They had the opportunity to come in to Baltimore or be a part of a Zoom. We had both, and they met with all the finalists. And I can also say that some of our players are still involved in the process and will be involved with the process as pertains to coordinators and other hires as well, which we're excited about.
From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, partly cloudy throughout the day with temps hovering around 20. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, O's, and your home for Super Bowl 60, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's smiles for miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
It's awesome. Super exciting just seeing the guys we've added, and along with it, we have a lot of new staff members. So I feel like it's definitely going to look a little different, but I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to winning some games.
It's Dylan Beavers. Birdland Caravans is excited by the Orioles offseason. Dylan Beavers, one of the few bright spots of last season.
I said he'd be a top 50 prospect. No, I thought he'd get there a little sooner than he did, but I did call it. I like his makeup. I like the way he comports himself. I like his maturity. I like his understanding of his strengths and weaknesses. I like the way he realized that they changed his swing, and we know, boy, they hunt power more than everything else. But it really wasn't working for him. And when he got a chance to lead off in Norfolk, he took it to heart. And it started the second half of the previous year. And he decided, I'm going to hit doubles. I'm going to get on base a ton. I'm still going to, cut down on my swing and try to drive people in when I get those opportunities as a leadoff guy. They're not going to come around as much. And I'm going to steal bases. I'm going to be smart about how I steal bases. I'm going to be fundamentally sound about how I steal bases because I'm not a sprinter. He's athletic. He's fast. He's not going to be in the top 10% in straight ahead sprint speed, but he's going to learn how to read pitchers. He's going to be a student of the game. Now, there's still areas of development that need work, but that's the case for them. That they've been pretty bad at player development, especially on the defensive side of things. We'll see how much of that changes with the new Oriole way. But having watched him as much as I have all the way up the ladder, I really, like at high A, I'm like, I think this kid's going to be really good. I hope they're patient with him because of the body type. It's not going to be as linear. And remember, at that point in time, we're used to kids blaze like, oh my God, if a guy's in double A more than 9 weeks, something's wrong. And that's not everybody's a 1-1. Not everybody's going to move that way. And the roster did start getting a little better, so you start getting blocked a little bit. And the extra time he spent at double A, I think served him well. Remember Fabian, right? Fabian got up to triple A before him. And I think that whole switch to leadoff, I give them a lot of credit for that. It was smart. They stuck with it. A lot of things they just dabble with. Let's have this guy play 4 different positions 3 days a week. That became a thing. It became a calling card for him. It became something he could count on. And I think it helped him be as prepared as he is, knowing his swing, knowing his strike zone, and realizing that a lot of this stuff, it's going to be tougher at the major league level, but a lot of these characteristics that I honed as a leadoff guy for an extensive period of time at Norfolk will pay off. I probably like him more than they do. I would have had him here. You guys know that. I had him here a whole hell of a lot sooner than they did, so we could have learned more about him at the major league level. I think he can help a winning ball club in a lot of different ways.
He's got a chance for the pick now, though, Jason.
Yeah.
He's got a chance for the pick.
Long game. Play the long game.
You're talking about Rookie of the Year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, we should be like, that stuff's great, but like, it's funny you mentioned that, though. So I'm listening to MLB radio this morning. They're talking about the Tigers, and they've got a Tigers beat writer on from The Athletic. They're talking about Kevin McGonigal, who I get it. He's still young. But this kid is pretty good. He'd be their best shortstop right now. And the beat guy's like, well, I think they're going to start him at double A again. And like whoever it is, Phillips and Eduardo, pretty good baseball guys are like, really? And he's like, well, like, if he wins Rookie of the Year in 2027, I'm just like, man, you got 1 year left at Tarek Skubal. Like, I mean, like, it's one thing if this kid didn't look like he's got the hit tool that's ready. And then he's like, well, he only hit 254. Yeah, but he got on base a ton. He's got natural power. He's got athleticism. Like, he could help them right now. But it's like that's who runs these teams.
Yes.
That's what they prize above all else. And it's just like, they're going to, and look, they passed the Orioles by, but they're going to fall back to the pack because of this same crap, because of them not doing what they should have done in free agency. And now they're facing this Skubal thing where he's literally on the clock. Yep. I mean, are they going to keep him all year? If you keep him all year, then you should have done more in free agency. And I'm bringing that up because, like, Gunnar and Adley are not that far behind Skubal. I hate that whole mentality in base. If you've been to the playoffs a couple years and you're that close and you've only got these guys for that much longer, you should be going for it. The present is everything. The long-term plan's nobody cares about 2027 Rookie of the Year votes. 2027, you think that season's even going to happen? But that's how these dudes think.
Yeah. But back to Beavers, though. One of the things that was so noticeable when he came up immediately, you guys know I'm a demeanor guy.
You are.
He sort of reminds me.
You're our demeanor expert.
Westy?
That's exactly who I was going to say. Yeah. He sort of reminds me of Jordan Westbrook, where he's got that calming presence to him. And this was not too big for him. And really, Westy's kind of the only guy of the young core that was brought up that didn't struggle immediately. And that's the same exact thing with Dylan Beavers. And you've been beating the drum for years now, Jason, on base, on base, on base. That's what I'm really hoping they're able to get out of Dylan Beavers this year, and the ability to steal a bag, because you can go back to 2024 during his time in the minors. He stole 31 bases, and even last year he stole 23. He had a 420.
It's not just that he stole 23. What did he only got caught like 6 or 7 times?
Yes, 7 times.
7.
Yes.
So I thought, that was pretty good.
He had a 4.
Jackson Holly gets caught stealing 7 times a month.
He had a 420 on base during his time in Norfolk last year. 420 and 375 in the 35 game sample size in Baltimore. That's really impressive.
Yep.
More from Dylan Beavers. Talks about getting to know his skipper, Craig Albernez.
Oh, it's been awesome. I've gotten to have a couple of chats with him, and he's awesome. I can't wait to get to work with him, and he seems super excited too, so it'll be great.
I don't know much about Craig Albernez, though, except I know I'd love to talk to him because just to listen to what comes out of his mouth. But we'll see this year what kind of manager he is.
I know he's infinitely more prepared to be a major league manager than Bocce Ball, and that's who these guys had to deal with as they're breaking into the major leagues. So that's an upgrade.
That's fair.
Looking ahead to the season, though, how much is Beavers going to play? Like, is this going to be a platoon with him and O'Neill?
That's what it sounds like.
I think doesn't matter what he does in the spring. He's not going to be able to flourish the way he could. Dude, they were finding reasons not to give Sam at bats last year. Now you could tell me some of that is the manipulation.
Yes,
you've extended him and the pick. I mean, whatever.
Hey, long game.
Like,
got 2 cracks at it this year.
Stop
got 2 cracks at it with Beavers and Messiah.
Like, this isn't the NFL.
Got it with Gunner.
2 cracks. That's more than one.
That is more than one.
You want to hear from Tyler Wells before we step out? Tyler Wells says he's preparing as if he's a starter for now.
During this time of year, I wouldn't say stretching out is usually something I do anyway. It's not. I'm getting ready for multiple ups, if that makes any sense, but I wouldn't say that that's directly correlated to solely being a starter. I mean, really, there's got multiple innings too every once in a while. So right now it's just, like I said, kind of on schedule as normal.
We talked to Ben McDonald yesterday, and he agreed with us, thinks he's more valuable in the bullpen. Mm-hmm. But as it sits right now, he might be looking like, until they make another move, and I know Bone and I expect him to do something else, he could be still in the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close. And I mean,
a couple weeks.
Well, the first week is not, they're not really doing much, but I mean, we're not that far away from them lining guys up, and you get 2 innings, and you get 2 innings, and you get 2 innings, and especially with young kids. And he's not that young anymore, but considering how much time he's missed, like from a major league, don't give me service time, give me innings. And the roles change so much, and there's been so much oscillation. They're creatures of habit, man. They would really crave, and I understand. Not everybody gets everything they want, but I think having structure matters, and this place has been far too wishy-washy in terms of all these platoons. And I mean, even what they did with Suarez, it just, man, the juice not worth the squeeze. Especially for a live arm like this that's been through what he's been through. It would be nice if they had all their sort of their house in order from a starting pitching standpoint, and he could focus on this swingman role or whatever. But I doubt it'll play out that way.
Coming up next, you know what we all want? More Beltway Ben Hall. It's One a Bet with Beltway Ben next here on The Fan.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. New Bills head coach Joe Brady said Keon Coleman will be a Buffalo Bill. Now make this make sense. Bills owner Terry Pegula said last week the coaching staff were the only ones that wanted Coleman. Brady, part of that coaching staff, is now promoted to head coach and says that he's the one that stood on the table for Coleman. So does the owner know this? It's odd. I'm Chris Fleck.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
January gets ignored, and that's a mistake. This is where relationships either coast or get better. Lion's Den helps you reconnect, have fun, and bring back the pleasure, passion, and romance without the Valentine's hype. No cliches, no filler, just ideas that actually land. Be smart. Beat the rush. Check it out. Push the limits a bit. But check out Lion's Den. Check them out in Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, Pasadena, wherever, lionsden.com. But go. It's a great place. They have great stuff. It'll really improve your relationship and at a great time of year. Lionsden.com. Real effort wins.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 19. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 9. Tomorrow, high near 20.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Wanna Bet, the daily gambling game show that takes betting seriously like not much else. Get our favorite plays on the totals, sides, props, exotics, and futures to jump on now. So let's get it started.
The official song of freezing temperatures. Let's bring on Beltway Ben Hall. And Ben, this is the week between Super Bowl week, but still you got hoops galore out there, stuff to bet on. Bundesliga.
Yeah, I don't usually delve into that market unless Jason gives something out that I like tailing.
Would someone call it a blind spot?
Yes.
Have a blind spot for the Bundesliga?
No, I was saying for Ben. I was saying for Ben.
No, well, but Ben's got an uncanny instincts. He knows just when to jump on the Harry Kane and when not to.
Right. Bayern. That's the one area that I go. But no, today I'll just go with the NBA. I wanted to have something on the Michigan State game, but I'd rather just watch it because I don't have a feel either way. I think it's going to be a really damn good basketball game. Super exciting. But it also is funny, real quick. There was a tweet weeks ago, and it was saying Michigan against that old Kentucky team that was like amazing, and they would be favored against that Kentucky team that lost like 4 games on a national championship. It's like, how big of a point favorite would they be? And all of a sudden, they're only 1.5 point favorites against Michigan State this year. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they've fallen back to earth quite a bit.
They have. I still think they're a top team. I will say Nebraska, what they did without the freshman and Mask, I thought Mask was going to play. And I liked Michigan in that game a lot. But that was impressive. I got to give Nebraska a lot of credit. And that's also to, like Patsos was coming on, we were talking about how long people stay places. If you look at that Nebraska team, outside of the freshmen, it's a lot of dudes who have played together for years. You got the coach's son, you have Mask.
Something to be said for that.
Yeah, 1,000% in today's day and age. And that's why, they're top 10 team and lost to Michigan without 2 of their top players by 2 points. But here, I'm going to play NBA stuff. I like Cade Cunningham over 4.5 rebounds at -135. Matchup with the Warriors, who are allowing more rebounds than all but 2 teams in the NBA over their last 6 games. Cade's a guy that, when he starts getting close to the double-double and triple-double watches, he goes after it kind of eagerly. They're coming off a loss. The Warriors are favored tonight. It should be a pretty good game, but I do think Cade's aggressive on the glass. We only need 5, which is something that he's done in first quarters before. If you go back to December, he was going over this with regularity. November, the same thing. All of a sudden in January, he's only over this in 2 or 3 games. So I think he finds his way back here tonight. Next play, Keontae George over 23.5 points. He's been kind of an auto play for me when you don't have Lauri Markkanen on the court. He's taken a massive step, right? This is a guy could win Most Improved Player of the Year. Denny is absolutely up there as well. Yeah. But Keontae George is a guy that could win Most Improved Player of the Year. You look at a lot of these games, 30-plus points, and he's been killing it. All of a sudden, Markkanen plays. We start seeing the shot attempts go down. He's not getting to the basket as much, and some of that is Markkanen taking the ball, running some shot clock down. So I would expect Keontae George to get it going against a Nets defense that's been bottom 3 in the NBA of late, and that's been, a main thing for them really since the start of December. Beginning of the year, some of the rookies were playing pretty hard, and we saw them playing better defense. That's not the case anymore. And a matchup with the Jazz, I know Michael Porter Jr. was just ruled out, but this should be a fast-paced run-and-gun type of game, and Keontae George should feast in that environment. So over 23.5 points there. And then the only other play, Luka Doncic triple-double. When you're facing the Wizards, there's
always a chance.
There's always a chance. And you want to have fun, just get a little bit better odds. This is plus 525. Add the Lakers on the money line in. The Wizards have won 2 in a row. That should be their peak level there. And they were coming off the John Wall game. They were always going to win when they honored John Wall. You had to. And the Bucks are just a joke. Kyle Kuzma did cash for us, even though he's a joke. But no, triple-double for Luka. Luka's a dog. And he's another one of those guys that he starts getting up there. And every game he's around it, right? 37-7. 8-8, those types of numbers. I think tonight that he could get the triple-double. The only thing that scares me with him is him not playing in the fourth quarter because they're up 25-plus points. But plus 525, it's a good odds.
Wizards at home on a Friday night, they like giving up triple-doubles.
They do. Yeah. Yes.
Team from the Western Conference?
Yes.
That smells like a triple-double to me, Beltway.
Superstar in the making.
There you go. Trade.
That's right.
Guy is part of the controversial trade?
Yes, that's a great call.
But checking a lot of boxes.
Be in attendance, though.
That is a great call.
I am not going to be in attendance.
You brought the good luck.
I think I'm going to fall asleep around 7 o'clock. I was chopping ice for 2 hours. I think I'm going to go home.
He had a Jordan flu game.
It was just allergies.
It was
I don't
allergies.
know. I had a reverse reaction.
This morning?
Yeah, I had like a reverse. I didn't take a pill the last 2 days. I went and got whatever I usually take. They were out of Zyrtec, so I took a Claritin today.
Yeah.
And it literally
Didn't work?
it did the reverse. You would have thought I had taken nothing.
Probably sneeze every 30
It would make me go
seconds.
crazy.
I did say bless you every time.
I know. On my earpiece, I can't always
blessing.
hear it, but you're a good kid, so I knew. Even if you didn't say it, I knew you were thinking it that way, man. I knew you were thinking it.
Ben, before we get let the people know where they can find you, the trade deadline's Thursday, I think. Where's Giannis go?
As a hope, you guys know I'm a diehard Wizards fan, but I'm also Anthony Edwards is my favorite player. When the Wizards suck, and it's not even bandwagon. I root for Anthony Edwards. Letting him go to Minnesota.
That would be cool.
That would be so. And they're going to have to get rid of a lot of stuff. Yeah. That would be fun. But the Heat, probably the Heat. Like, I don't know. It also came along pretty quick. I know there was talk in the offseason, and then it automatically died down. He said he wanted to be there, and they were going to figure it out. Clearly, that team ain't working. They're not going to win anything. They're horrible. The Kuzma trade was a complete. And I don't know what Giannis had involved in that. Like, I don't know if Giannis wanted Kuz, but that trade was one of the biggest jokes of all time. Like, that was them going for it. They add Kyle Kuzma, who proceeded to score like 3 or 4 points per game down the stretch. Like, he's trash. Don't like Kyle Kuzma. And then he's going to push the Wizards. Dude, you lost to the Wizards. He talked all that trash about the Wizards, and he talked all that trash. So, whatever. But no, I think I would like to see Giannis in Minnesota. I think that would ultimately get them there. I mean, they just dominated the Thunder last night. Anthony Edwards had a great showing, but I think it'll be the Heat.
Where can people find you?
At BH Journalist, you can find everything I do on Twitter. Not just sports betting, all Baltimore sports. And then at Want to Bet with us. We're live every single day, Zyrtecs or not. Whatever has to happen,
Holidays,
we do get it going.
Blizzards,
yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We're always able to get it
No
going.
heat at University of Maryland, so running to pick a kid up, not knowing when you have to bring him back.
Wow.
We get around that.
We do.
We work around that.
Yes, always.
Coming up next, Ravens have a new head coach. His name is Jesse Minter. What does NFL Network's Jeffrey Chadilla think of the hire? We will ask him next here on The Fan.
You have 6 senses. Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see Vinny and Haynie on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Happy New Year, and thank you, Baltimore. When I started Amazing Heating and Air, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to start the best darn plumbing, heating, and air company in the city. But I had no idea if customers would respond. After all, I was going up against some really big plumbing, heating, and air conditioning companies, many of whom are now really well funded through private equity. But so many of you have made Amazing your go-to for plumbing, heating, and air service that we've grown quite a bit over the years. So it's only fitting that I say thank you. And I'm doing that with a gift. I'm giving away 2 years of our Comfort Club membership with any new system purchase between now and the end of Martin Luther King Day. So while I hope you have an amazing new year and that you don't need us this season, if you do, my thank you gifts are waiting for you at
amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
The Ravens hired Jesse Minter to become their next head coach and are now looking to build out his staff. Offensive coordinator will be an important hire for Minter, and he recently joined the Pat McAfee show and described what he will be looking for in his OC.
Connector and an innovator and a scheme builder around the best player in the world. Very creative, built on the things that have made this organization always successful, and I think that's playing great defense, having the ability to control the game with running the football, but ultimately building an offense around Lamar's skill set.
Maryland returns home to take on number 12 Purdue. The Terps drop back-to-back road games at Illinois and Michigan State to fall to 1-8 in the Big Ten, while the Boilermakers have lost 3 straight after starting 7-0 in conference play. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage Sunday at noon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 20s with an overnight low of 5. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 22. I'm Tim Barbalise, Ravens Terps O's, and you're home for Super Bowl 60, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalise. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
10 of the 32 teams in the National Football League will have new head coaches next year. We're still waiting on 2 of them, but the Ravens introduced Jesse Minter to the media yesterday. He's the Ravens' new head coach. Let's talk to Jeffrey Chadilla from NFL Network about that and more. And Jeffrey, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. So what do you think of the Minter hire?
I like it. I'm a big Jesse Minter fan. I went to Michigan, so I followed his career. I know he met the Jim Harbaugh and the national championship team they had a couple years ago. And look, having a head coach for a dad helps your cause. But I think this comes down to they had Mike McDonald there as an assistant coach a couple years ago. He walked out of the building. Yeah. He's in the Super Bowl now. You got a chance to get somebody like that again. You take it. So I'm a fan of it.
Well, Jeffrey, there's always the unknown when you're dealing with a rookie head coach, and the offseason hasn't even officially started yet. But do you see this as just kind of a one-year reboot, this Ravens team being back playing games in January when it's all said and done in 2026?
Yeah, there's no reason to think they can't be back in the mix. I think Minter helps fix the defense. That is a big factor in what they've been the last couple of years. I felt when they were looking for a coach before they hired him that everybody kept saying, "Oh, get an offensive guy." I think Lamar Jackson's a very unique quarterback to work with, so you couldn't just have anybody come in there. And so I think he understands that, having been with the organization, what Lamar is and what he needs. So being able to give him a supportive offensive staff is going to be crucial. And again, it feels as if, look, this is one of the most talented teams in football when the season started. And so for them to not be in the playoffs, to go through what they went through, was a big shock. Most of that talent is still there, so I definitely believe they should be back in the postseason.
Well, you hit on the offensive side of the ball there. I mean, whatever people might think of Todd Monk, and he's pretty accomplished offensive mind, and he had 2 seasons from Lamar Jackson back to back that we might not ever see again. Jesse Minter's going to have a whole lot on his plate in a way he never has before. To this point, they don't have an OC. They didn't try to get an audience with Brian Daboll. And it could be a first-time offensive coordinator, like if they hired Declan Doyle. He's never called plays at the NFL level before. Do you think having checks and balances and experience on the other side of the ball matters for a rookie head coach whose expertise, in this case, is on defense?
Totally. I believe that if you're going to be in Jesse Minter's shoes and you're going to try to fix that defense, I don't think there's a lot to fix. I think just being able to get more out of that unit, there's plenty of talent over there. You got to make sure that your offensive coordinator has enough confidence, enough support, and enough of a foundation to be able to do what he has to do with Lamar. And I agree with you. I think people underestimate what Todd Monken did with Lamar. I think people underestimate what Greg Roman did with Lamar. Because you're not taking on whatever Tom Brady or Peyton Manning or even Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he's got a very unique skill set, and that requires an offensive coordinator who can be very versatile and open-minded about how he uses that skill set. And so that to me is, I don't know if that will be the biggest, toughest hire he'll have to make, because if he screws that up, this team ain't going anywhere. And it could be easily screwed up if you get the wrong guy in there who wants to force a system on the Lamar that doesn't work for him.
Or a guy who's a climber who says, hey, I'm working for a guy who only was a coordinator 2 years, and then he got a head coaching job. I'm Arnold Horshack. I got the answer.
Yep. Yeah. He wants to show you how much he can do and how bright he is. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And so I've racked my brain thinking about that, because there were some guys who did make sense, like a Brian Daboll, who's worked with those kinds of quarterbacks and winners with Josh Allen. I thought Mike McDaniel made a lot of sense, to be honest with you, because he's very creative with the run game and very open-minded. Beyond that, I don't know who's a proven commodity.
Cliff,
and
what do you think of Cliff?
The big question. Kingsbury?
I would never talk to him, but they did. I mean, I just wondered, what do you think?
Yeah. It could be interesting, but he's more of a throw it around the park kind of guy. And I don't know how much he's had. I mean, Jaden worked well for him, but I'd probably want somebody who's a little more closer to what Monken was, to what Brian Daboll is. Somebody who can, because to me, Lamar Jackson took that leap as a player with his passing and his confidence in the passing game evolving. And so I don't want to lose track of that just so I can get more out of him as a runner, you know what I mean, as an athlete.
Yeah.
I think he's got to continue on that trajectory of going up as a complete quarterback, and I don't want anybody who's going to hurt that in any way.
We're talking with Jeffrey Chudea. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jeffrey, I want to ask you about a job that hadn't been filled yet. You got the Raiders and the Cardinals, and it seems like Clint Kubiak's going to the Raiders. At least that's what the smoke says. Does anybody want the Cardinals job?
I don't know. That's a tough one. And it's kind of – I mean, there's a reason why it hadn't gotten filled yet. And, I felt like a lot of those jobs, Cleveland included in there, were going to be tough to fill. I'm surprised – and I give Tennessee a ton of credit in this, because they realized we got somebody in the building we like. For a team that is pretty much within the same boat as those three team franchises, to be able to get Robert Saleh and Brian Daboll out of the deal early was a huge plus for them. The other team we're talking about here, Arizona specifically, they were always going to have to wait for the best of the bunch to be gone. If I'm Arizona, and I know that it's maybe a big risk for them, I may be looking at a guy like Nathan Shieldhouse from the Rams, offensive coordinator, because he's a young guy. He's an offensive guy. Your quarterback situation is a mess, and he's in your division. At the very least, you can get some buzz around, hey, we got a guy from McVay's system coming in But I don't know anybody who would want to go to that job who's proven and accomplished his options would want to get stuck there with the way the Kyler Murray situation is, and just it's a mess. I mean, so to me, I think it's going to be a tough job to fill, but I think it's going to be somebody who is along the lines of a young assistant on the rise.
Let's get to the Super Bowl, Jeffrey. We're 9 days away from Super Bowl 60, and if the Patriots are going to pull off the upset over the Seahawks, Drake May's got to be a lot better than he's been thus far throughout the postseason. What has been off with Drake May?
Well, one, I don't know when the shoulder injury started and how significant that is, so I'll give him some grace if that's part of this story. But I agree. I said that they're winning this in spite of him at this stage. Yeah. And if they didn't have bad weather and they weren't facing C.J. Stroud, their defense wasn't on fire, they probably wouldn't be here. And so part of this is he's a second-year quarterback who is going deeper into the postseason, who's coming off a really soft schedule, and they were able to probably get away with some things that they can't get away with against better defenses. They played the Chargers, they played the Texans, they played the Broncos. All three of those are top 10 defenses, can cause you problems. The problem I have with it, aside from the sacks, is just he's got 5 turnovers and he's fumbled the ball 6 times. So how often can you keep doing that before it bites you in the butt? And so I just don't know where I agree with you. He cannot play the way he's been playing and beat a defense that is as accomplished, as tough as Seattle is.
I've made the contention that the biggest winner this offseason so far, and it's early, is Andy Reid, because nobody wants to talk to Dave Toub. Nobody wants to talk to Spags. He got Nagy out of the building, and he got EB back. McDermott's out of the conference. Harbaugh's out of the conference. Tomlin's out of the conference. Those teams are all going with either an uninspired retread in McCarthy, who, I mean, maybe it works a little bit. The other two are rebooting with total unknowns. Like, is Andy Reid so far the big winner in the A? Sounds like Sean Payton's at war with his quarterback. Like, is Andy Reid the big winner here?
I think you look at it that way, it is. But I live in Kansas City, and I can tell you, ain't no one talking about Andy Reid as a big winner right now. a lot of questions floating around the Chiefs right now. Eric Bieniemy wasn't welcome back with open arms here. That was more like hey, we'd love to see Mike McDaniel here as someone who can get the offense going a little better. And you went with a guy was around the town the first time. But no, I hear what you're saying. Look, the AFC is in flux, and I would say I look at it more from the standpoint of Lamar was in the playoffs, Josh Allen lost some divisional round, Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes were sitting at home, and so you got the 4 best quarterbacks, arguably in the NFL, weren't factors in this postseason, and so I think all those teams are paying a lot of money to these guys, and they've got to find a way to build rosters that can actually help these quarterbacks get back to where they expect to be, because I don't look so much at Baltimore and Buffalo. I look at like Jacksonville, and I look at what's in the AFC West with Harbaugh and Sean Payton. There's a lot of really good coaches in the AFC, and that's what Andy Reid's got to contend with now.
Jeff, before I let you go, Jason alluded to, what did you make of that Sean Payton, Bo Nix stuff? Like, Bo Nix held a press conference almost specifically to contradict what his head coach said.
Yeah, and then completely said, hey, like, HIPAA laws are in play here. Don't be talking about my body. Look, I feel like Sean Payton, there's no secret that he can be a tough guy to deal with, and he's not afraid to speak his mind and ruffle feathers. I think he got a little bit too loose-lipped with that situation. And while as a journalist you love the detail he offered with the injury and everything, he's definitely said some things to a lot of different people over the last couple of years where it's felt like he's kind of feeling himself a little bit too much. I imagine this will blow over and he'll be fine. I think he and Bo Nix are probably able to talk to each other in a way some QBs and head coaches can't, but not a good look right after the season ends that your quarterback feels like he's got to come out and correct the coach on what's happening with his injury.
Jeffrey Chadia, thanks as always for your time, man. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Yes, Jeffrey Chadia. You can see him on NFL Network. Hey, coming up next, Ravens have yet to hire an OC. Who is in line for that job, and what do we think of these candidates? It seems like it's one of 3 guys. We'll tell you who next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Now you can gawk while we talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Ken Wyman. Are you thinking about what's next for you professionally in 2026? Whether you're looking to move up, switch fields, or finish that degree, University of Maryland Global Campus has your back. Affordable, online, and built for working adults. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates that help you build lasting skills in leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee through February 11th. Visit umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Real power isn't what you hold. It's what you give to those around you. That's why you need a network that lets you share its power with the ones you love. With Total Wireless, you and your family can get 4 free 5G phones for just $25 a month per line. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Offer ends April 15, 2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a total base 5G unlimited plan. Port in and ID verification requirements vary by device. Limit to 4 devices per account.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tug of war. Pigeon racing. Cannon shooting. They may not be Olympic events anymore, but the Maryland Lottery Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion is. Enter Keno tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No croquet or kite flying required. Please play responsibly.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
First thing that comes to mind when you hear Milano Cortina 2026, stress.
Flame Bearers Making It to Milan brings you stories from women Olympians and Paralympians moving mountains to live their dreams, and the family, teammates, and coaches who make it all possible.
It's easier to be a role model when things are going good for you, right? Winning all these medals when you're doing so well, but what happens when you're struggling?
Tune into Flame Bearers wherever you get your podcasts.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So according to those following this story, there are 3 names associated with the Ravens' offensive coordinator job. We'll start. The unlikely one is Davis Webb because it feels like the Broncos have to interview guys because they fired a guy. And you also now, with coordinators, you still have to follow the Rooney Rule stuff. Yep. And you mentioned many times they have to force these owners to do things that they should be doing to begin with. So Davis Webb might be fait accompli in Denver, but they still have to go through a process. Alas, there is some talk that he won't be able to call plays in Denver. Maybe he wants to call plays, but we expect him to be back in Denver. Then you have Declan Doyle, who spent a year in Chicago under Ben Johnson, but he doesn't call plays there because Ben Johnson calls plays. And then the wild card, Cliff Kingsbury, who was there was some smoke that he was the favorite about, 2 weeks ago or a week or so ago, and then he became an afterthought, and now he seems back in the picture because there's not much left. Unless there's somebody behind door number 4 that we don't know about.
Scotty Montgomery?
Feels pretty bleak to me.
I don't think Scotty Montgomery. Unfortunately, I think Scotty Montgomery is.
Man, I'm just saying, you've got the best quarterback on the planet. You're supposedly the best organization ever. And your GM bats 800 and your team president, whatever. If that's what they end up with, again, I think you're asking to undermine the whole thing. You're begging. You're courting disaster. It's not just about getting a coach, and they knew who their coach was going to be way before they hired Harbaugh. So the fact that we're here and we've reached this point, you can't tell me it's by design. You can't tell me it's ideal. And you can't tell me that when this process started, any of you were vouching for any of them.
No, and by the way, everything I've heard, the guy they had in their back pocket became the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Like they wanted now, I don't know how great that would have been, but Joe Brady was, my understanding, the guy that was going to be the OC. And then he takes the head coaching job in Buffalo.
That's great.
And now you're scrambling.
That's what happens when you fire your coach at a time when 10 coaches are fired.
Correct.
When your 10 coaches are fired, then
to be fair, you couldn't have forecasted that because when
they talked to 20 people, and you're going to end up with Declan Doyle. To be fair, I think they effed it up. If that's the end result,
no. But I'm saying you didn't know that Mike Tomlin was not going to be there. You know that McDermott was going to get fired. Like that all happened after Harbs.
I don't care. I'm asking them to hire an offensive coordinator who's done the job before. If they fail to do that, I'm gonna be all over them.
No, yeah.
That shouldn't be too high of a bar. You want to skew incredibly young over here? Ask anybody in the league. We should bring people on forever, all offseason. Hire Declan Doyle. Bring on any NFL reporter. We could bring on the Joe Banners. We're going to bring nothing on but people who've done this before and done it successfully. And you find one who's going to be like, yeah, I think that's a great idea. Like, I think this guy's going to be proving how smart he is, and that guy proving how smart he is, and no adults in the room, and nobody who's done it before, and a GM who just got a vote of confidence when he should have been chopped down a peg, and a guy who went 0-16, putting organizations together and picking players at the top of the paradigm, and an owner who's told you out loud, I'm checked out. Find people who are going to be like, yeah, I'd give it the benefit of the doubt. Oh, yeah, and the roster isn't what they told you it was, and nothing's going to change philosophically. I mean, all right. Declan Doyle is the answer to that. That's why they talk to 20 people. Well, come on, man.
Well, we just had
do your job. Do your job. Build your wonderful organization. If you're who you claim to be, the best and the brightest should be falling all over themselves to work for you.
Well, we just had Jeffrey Chadilla on, and he was saying that if you find yourself in that situation, it could undermine the whole process. Yeah, we've been saying it ad nauseum that you need experience on this staff, and if you're going with the rookie head coach, you want experience at the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, the biggest issue I have with Declan Doyle, who is probably going to be the guy, is I don't know anything about Declan Doyle. And he could be a guy who comes in trying to prove himself, as you and Jeffrey talked about, what was it, last segment? It blends. Like, he could come in and say, I'm the smartest guy in the room, and I got to prove myself because I want to get a head coaching job.
He's going to have to prove himself to Lamar Jackson because he's got no body of work.
No.
And Lamar Jackson has only to this point worked with people who had an established body of work.
Yes.
Say whatever you want about Greg Roman. I remember Colin Kaepernick going to Green Bay and doing things nobody's done in playoff game to that point as a quarterback.
Greg Roman won Coordinator of the Year here in 2019.
Greg Roman interviewed for a head coaching job.
Yes.
Like, it wore out its welcome like everything else. And so what did Harbs do? Did he go find some 30-year-old who drinks beer with Sean McVay, or did he go do what we all hoped he would do?
Went and got Monk.
He went and got Tom Monken, who we all wanted ahead of time.
Yes.
And he went and did it.
Yeah,
and then he wanted to bring him with him to New York, and he couldn't because Todd Monken's a head coach, too. But Declan Doyle, give him the benefit of the doubt. You want intrigue? It'll be intriguing. There'll be intrigue.
Hey, I'm not telling you you can't feel the way you feel, and you have absolute right to. I can't get upset now. Like, it'll be September, and if it looks like a mess, then I'll get upset. But I feel like there are warning signs here. Like, a guy with no experience is far from ideal, and that's what it looks like. Unless you go Cliff. You could go Cliff.
And I dared him to do that. Go for that, too. Either way, you're asking for trouble.
At this point, I'm kind of almost leaning Cliff.
Are you?
Just with all the options. I'm kind of, it's not ideal.
I'd take the devil and I would try to check him from the giddy up.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
I would do that.
I would feel more comfortable with that of the rest.
And you're hoping he's been humbled a little bit more by this latest thing? But again, if there was any conviction in that, it'd have been done. You hearing anybody else talk about Cliff Kingsbury? No.
Well, just over the weekend when all the reports were coming out. That
what I'm saying, you're not fighting anybody. Like, you want to tell me you're waiting for Davis Webb. No, you don't have to wait for Cliff Kingsbury.
There's no bidding war for Cliff Kingsbury.
Cliff is the best Cliff can go from Jane Daniels to Lamar. Yeah. He's going to take that.
And Jeffrey Chudea, for what it's worth, said he thought that like, at least he feels like Cliff could get along with Lamar for what that's worth.
For a while.
Yeah. Well, he said he wears that as welcome. And he's chucking it all over the place. So basically,
they still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, as I said, the Davis Webb of it all is probably unlikely. So do you go Declan Doyle, who has zero experience, or do you go Cliff Kingsbury, who has experience, but it's not necessarily.
I'd have had the jet at Brian Dable's house.
Yes.
Brian Dable's not getting it. You're not going to Tennessee.
Yeah.
We're the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. But
they didn't even want to talk to him.
They chose to not do that.
Didn't even want to talk to him.
No.
Just like McDermott.
No.
Okay. Conscientious objector. All right.
Coming up next, Eric DeCosta spoke yesterday. What did he have to say? Well, we'll hear from the GM next here on The Fan.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Shop snack favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off select snacks like Kettle, Late July, and more with Prime through February 3rd. Perfect for movie nights and game day watch parties. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Maroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out, you don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
My eye doctor told me there was nothing more they could do. At Low Vision Specialists, we hear that a lot. But for over 90% of our patients, there is hope. If you're living with macular degeneration or another vision condition, you may still be able to read, watch TV, and continue to drive with the right help. We use customized optical systems to maximize the vision you still have and help you regain independence. Call 443-731-2020 or visit lowvisionmd.org. Low Vision Specialist of Maryland and Virginia, where better vision begins again.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel despised the word empty. Empty plates, empty tables, empty stomachs. That's why he made the KFC $5 bowls, like the famous bowl. Creamy mashed potatoes, crispy chicken, corn, gravy, and cheese. Because the only empty the Colonel liked was when you reached the bottom of that bowl. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. 5 KFC bowls for just $5 each.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Now, there's more ways to follow The Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Ravens' chain of command has always had the head coach and GM reporting to the owner. GM Eric DeCosta said yesterday that things will remain status quo with Jesse Minter.
We've had a lot of success in a situation where the head coach and the general manager are partners and both report to the owner. I mean, we won 2 Super Bowls that way. We've won a lot of games that way, and we believe in that system, working together, fighting together, and figuring things out together.
Maryland returns home to take on number 12 Purdue. The Terps drop back-to-back road games at Illinois and Michigan State to fall to 1-8 in the Big Ten, while the Boilermakers have lost 3 straight after starting 7-0 in conference play. You can catch all of the action on The Fan, beginning with pregame coverage Sunday at noon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 20s with an overnight low of 5. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 22. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps O's, and you're home for Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It was just really interesting, I think, valuable for me personally to talk to all these extremely intelligent, great leaders from other teams to see kind of how they do things. And I learned a lot. And it's not something that you want to do every year, certainly. But to do it once, I think, was a very, very valuable experience for me. And I think Ozzie and Sashi would say the same thing.
Eric DeCosta speaking yesterday, talking about how he learned a lot during this interview process.
Learned a lot, and absolutely, positively nothing will change in how we do anything.
Yeah, look, I kind of go back to when we had Viv on a couple weeks ago, and he was kind of using that analogy of Steve Bisciotti with Eric DeCosta, like, okay, man, you can date who you can date now.
Yeah.
You can take the car out for a spin, like the keys are yours now, and this is what he came to, Jesse Minter.
Speaking of Jesse Minter, Eric DeCosta looks back on collaborating with Jesse during the draft process.
We've had a lot of success in a situation where the head coach and the general manager are partners and both report to the owner. I mean, we won 2 Super Bowls that way. We've won a lot of games that way, and we believe in that system, working together, fighting together, and figuring things out together. And so I'm very proud of my relationship with Coach Harbaugh. And I started out at the bottom as well, like Jess, back as a player personnel assistant. And I was blessed to watch Ozzie with Coach Marchibroda and Coach Billick and Coach Harbaugh. For me, that became the standard. And that's what I aspire to, and I believe Jesse feels the same way.
Apologies, I thought that was the cover we were going to talk about, where he was the position coach. He didn't know he was cut out for it, but this was him talking about how they're going to collaborate, and it's going to be the same as it was with Ozzie and Billick and Ted and John.
It's not the same. It's not close to the same. He picked this coach. The owner did not pick this coach. The owner's not even pretending he picked the coach. The owner didn't. They hired the coach. Was the owner up there to talk about the coach? I mean,
he was in the front row. Front row.
And he didn't talk there. And then he did jump in Jamison Hensley's live shot to basically say, hey, man, I'm not Jesse Minter's Eric's guy. Did I say an untruth?
I didn't say I didn't see the clip yet, so I can't.
You're not. But I still think that was a good quote from Eric. I liked what he had to say there. He gave deference to Ozzie and how they handled things. And look, they won Super Bowls that way. We're going to continue that chain of command.
The power paradigm has shifted here exponentially.
Just to clarify, if Jesse Minter has an issue, he's not calling Steve, he's calling Eric.
What kind of issue you think he's going to have the next couple of years that he's going to call Steve Bisciotti?
Probably nothing, because they share the same
brand. He doesn't even know what the
brand.
hell he's doing, and he doesn't even know what he's doing yet.
He's learning. And he's learning under Eric.
And he's telling you, Eric, I love the way their philosophies, team building. I'm on board with all that. That's great. I mean, I can remember the whole, we used to have these whole discussions about, Ty goes to whom, and, would a Ty go to Harbs, or what, and again, Harbs has not uttered this guy's name or written this guy's name since he left here. He hasn't. You don't hear Harbaugh vouching for Eric DeCosta. Eric DeCosta's vouching for Harbaugh.
Yes.
But
Harbaugh did vouch for Minter, though. According to Minter.
Harbaugh multiple times got his own personnel guy in the building, and then the one he really wanted, Bobby DePaul, they refused to let in the building. There was natural... One guy, by the time Eric took over as GM, had already won a Super Bowl in his job, and Eric was the rookie GM. You don't understand how there's inherently a major shift in the balance of power. And then they bring in a guy who's outright telling you, of course, I've never done this job before. I have a lot to learn. At the same time, the owner's telling you, even the final interviews, whatever. This was completely Eric and Sashi, right? Pretty much unfettered, unchecked. And he's told you, I'm checked out of the building. So, no, this is not, they can try to, there's a lot that goes on there. DeCosta's also trying to claim Harbaugh. Whatever. This ain't Harbaugh and Ozzie. This ain't Harbaugh and DeCosta. This is the general manager one. Harbaugh's gone. They hired a youngster. They're probably going to hire nothing but youngsters on his staff. They're going to have a lot of say in that staff. It's young. It's cheap. And the only experienced guy in the mix is DeCosta. And DeCosta and Sashi set out together to hire this guy. And the owner's telling you, I live on a boat. I'm not around here. When I'm not here, the buck stops with Sashi. Everything I've been saying for years. This ain't what they can sell it however. Well, technically, he reports to whom? Dude. If Bisciotti's not involved in the hiring of the coach, what fires do you what makes it up to him? What's going to happen in the next 2 years to where, oh my God, Jesse Minter's trying to get Bisciotti on the phone? Stop it.
That is a great question.
This is exact. It's set up so that's not going to happen. Because you know who that happened with? Harbs. They're done with that. We don't need that. That stuff was holding us back. That's the stuff that wasn't good for our culture. Okay. Better be right.
Let me ask you a question, and I do appreciate, because you're a guy that's been around this forever, and I don't think people realize the dynamics of this stuff. Do you think fans, I don't want to say sophisticated is the right word, are they aware or care about the power dynamic, or is what? But let me finish my question. What I'm saying, like, because the dynamic is the way it is, they're going to find out you should care when it's too late. Yes, that's what I'm asking.
You better start caring, because you don't have checks and balances anymore. You don't have the powerful head coach who, okay, this is the last time I'm firing coordinators. Like, you think Jesse Minter's going to be like, why is this guy in my ear? Why is that guy, like, who is this quant? Why has nothing changed in our analytics department? Do you think that's happening? He's a product of it. No. I mean, everything we said that they needed to probably rethink, they repudiated and went as far down their existing road as they possibly could. And they're going to try to, at the same time, they're going to hide behind, well, this is how it's been. No, you've never had this dynamic in place ever before. Ever before. And honestly, it was Eric scared of Harbs in a lot of ways. Eric having to call Harbs to settle all kinds of things and getting Harbs involved in things that had nothing to do with Harbs, because Harbs was the adult. Harbs was the established guy.
But couldn't you say, and yes, the difference is Bisciotti was a lot more involved at this point, but the power dynamic when
not
Ozzie
just Bisciotti,
and John...
Bisciotti and Dick Hess.
Well, no, but I'm saying the power...
Dick was there yesterday.
Yeah, he was there. The power dynamic between Ozzie and Harbaugh when he came in 2008, Ozzie had already been here, 12 years at that point, won a Super Bowl, and he had a lot more jam than John.
That would have been similar. That hire was not outsourced to Ozzie Newsome the way this was outsourced to Sashi Brown and
no, Steve was very active in that hire.
They didn't hire John Harbaugh and Steve sitting in the stands. No, I don't believe that's how that went down. Like, when Jason Garrett turned them down, I remember people were irate. Like, it was visceral. It was real. This was, like, no, man. This was, he said he's checked out. He said, I'm not getting in all those Zooms. And Eric thanked a bunch of people who were intimately involved in the process yesterday. I found the answer very telling. You didn't mention Steve.
Let's hear one more from Eric. Let's go with on his thoughts about Minter heading into the hiring process. Cuts 33.
I could say that, when I heard Jesse's name as a possible candidate, it was hard for me to envision Jesse like he is, because my experience was with Jesse primarily in the draft years ago when he was doing all the bottom guys on the draft board in the secondary, and I just didn't really ever think of him like that. But I know, and that's me being honest, I'm just, but watching him last year, we played these guys last year, and watching that defense, I'm like, damn, this is a good team. This is a really good defense. And Jesse's doing a hell of a job. And then I think for me, as I started talking to people like Joe Ortiz or Tony Jefferson or Eric Weddle or other people that I talked to, even before I met on the Zoom with Jesse, my opinion started to change, just like it would with a player in the draft who maybe you see him playing against a bad team and he doesn't play that great or whatever it is, but then you watch him against better competition, he plays better and better and better and better, and you're like, this guy's really, really good. I think it takes a whole process of accumulating information and really kind of removing all the biases that you have in your head.
He did admit that his opinion started to change when he saw the Chargers a year ago. Like they were a good football team.
Jesse Minter deserved to interview for all the jobs he interviewed for. And Jesse Minter was always going to get this job. And they were either going to build a great staff around them or sell out to build a great staff around them or fly all over the place and have the jet backed up for the best coordinator here or there and be willing to go that route to try to get him up to speed as quickly as possible or not. And yeah, I think all that stuff matters. And it's mattered in every one of these I've ever covered. So if it somehow doesn't matter here because you're telling me they're that much smarter than everybody else, I mean, again, and that is kind of what they're selling. But I'm inclined not to buy it.
Coming up next, we want to hear from the people. Are you buying? 410-583-1057. We hear from you next here on The Fan.
Ravens.
Jackson is gone.
Terps.
With the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. There's an obvious place for Giannis to be traded to, Golden State. The Warriors are still trying to hold on to the past while Steph Curry is in his prime. Giannis may be the only lifeline they have to still try and win a championship. Sell the future. Try to chase and win with Steph. Giannis in the Bay would work, and it might be the only lifeline Steph Curry has. I'm Chris Black.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You've been on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scored second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 9. Tomorrow, high near 20.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Hey, football fans. Picture this. You bet on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scored second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Maryland only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's Smiles for Miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
410-583-1057. We want to get people's thoughts. You've heard from Jesse Minter. What do you think of him? What do you think of the potential staff? Are you as concerned as Jason's laid out very well the potential perils of an inexperienced offensive coordinator? But before we do that, Nnamdi Madubuike, who does not tweet a lot, at 3:42, which is 9 minutes ago, tweeted good news with the prayer emojis, which is the arm like one would think that would be football related.
I mean, or, it could just be I don't need that procedure or this procedure to be able to live a normal life. I mean, I don't know. Good news is good news. We're here for good news.
Yeah.
If he can play football, that's a huge boon for them. If he can play football without sort of a black cloud hanging over him, that's even a bigger boon for them.
Yeah, the last time he
does not tweet a lot
was June 16th, 2024.
Wow.
So it's been a minute.
Over a year.
Look, first off, his health as a person is paramount. If it's good news in that regard,
that's
and
great.
He still can't play football,
that's huge.
That's amazing. But gosh, if he can play football, that would be a massive development for the Ravens.
410-583-1057. Let's start with Franchise. Franchise, you're on the Fan.
Thanks, gentlemen, for having me on your program. During the press conference, DaCosta mentioned that there were a plethora of current players involved in the not only Minter process that were on the interviews, either face-to-face or in Zoom, as well as the current offensive coordinator search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the pictures that I saw, because they took a picture after the presser, every one of the current players were there to rehab. If you look at the players that were there on the roster, they were all there to rehab because they were injured. Yeah. I didn't see one player that is currently on this roster, unless I'm missing something, that is a legitimate leader. And
yes, but he also said guys were available via Zoom to be in this part of these things.
So who are they?
So they're on Zoom.
Yeah, no, but who were the players?
Well, he didn't tell us. Hey, well, they did intimate that Kyle Hamilton was one of those players. They didn't say it directly, but they were talking about something else earlier.
Didn't he say Lamar's name?
He did.
Well, Jerry
asked.
asked Lamar. DaCosta did not say Lamar in his response.
Gotcha.
So we needed the lantern to step up and ask the question to see if we could get anything out of anybody if Lamar's actually involved in hiring the OC.
Well, Jerry did ask the question. It was just
What was the answer? Do you remember? Can we replay that? Is there any way?
We can find it.
We got it in there.
Eric, it's cut 35.
Beltway Ben's on the wheel of steel. Beltway Ben can do anything.
Beltway Ben, let me know when you have cut 35.
Yeah, Jerry. So we had a small group of players, kind of split evenly, offense, defense. Could have picked a lot of guys. We tried to pick a small group of veteran players that had inquired about being a part of the process. They had the opportunity to come in to Baltimore or be a part of a Zoom. We had both. We had some guys on Zoom. We had some guys that were in person. And they met with all the finalists. So over the last week of the process, they met with all the candidates that were coming in. And I can also say that some of our players are still involved in the process and will be involved with the process as pertains to coordinators and other hires as well, which we're excited about. Their opinion was valuable, very helpful. They came at it from a different perspective as players. The feedback that we got from the candidates was fantastic.
For what it's worth, Sashi Brown got asked one question, and that was my question, and he did talk about technology changing the way the process can work. And you can have these guys, you can have a candidate in the building and then pull up a computer or a screen and put person A on the screen, and he can talk to that person via Zoom.
I mean, look, I don't know the particulars, but I mean, like, I don't know. It would seem kind of silly to me if it was like, Bateman and like Awuzie and like, I mean, I'm trying to think of somebody else fringy, like I would think it's people like Roquan, people like Kyle Hamilton, people like Lamar, people like Ronnie Stanley.
Yes.
Higher paid guys, Mark Andrews, guys
and look,
that are making
they're not.
money.
They're just. It's sort of, I think, like a courtesy.
Derrick Henry.
But we know who's driving this process and who's driven this process. And like Lamar Jackson's not calling quarterbacks all over the league to download them on their quarterback coach or like, hey, like, hey, Caleb. What can you tell me about Declan Doyle? Like,
that's actually humorous.
This is not like scale of 1 to 5. What do you think of Declan Doyle? Like, I know he does. Like, what does Declan Doyle actually do? Because I know he's not drawing up the play sheet, and I know he's not calling the plays. So, like, what does he do at practice? Like, it just doesn't. That's not what's going on.
Coming up next. Jesse Minter was doing the car wash thing yesterday. Earlier, we heard him on the Pat McAfee show. Later, he joined our friend Rich Eisen. What do you have to say on the Rich Eisen show? We'll hear from the Ravens head coach next here on The Fan.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over, and football is done. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New year, new car, new deals at Bob Bell Nissan. Drive off today in one of 6 fabulous Nissan models under $30K. No credit, bad credit, no problem. No application refused. We make it easy. BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
and the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry, Baltimore's go-to spot for cash and gold. Turn what you don't wear into cash today with a fast, free, no-obligation evaluation.
Five Finger Death Punch brings their 20th anniversary World Tour 2026 with special guests Cody Jinks and Eva Under to Jiffy Lube Live on October 23rd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Jesse Minter has a unique opportunity of becoming a first-time head coach with a desirable organization that has a franchise quarterback in the prime of his career. Expectations will remain high, and Minter told the Rich Eisen Show that he embraces the lofty goals.
I think that's probably why I'm sitting here. I think they feel like my leadership style will bring this whole thing together, bring the players together, create a synergy amongst us that we're all doing this for each other. And I think that'll be the main goal going forward.
Maryland returns home to take on number 12 Purdue. The Terps drop back-to-back road games at Illinois and Michigan State to fall to 1-8 in the Big Ten, while the Boilermakers have lost 3 straight after starting 7-0 in conference play. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage Sunday at noon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 20s with an overnight low of 5. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 22. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps O's, and you're home for Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalese. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
So it was a great opportunity to talk to Steve. I had met him a few times, certainly being here, working in the organization. But first time that we're really, really talking and trying trying to just talk about the vision that both of us have for what this organization can accomplish. It's obviously accomplished great things previously, and really just the kind of the new voice and the new way and creating some new ways to operate and achieve our goals. And so it was great getting to know Steve. He's a wonderful owner to work for. Great to be with Eric DeCosta, Ozzie Newsome, Sashi Brown, all those involved at the top of the organization. And couldn't be luckier to walking into this place.
That's Jesse Minter, and I was curious to hear, like, sitting on the podium is probably nerve-wracking for him, but doing the car wash, he does sound a little more relaxed. We heard him earlier.
I thought he was fine on the podium.
But, yes, but he feels looser. To me, he sounds a little looser talking to McAfee and now Rich Eisen than he did sitting up there. There was a lot of
things. A lot of things are going to change, but apparently, play like a Raven is here.
Well,
he said that at the
I
presser.
think play like a Raven should go in the Ring of Honor. Like, there should just, it should just be like play like a Raven. Like, there should be a plaque that says play like a Raven, and you put the plaque up there like a retired number.
What about Mighty
Except
Men?
it lives forever. No.
Funny.
Doesn't make the cut?
Mighty Men doesn't make the cut. Play like a, because I don't think, if Minter says Mighty Men, then somebody put him up to it.
Yeah, he's not going to
I don't think, and I
Aloysius?
Huh?
Aloysius put him up to it?
Even on, he's not going to listen to Aloysius. It'd have to be somebody on the inside.
For
It'd have
what
to be PR playing a joke on him.
For what it's worth, and this is over 10 years ago, I was doing a show with Jonathan Ogden, and this was probably around the time that Play Like a Raven started to stick. And I asked Jonathan Ogden, I said, what does Play Like a Raven mean to you? And he thought for a minute, he goes, it's a marketing slogan.
Well, he was right. He's absolutely right.
Awesome. He was very cynical about it.
That's
awesome. It's a marketing.
It's one that just might endure.
Yeah, well, it has.
Yeah, dude, he said it at his introductory presser. That's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Well,
some things are going to change.
Not that.
But not that. Apparently not that.
More from Jesse Minter joining Rich Eisen, and was asked what he can bring the franchise that's different than what Harbs brought.
Tons of love and respect for John. Obviously, gave me the opportunity to get in the door here. And so it's really more about me, my own style, my own way to connect with people, my own way to connect with the players, try to create an environment where we can get the best out of everybody. And that's certainly been done here before. So it's not a earth-shattering difference, I would say. But I think the players will feel it being a little bit different, being my style, being how we operate with standards and how we're trying to achieve the things that we want to achieve. And so really just look forward to that opportunity to continue to really start with the relationship piece with the players. That's an ongoing process. Those things take time. And so that's really the main focus right now, along with building a staff, is to getting to know these guys, talking to them, hearing them out, listening to them about things that things that they enjoy, things that maybe whatever they want to talk about. And so really look forward to just being collaborative with the staff, with the players, creating the best environment in the NFL for players to get better, for players to develop, and ultimately to build the best team in the league.
One of those things when you don't have one of these for 20 years is like hearing, he stressed that at the presser too, like building the relationships with the players.
Yeah, no, I think he gets that, and I think he'll be able to do that. I think he's real, and I think he's genuine. But ultimately, he's going to be judged in their eyes on, am I getting better? Are we getting better? Am I on a path to make more money? And a head coach can only do so much in regards to that. It's where the assistants come in. It's where the quality control guys come in who can take more off your plate so you can focus more on the players. That's where, even sort of the player development guys and the former players that you have working with them on what they might be going through off the field, whatever. But especially on the offensive side of the ball, he could be the greatest communicator in the world. Mm-hmm. If they think the OC's over his skis and they're not buying what he's selling, the relationship with the head coach ain't going to matter because he's going to be putting out fires on offense all day long. And eventually that stain's going to be on him.
Yes.
That's why I would be fighting financially, throwing money in front of people, the right people who I think at least I know can come in from day one and do the job. They don't have to try to prove they can do. They've done the job. They've done the job well. That should be a prerequisite on the other side of the ball.
But in terms of who he is as a coach, obviously he's a Harbaugh disciple, John and Jim. But he's also going to be his own guy. Like, he's not going to come in and it'd be exactly like John Harbaugh. Who's got it better than us? Like, he's not going to use every single tired cliche that John Harbaugh was using for 18 years. He's going to do it his own way. And he's also, 20 years younger than John? So it's kind of a fresher, younger perspective as well.
More from Jesse Minter on the Rich Eisen show. Talks about taking over a team with high expectations.
I think it's a challenge you embrace. And I think it's really like, man, we need a really connected team. We need a connected team, coach to player, player to coach, player to player, side of the ball to side of the ball, special teams to everybody. And I think that's probably why I'm sitting here. I think they feel like my leadership style will bring this whole thing together, bring the players together, create a synergy amongst us that we're all doing this for each other. And I think that'll be the main goal going forward.
So he doesn't duck expectations. And we heard at that press conference yesterday, while we famously, and we played the hell out of it during the season, Harbs didn't want to talk about Super Bowl or bust. They were all about that's what the goal is here yesterday and moving forward. And by the way, Jason, when you do that and you don't duck that, then if it goes sideways, it's all the worse because you've told everybody we're about winning Super Bowls.
Yeah, and look, I don't know that you have a lot of choices other to say that when your $60 million quarterback's about to become a whatever $1 million quarterback, and when your owner has already said it, and he said it a year ago when he gave Harbaugh an extension. I said it on state TV, so maybe not as many people saw it, but he did say it. So, yeah, I mean, and whatever you thought of Harbs, and we all thought, time to go, whatever. The dude won a lot of games here. He accomplished a lot of things here. He was on a unique, historically significant coaching path. And, yeah, I mean, there are a lot of similarities between him and Harbs, even having the dad who's a coach and the coaching family and all that. Like, it's very similar.
I can't stress this enough, though. I'm not going to kill Sashi Brown, Eric DeCosta, Steve Bisciotti, Jesse Minter, whoever wants to use, hey, we're trying to win a Super Bowl. Like, that's what I want to hear my team say. Dan Duquette, remember that? We're trying to be competitive. We're trying to be competitive.
Throw me nuts.
Bringing up Art Rooney. Saying, Mike Tomlin, he was so competitive. Like, I was almost cussed. BS, dude. Like, you're trying to win a championship. That is the
absolutely.
Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. It's not to make the playoffs. It's not to have a winning record for 25 consecutive seasons. You're trying to win a championship. And ultimately, there's one of 32 teams that do so in the NFL every single year, and you know how difficult it is, but that is always the goal. And that's why we played the heck out of that cut from John Harbaugh saying, Super Bowl or bust. You've never won anything.
I wonder if Jesse Minter will implore anybody to read their Bible.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know about him in his how important religion is. Jesse Minter, one more. What are his plans for Lamar Jackson in the offense?
Yeah, I think it takes a very creative, innovative person to build an offense for Lamar Jackson and for the players we have in place, the Derrick Henrys, the Zay Flowers, all the guys here, Mark Andrews. And so it's going to be a very collaborative offense built around the guys that we have, the players that we have, the strengths of each player, and then having the best quarterback in the National Football League. And we want plays where he can thrive on schedule, and we can make the offense easy for him at times with having a really dominant running game and having plays off of the running game that create explosives and create completions for him. And then you know that you have Lamar, and then when it becomes crunch time and something's covered up, that he has this magical power to make plays in those situations. And so it's gonna be a very creative, innovative offense built around who we have, and most importantly, built around Lamar Jackson.
So that's what he wants his OC to do, but he doesn't have an OC yet.
Can't wait.
And maybe over the weekend we get an announcement.
Of his staff.
Yeah, maybe we get some more answers this weekend, Jason. Maybe we get a 5:00 news dump.
Maybe
Friday news dump.
48 minutes away.
Yeah, people love the Friday news dumps.
Fromber?
Yeah, well, I'm Adam Fromber. I'm out.
I was all on bated breath anymore.
No.
After a 5-month off season, now you've given up. January 30th, you threw in the towel.
I threw my
Fromber watch started like 30 minutes after the season ended.
So today is the 30th. I was out on the 28th. That's when I officially got out on the Framber Watch. So 2 days ago.
I feel like we talked about it since then. You declared that on the air? I don't recall that.
Beltway Ben, haven't I been out for a couple days on Framber?
In our conversation, too.
Oh, maybe I didn't say it on the air. I apologize.
It's news to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. He has.
Bone, why didn't you put that in your update 2 days ago? Why wasn't that in the fan flash? Oh, and Ken Wyman is officially out on Framber Watch. Yeah. It either happens or it doesn't, but he's not as hopeful as he used to be. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. Yes.
Maybe put that. Can you add
that to the 4:30?
I think we need that in an update.
Can you add that?
Or maybe email Boomer and Valenti or Bruno and Valenti and see if you could get that in the rundown. Yeah, I know. Maybe we could get that in their rundown.
Only 2 shows left.
I actually
next football.
I think 2 days ago I tweeted essentially what Jason just said. I'm out on Framber Watch. If he signs, he signs. Like essentially what
we've talked about it since then, and I didn't get that vibe from you.
I didn't. I don't know. I didn't go all in on it. I don't remember what I said, but I've been. It's been a couple
you've been
days.
saying a lot of all these people keep saying it's about to happen.
Yeah, it kind of turned a couple days ago.
Really?
Yeah. Unfortunately. Coming up next.
Who's going to move?
League at large. Who's taking these final 2 jobs? And Jason, I got to get your thoughts. The Vikings fired their GM today. That's came out of nowhere. At least I thought so. That's next here on The Fan.
You have 6 senses.
Hello?
Why not use at least 2 of them? Hear and see Inside Access on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
AJ Michaels, bringing comfort and savings to Baltimore area homes since 1978.
At AJ Michaels Heating and Cooling, you get maximum value for your investment. You'll save substantial energy, get big rebates, and a 30% tax credit. That's value. Find us at ajmichaels.com. That's ajmichaels.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Ben Washington in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy after 195, clearing a disabled vehicle near the Beltway. 95 southbound past Ski Highway, there's an accident. That's on the right side. And 95 southbound at 395, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. Inner loop of the Beltway slows briefly passing I-70 through Woodlawn. Then the inner loop slows again briefly through Towson between Charles Street and York Road. 895 northbound heavy between I-97 and the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Well, we'll have to wait to get to some of this league at large stuff, and maybe we'll get to it in the 5 o'clock hour, because I do want to get your thoughts on these things. But the Ravens have made it official, at least according to Adam Schefter. The Ravens are hiring Declan Doyle as their offensive coordinator. He is 29 years old, which is the same age as Lamar Jackson. He is the Ravens' offensive coordinator.
You guys talk about it.
I find him to be interesting. And Jason, please don't take this the wrong way, because I get everything you're saying. I do want to give him a chance before I start yelling at him. Like, if it fails miserably in September, yes. But I find him interesting. He was not my first choice.
Had you heard of him 2 weeks ago?
I had not. I had not heard of Davis. Well, I had heard of Davis Webb. I had not heard of Nate Shieldhouse 2 weeks ago. I had heard of Davis Webb.
I think you'd heard of Nate Shieldhouse.
Probably.
They interviewed Nate Shieldhouse 2 weeks ago, so you'd heard of Nate
Shieldhouse. Sure. Well, so then 4 weeks ago. Like a month ago, I hadn't heard of Nate Shieldhouse. But no, Declan Doyle. The first time I heard Declan Doyle's name, frankly, was when he turned down the Eagles when they asked to interview with him. Mm-hmm. That was the first time I heard Declan Doyle's name. And then I look it up, and I'm like, okay, first-year OC, but he's with Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson, the offense is his baby. That's why he got the Bears job. So he's Ben Johnson's first-year apprentice is basically the way I read that.
But we just talked about this in real time, and I thought we were all more comfortable with Cliff Kingsbury, who we didn't want in the building at all, over Declan Doyle. Am I misrepresenting that?
I was kind of 50-50. I was 50-50.
I said that.
Yeah.
There is part of me, and maybe I'm the jackass. I like, part of me is intrigued by this guy. But this is fraught with peril. Yeah, he's 29 years old.
You're ultimately hoping that he's got the Ben Johnson secret sauce, and
he's been with him a year.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. But that's what you're hoping for. It's bold. It is a bold hire.
A reminder: Declan Doyle's 29. How old's Lamar?
29.
They're the same age.
Yes. It's a very bold hire. And I'm all for bold hires, but it's just the different circumstances. Like, if you brought in Sean McDermott and you wanted to bring in Declan Doyle, all right, man. Like, I'm all for it. Like, you're doing something different. You're hoping you can get that next rising offensive guru. It's not even 30. Like, yeah, but is it? All of the inexperience gives me pause. And look, it could all still work. I have no idea. We shall see when the games are real in September. I'm just saying at this point on January 30th, it's a lot of inexperience on this staff.
There are people like to put the comp on Minter and McDonald. McDonald brought in an OC his first year that he had to blow out after 1 year.
Yes.
That happened, correct? Like he brought his first OC. He blew out of the building after 1 year.
Yeah, brought from college. It was a disaster.
Yeah.
And Lamar Jackson can cover a ton of warts, but
I can tell you this: he does not have the vast knowledge and experience of Todd Monken.
If they had hired Declan Doyle or someone, change the name, same pedigree, or lack thereof, at the time they went from Roman to Monken, people would have been irate. People would have been like, what the hell are we doing? Now, if you want to tell me Lamar's advanced to the point where it really doesn't matter, I'd say you're out of your mind, especially with a rookie head coach.
I don't
buy that.
I don't agree with that either.
I think it's interesting. They are keeping the experts out. They do not want experienced experts who come in with a way of doing things and with an internal knowledge and an internal expertise of the job that they're being paid by the Baltimore Ravens to do. They are going out of their way to find people who are utterly inexperienced. I find that interesting, odd, and I told you it was going to happen in November. And I told you when they didn't fire DeCosta, when they fired Harbaugh, get ready to see what full autonomy looks like. Get ready to see the ultimate power grab. They will keep anybody out who would have any semblance of wherewithal, willpower, determination, know-how to say no to anything. This is the epitome of a puppet regime. Could it work? Yes. Is it worth it? If you're a fan of the Baltimore Ravens, do you really think it's worth it to double and triple and quadruple down on young guys who've never done it before, given where this franchise is? I find it to be ridiculous, but I also find it to be utterly predictable because I predicted before it even had a chance to happen.
You did predict all this. I find it fascinating.
They needed to reboot across the board. They didn't, and you as Ravens fans will pay. You will be the ones holding the bag. Steve will be on his yacht. He'll be at the home games, probably not the road games. It is what it is. But it doesn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be this way. Again, 20 people. They wanted to download all the best and the brightest, and they've got the best job. They told you it's the best job, and they've got the best organization of everybody hiring people. But one kid wants to stay with McVay, and one kid wants to stay with Sean Payton, and they don't want to mess with a Dable who actually will be able to do the job from day one. So this is what you get. A guy no one in this town heard of 2 weeks ago. Yes. Could it work? Sure. Does anybody in this room who you want an experienced head coach, you want an experience, how many six-packs did we do?
Yes.
This isn't just me.
No.
We've been doing this for weeks. I've been building this for weeks.
Yes.
Well, you can change your tune now if you want. But I'm telling you, if they tried to hire Declan Doyle 2 years ago over Monk, all of us would have been pissed off because we all wanted Monk. Why? Because Monk's already an expert. We want an expert. We don't want to find out. We don't want to look-see. We don't want to guess. We don't want to hope. We don't want to project. Lamar got his extension. Lamar's making real money. Get an expert. Harb's got an expert. The experts are out of the building. The coaching experts are out of the building. The puppet regime is here. Yes, could it work? Sure. I highly doubt it. I can't wait for Ravens season totals to come out. I will be fading them.
By the way, for what it's worth, and you probably should know this already, being that we told you he's 29, Declan Doyle is the youngest offensive coordinator in the National Football League. 29 years old.
It's not surprising. It's 30.
I mean, I'm not telling you that this league always knows who to talk to and who not to talk to. But this guy wasn't making the circuit of interviews like Davis Webb or like Shieldhouse or anything like that.
For what it's worth, because nobody knows about Declan Doyle, before going to Ben Johnson, he was the tight end coach under Sean Payton in Denver. So that's where he was before he went to Ben.
Sean Payton did not move heaven and earth to keep him in the building.
He did not.
He did. But he did for Davis Webb.
Yeah, he did.
Who played in the league as a quarterback and played in a lot of different systems.
But Jason, to be fair, you wouldn't want Davis Webb as the offensive coordinator in this situation.
I'd take him over this. Absolutely, I'd take him over this.
But I'm
saying,
I'd
take him over Declan Doyle.
Sure, but he's a guy that hasn't called plays either.
But he's been a quarterback in the league. He's been associated with the NFL for a long time. In a substantial way. I'd take Sean Mannion over him. I was the one, Josh McCown. I would interview Josh McCown for the head coaching job, and damn sure tried to fight and claw and keep him in my building as an OC.
He did say that. You were on Josh McCown a long time ago.
There's a certain type, the journeyman quarterback, and McCown's more experienced than all those guys. McCown's older than all those guys. McCown was coaching. McCall was coaching his kids in high school ball, and Howie Roseman was calling and begging every day to get him back in his building to help build up Jalen Hurts, and eventually he did. He was there as a backup quarterback. No, he's really more there as a quarterback coach. Like, there's plenty of people outside the box who would be more ready for this, than Declan Doyle.
Coming up next, we will get, Jerry Aloysius Coleman, the doctor, late great, probably just woke up from a nap. He might not be aware yet about Declan Doyle, but we will make him aware next here on The Fan.
Subscribe to The Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Play Keno from the Maryland Lottery and enter your tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No training required. Please play responsibly.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Bob Haynie to talk about Jones Bel-Air Hyundai's New Year's sales event, which is happening now. Save now on a huge selection of Hyundais. See my friend Kevin Brammer, the sales director, for a great sales experience. Celebrate the new year with low 0% factory financing and make no payments until April 2026 on every new Hyundai. Jones makes it easy for you as banks are on site for instant credit approval. And Kevin will give you $500 more for your trade-in than CarMax. As always, every new Hyundai comes with a Jones for a lifetime guarantee, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and a lifetime engine guarantee. With over 1 million likes and reviews, you too can be a satisfied customer. Jones Hyundai is part of Jones Junction and is only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall, or you can see their great selection at jonesjunction.com to find the car or truck that is right for you.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football postseason for their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials, $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
Traffic sponsored by JATC Local 24.
From from the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Route 32 westbound at Guilford Road in Howard County. There's an accident. Watch for police direction there. I-70 eastbound at the Beltway in Woodlawn. There's a disabled vehicle. That's on the right side. Traffic's getting by single file to the left. And 95 southbound past Key Highway. Still have an accident there on the right side. 95 northbound past Washington Boulevard. There's a crash now. And 95 southbound at 395 clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. All lanes are open. On the inner loop of the Beltway, slows briefly passing I-70. Then the inner loop slows again through Towson between Charles Street and York Road. 895 northbound heavy between I-97 and the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic. Looking for a great opportunity where you can earn while you learn? Check out the Electrical Apprenticeship Program at JATC Local 24. Go to jatc24.org for more info.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
According to reports, the Ravens are expected to hire Declan Doyle as their offensive coordinator. Doyle was the OC for the Bears in 2025, but did not call plays. He's the youngest coordinator in the NFL at 29 years old. The Ravens hired Jesse Minter to become their next head coach and are now looking to build out his staff. Offensive coordinator will be an important hire for Minter, and he recently joined the Pat McAfee show and described what he will be looking for in his OC.
Connector and an innovator and a scheme builder around the best player in the world. Very creative, built on the things that have made this organization always successful, and I think that's playing great defense, having the ability to control the game with running the football, but ultimately building an offense around Lamar's skill set.
Maryland returns home to take on number 12 Purdue. The Terps drop back-to-back road games at Illinois and Michigan State to fall to 1-8 in the Big Ten, while the Boilermakers have lost 3 straight after starting 7-0 in conference play. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage Sunday at noon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 20s with an overnight low of 5. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 22. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps O's, and you're home for Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
You know what that music means? And man, it's coming on with breaking news. This is a man who has basically covered every offensive coordinator that's ever worked in this town, and now he gets to cover Declan Doyle, who is the same age as Lamar Jackson. Declan Doyle, if you're just tuning in, the new offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens under Jesse Minter, and joining us now, the late, great Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. And Jared, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it. I thought we were going to start with yesterday's presser, but got to start with Declan Doyle.
Yeah, and thank God for Google and Wikipedia. Declan is an American professional coach who is an offensive coordinator. No, never heard of him, honestly. Not a guy that I had on the Ravens' radar. But, it's slim pickings these days in terms of offensive coordinators and coaching options. So this is the guy they went with. Well, I don't know if Lamar's on board or not, because I don't think Lamar was anywhere involved in terms of the hiring of Jesse Minter, except by Zoom, perhaps.
Does it concern you with the lack of experience thus far? There's still plenty of staffing roles to be filled, but the lack of experience so far on Jesse Minter's staff, does that concern you, Jerry?
A little bit, yeah, with guys who I think do need to be pushed around a little bit. That's what John Harbaugh was trying to do from Lamar on down, is trying to find ways to motivate these guys, and get them through the regular season and get their act together to be ready to play in the postseason. It didn't work out, and John is gone, but here we are with a rookie coach who hasn't coached at any level. And obviously, this isn't the way the reports go, Tim, a lateral move because he's going to have play calling duties, but a guy who's, been an offensive coordinator for the Bears. He was a tight ends coach for the Broncos, and that's his NFL major experience. I know he began with the Saints and, had a run there, but not a whole lot at the NFL level.
We're very excited that Todd Monken is staying in the AFC North. How about the Browns hiring Monk?
I mean, with all due respect to the real city of losers, and that's Buffalo.
Yes.
Don't ever forget Buffalo.
How
You
could
always maintain that, okay, until proven otherwise. But without that fraud LeBron James getting that one title during our lifetime.
Get you straight here. I asked you about Todd Monken.
Well, because he inserts himself in everything. He loves to insert himself.
Has he tweeted about this hire? Did I miss that? Is he pro-Monk,
sure
anti-Monk?
I mean, the last I saw, he was upset about Belichick not getting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But if not for that fraud getting that one title, Cleveland, the factory of sadness, is an absolute loserville, okay? So we know that Todd will be out within 3 years, but God bless him. He's around our age. He's got golden opportunity. I mean, number one, he's going to a loser place. Number two, he's working for a loser owner.
That's true.
Number three, he has a few losers at quarterback, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So he's fighting an uphill battle. He is.
You are the expert on
God
losers.
bless him. He can always go back and be an offensive coordinator.
We're talking to loser authority Jerry Aloysius Coleman. It's Inside Access here on the Fan. Jerry, what did you think of yesterday's presser?
A lot of gatekeeping, huh, Jerry?
I thought that was a loser in terms of the way. Don't call it a press conference. Don't call it a press conference. Okay, let's call it a staged event.
There you go.
Because Ken and Tim, you guys were there. You know what it was. You didn't get a question in, did you?
I didn't get a number.
I got a
did not
question.
get a number.
Right, but I'm sure Tim would have, if it were a legitimate press conference, Tim would have got a question in because he would have called it out and would have, actually been heard.
Yep.
And I don't understand why the Ravens can't do what the Orioles do with David Rubenstein. They have never done anything by that nature, and they never intend to. From what I've heard, it's ridiculous. You don't get away with that in any type of major market where you're assigned a number. And I did, I was like, Casey.
What number were you, Jerry? We know, but what number? You've been covering the team since its inception. So what number?
You weren't number one. We found out who their favorite reporter is.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't get the hugs in the parking lot.
You don't want that stuff, Jerry.
I was I moved up to number 15 from number 16. So
what did you have to do to move up? Did you have to bribe somebody?
I think I know. I think the guy from the Baltimore Business Journal didn't show up for this press conference because that's who went in front of me the last one.
So would you say it was shambolic? Was it a sham?
I think it absolutely was. You can't. That's not a press conference. I'm sorry. What was so?
That's why I abstained.
Intrusive. And I'll tell you, the general manager was a little perplexed about it too when I spoke to him afterwards. I will say that he did tell me that. He didn't understand why. He did ask me why, I don't. He goes, what took you so long to ask a question? Okay. That's what he.
Jerry, you're being played, bro. You don't think he knew how that thing was going to go down? Come on now.
Well, whatever. I mean, it's only the second time. If he did, he kept a nice poker face about it. But you can't hold me back.
He's a good liar.
15 and. Unfortunately, I didn't even ask the question I really wanted to ask, which was about analytics, because I had to scratch so many other questions off my list. I couldn't read my chicken scratch.
Well, Jerry, I do want to get to the question that you did ask because I thought it was a great question, like you typically ask.
Yes.
Lamar Jackson, players involved in all of this. I thought it was interesting that Eric did not mention Lamar's name in his response. Did you find that interesting?
Yeah. Yeah, because I mentioned him specifically in the question. And, he touched that very well. Like, Joe Flacco will be dodging balls to Pro Bowl this week during dodgeball. Obviously, Lamar wasn't there because I feel like if Lamar was there, they would have highlighted that. I heard from a very good source that Kyle Hamilton did fly up and go to these meetings. And if that's the case, and he's there and he flew in and Lamar is just sitting there on some Zoom call, and again, this is reportedly from some people I've spoken to, then that's crazy. I mean, we'll see. I was surprised how few lack of current players were there yesterday. There were a lot of former players.
Bad weather. I mean, it has been crazy weather.
The players that were there are guys that are probably in the building rehabbing.
Exactly. That's what I figured. I don't know what Travis Jones is dealing with, but, he was the most prominent current player that I saw there yesterday.
Justice Hill was there.
With all due respect to with all due respect to anyone who I may have missed. And again, I even said, I think, to Eric DeCosta and many others that I walked by Jesse Minter at least 200 times and never said a word to him. So he doesn't know. He doesn't know who I am. He has no idea who I am.
We're talking to Dr. Jerry Aloysius, Coleman, MD. What'd you think of the food? It was a surprise.
I'm done with that place. It was a surprise.
Wow.
It was a surprise.
Wow.
But it was a pleasant surprise after the breakfast that I almost indulged. So I was happy it came, but that particular place, I'm good. I'm good with that place. They need to switch it up a little bit. I mean, they have a multi-million-dollar catering operation just a few feet away. They have various food trucks they bring in for Food Truck Tuesday or Wednesday, whatever particular day. Well, I don't know if that tradition will continue. I mean, that's the equivalent of asking for game balls to the coach yesterday, or whether he's going to stay on social media. Those are all questions that can be asked later. I mean, I got all sorts of, questions via social media that I should be asking about, from the jerseys to whether or not he's going to stay on Instagram.
What about on your other site, on your media food site, where people are asking you about the food there?
We don't know.
We don't know that for sure.
We don't know if that's him.
Did you tweet about this on your burner account?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I saw that account ripped into the Ravens a little bit.
That you saw? You happened, it came up on your timeline that account was ripping the Ravens?
Timeline. I follow that account, Baltimore Media Free Foods. I follow that account. It's a tremendous account. The Ravens, you know what's the best thing about it? The Ravens PR department hates it.
They hate it? Well.
Oh, yeah. They can't stand it. Well, they've tried to get Elon Musk to disable the
fight the power, account. Coleman. Fight the power.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Jerry, going in a little different direction. I did want to get your thoughts on Bill Belichick, not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Shameful, really is. I mean, I don't know. Some of these people that vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, there's a bunch of .com guys out there. Like JoeBucksFan.com has a vote. There's another fraud in Cincinnati. That guy Jeff Hobson. He's got a vote.
Wow. Oh, because he works for. He does work for the team website.
Yeah. We got into it. He worked great. He works for Bengals.com. Why does he vote for the Pro Football Hall of Fame? You don't think he's a little bit biased?
I know him. I'd be surprised. Has that come out that he didn't vote for Belichick? I would think that Butchie voted
I don't know.
For
Belichick.
Saw the list
Either way, the stray stands.
How about the guy in Indianapolis not voting for him,
Yeah,
though?
Mike
But
Chappell.
Polian had nothing to do with it. The place where Polian was forever votes against Belichick.
Yeah, it's just an interesting list. I'm not going to mention some of the other names on there.
Why not? You started.
Well, I got into it with him on 105.7 years ago about Mike Brown being a terrible, terrible person and owner, and he defended the guy working for Bengals.com for some reason.
I don't know if Mike Brown's a terrible
AFC
person. You think Mike Brown's? I don't know that he's a terrible person. You think he's a terrible person?
Well, he makes
I think he's
his
just
players
cheap.
walk across the.
Well,
He makes his players walk across the street to practice. He makes his players walk across. Someone could be hit by a car.
Well, they do a pretty good job. I mean, I've been there a lot. They do a pretty good job. Like, it's a side street, Jerry. Like, it's not like, I mean, it's behind the stadium. It's not like they're walking across York Road or something.
All right. What about the making the fans shovel for their seats?
They do that in Buffalo. They do that in a lot of places. He's cheap. I'm not one to defend billionaires, and technically he's probably not a billionaire, even though the team's
Might be
worth
$100 million.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he's a terrible person.
Maybe he's a half decent human being,
Maybe,
but he's
probably.
a terrible
bad owner.
Football owner. Terrible.
Jared, what's going on in the podcast world?
Biff Poggi was on this week. He had a lot to say. He did wear sleeves.
Wow,
he
that's
came
an upset.
on. I know I didn't even know he owned a shirt.
Me neither.
Sleeves, but we didn't get to see the biceps or the triceps. But Biff was great. Had a lot to say about Jesse Minter, about St. Francis, about whether or not he has a relationship with Gilman. And it was interesting what he had to say about Minter because they spent some time together, obviously, with the Harbaugh group there at Michigan. And Joe Flacco was on the week before, but this was prior to him finding out
he's a Pro
he
Bowler.
had finally reached elite status, yes, as a Pro Bowler. Remember, folks, all pro is what matters, not Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
All pro.
Yes. Jer, before we let you go, if you have any of the gift certificates for that place you're done with, I'm not done with them.
Yeah, I'll
be
take some
happy
too.
to take those.
I'll take them as well.
You know what? They're coming your way. You can have. We'll work something out. And it's Be More Sports Pod.
Yes,
I never mentioned the
Everybody
address.
knows that.
Yeah.
Be More Sports Pod is where you can watch it or listen to it.
And what is the other one?
preeminent
Baltimore Free Media Food again? What is that? What is your burner?
Well, it's
That's
not
on
his.
X,
We don't
Baltimore
know.
Media Free Food. Whoever operates that is a
They do a great
genius.
job.
It is not
Yeah.
me.
It's a must
Nothing
follow.
to do with that. No, yeah. But I would check out Be More Sports Pod when you get an opportunity. That's what I would suggest.
Jerry, you're the best.
All right. Always good to catch up with you guys. You know that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go Google more about Declan Doyle.
Declan Doyle. D-Clan. Oh, thanks, Jerry. There he goes. The late, great.
Declan until otherwise.
Yeah, I hear you. I like that.
The late, great Dr. Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD.
Cut him off.
Yeah, there you go.
Segment's got to end eventually.
That
bye.
doesn't come. Yeah.
That's great. That's great.
That is the best. All right. See you guys.
D-Clan.
410-583-1057. Declan Doyle, the new Ravens OC. Your thoughts. 410-583-1057.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. It's the last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff, the final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. It's the Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel's making sure you're in on it. If you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count. Because after the Super Bowl, the season's over and football is officially done. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cooper Flagg broke out last night for the Dallas Mavericks as the first teenager in the NBA to score 49 points in a game. He became the 9th player with multiple 40-point games in his rookie season. The only thing missing from the night was the win as the rookie's final shot fell short. It's just another milestone on Cooper Flagg's way to his Rookie of the Year award. I'm Adam Abdallah.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Brought to you by Staples.
2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Get that back-to-business energy with up to $100 off custom print orders on business cards, flyers, signs, and more. Shop everything you need to fuel the momentum in-store and online. Staples, that was easy. Ends 131.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan & Dermer, the comfort guys. Hey, it's Jeremy Kahn for Farnan & Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For details, just call the Comfort Guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Out of the Beltway past Reisterstown Road, there's an accident backed up to before Greenspring Avenue. I-70 eastbound at the Beltway in Woodlawn. Disabled vehicle is on the right side. And 95 southbound past Key Highway, there's an accident. That's on the right side. 95 southbound at 395, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's Smiles for Miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
410-583-1057. Oh, question. Jerry wouldn't get off the damn phone, but we have time to take at least one call. 410-583.
Blame Jerry.
1057. Kai's in Reichstadt. I haven't talked to Kai in a while. Kai, you're
What's
on
up,
the fan.
Kai?
Hey, fellas. Hey, look, a lot of story behind me and Ken. They born at the same hospital, Sinai, representing.
Yes.
But listen.
We hung out there.
Yes, we did. Hey, Jason. Oh, man. You're a good guy. Thank you I already thank Ben, but thank you too, Jason, because I'm going to give you credit. You said 10, take the Wizards 10.5. I was like, no, this was on the 24th. I won, $331 off that one. But, I thought they covered. I was like, yes.
I've been bad on the Wizards lately, so that must have been a minute ago.
I think it was January 24th, if I go back and look at my FanDuel. Anyway, man, listen, D-Clan, Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang Clan, yeah.
I'll take the Wu-Tang Clan. Give me Method Man. I'll take Method Man
ODB.
as the OC. Well, that would be a tough one.
Yeah, I know.
I don't care what clan it is. Long as he can adjust, make in-game adjustments, and know the severity of the game and be in tune with the game to give Derrick Henry the ball. I don't care what clan he's a part of. We got to understand this, man. We got weapons on our offense, and we just have to use them the proper way. And I just feel like John Harbaugh, I don't want to. You know what?
Yeah, he's out. We can't blame him for nothing anymore.
We can't blame him for anything anymore. But I just want, Memphis. I love Memphis speak, Jason. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love what he's talking.
I have no issues with anything he said.
Right. I know you don't. You're just speaking what you know and what you feel. And you know, I can't nobody knock you for that. People, listen, Jason, you say a lot of statements. You almost changed my mind one time. I'm gonna be honest with you. But the only thing I'm saying is let the process work out. What's up, Tim?
What's going on, Kai?
Kai, we appreciate you.
All right, fellas.
See ya. By the way, 410-583-1057. You win 2 tickets to see Five Finger Death Punch October 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. It's 410-583-1057. You get to talk to Beltway Ben as well. Win 2
That's
tickets
a bonus.
to see Five Finger
Maybe
Death
he'll
Punch.
give you a winning bet.
October
Might give you a
23rd
play.
at Jiffy Lube Live. Bill Ripken joining us next here on The Fan.
The new number
Sports Radio.
is 105.7.
The Fan.
Please make a note of it.
I'm Chris Mack, here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Patriots offense has scuffled in the postseason despite reaching the Super Bowl. 18 points per game, 4.35 yards per play, less than 178 yards passing per game. Drake May's dinged up now, and they've got to play the Seattle defense. New England's averaged fewer than 15 first downs per game in the postseason, under 17.5 right now at BetMGM, essentially even money. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience. Or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ring in the new year with a great ride from Bob Bell Nissan. Whether you want a new Nissan or a dependable pre-owned vehicle, we've got you covered. Every credit application accepted. Got a trade? We'll be CarMax by up to $1,000. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
This is the sound of resilience. Relief. The sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenbaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Ben Washington in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The Constellation Home Employee Pricing Event is on. You save like we save, now through February 15th.
If you got a problem, I don't care what it is, I can help.
Get employee discounts on heating and cooling, a new water heater, plumbing or electrical work, windows, and more.
It would sure do me good to do you good, I can help.
Take advantage of employee discounts while they last. For details, visit constellationhome.com/EP. Terms and conditions apply.
Let me help.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. it's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Plaza Ford offers transparent pricing on their entire extensive inventory of new, used, or certified pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs with no hidden fees. Visit them online at plazaford.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalise.
According to reports, the Ravens are expected to hire Declan Doyle as their offensive coordinator. Doyle was the OC for the Bears in 2025, but did not call plays. He's the youngest coordinator in the NFL at 29 years old. The Ravens' chain of command has always had the head coach and GM reporting to the owner. GM Eric DeCosta said yesterday that things will remain status quo with Jesse Minter.
We've had a lot of success in a situation where the head coach and the general manager are partners and both report to the owner. I mean, we won 2 Super Bowls that way. We won a lot of games that way, and we believe in that system, working together, fighting together, and figuring things out together.
Maryland returns home to take on number 12 Purdue. The Terps drop back-to-back road games at Illinois and Michigan State to fall to 1-8 in the Big Ten, while the Boilermakers have lost 3 straight after starting 7-0 in conference play. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage Sunday at noon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 20s with an overnight low of 5. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 22. I'm Tim Barbalais, Ravens Terps O's, and you're home for Super Bowl 60. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalais. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
11 days till pitchers and catchers report, which makes it a perfect time to talk to our friend Bill Ripken about the Orioles. And Bill, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. I don't know where you are, but it's got to be warmer than where we are at the moment, where it feels like, I don't know if you're a Star Wars fan at all, but the first 25 minutes of Empire Strikes Back where they're on that icy planet, that's what it feels like here right now.
I'll take the analogy, but no, I'm not that much into Star Wars. I was recently at a pub and they were having a sci-fi trivia night going on while I was munching on my pizza and wings, and I didn't know anything. It was a good thing they came to James T. Kirk, and I got Tiberius when I was playing off to the side, but that's about it. But I'm in South Carolina. It's not as cold as where you are, but it ain't warm either, so we're supposed to get about an inch of snow early hours this morning.
Bill, we've been in the single digits overnight all week long, so I'm not going to feel bad for you. But pitchers and catchers reporting soon to Sarasota, and the Orioles recently had their Birdland Caravan, and Gunnar Henderson, you saw the power numbers drop a lot, 37 homers and 24 to 17 last year. He talked about having a shoulder impingement, and that's why a big reason why the power dropped. But you add a Pete Alonso, you add a Taylor Ward to help strengthen this lineup. Are you expecting a big bounce back from Gunnar?
Well, sure. I mean, he missed some time. He wasn't ready in spring training last year. He got out of the gate slow. that's expectable. But his talent is there. I think when Pete Alonso comes into this lineup, look, this dude only hits 35 bombs a year. That's just what he does. So I wouldn't expect him to fall short of that mark if he stays out there and healthy. The other thing he does is he posts. Mm-hmm. And I think what the Orioles have right now, the proverbial on paper, they got a bunch of boys that I think can go out there and post every single day. And I'd like to see, sitting afar, maybe a little consistency with those boys wanting to post when you put them in the lineup, where you put them in the lineup, and what position they play. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to see how this season's going to break loose with that, because it could turn into like quite a few DH/type this/type this/type that. And I'm not completely on board with that for the most part.
Yeah. During the caravan over the weekend, Pete Alonso, and maybe it's total nothing burger, but it certainly caught my attention, was talking about the new Oriole way, and you guys are going to see what the new Oriole way is. And look, one of my big disappointments with this regime is that the Oriole way that your dad was such a big part of instilling here had fallen by the wayside. And, you know, whether it's too much flexibility in the minors or whatever, guys are getting up here. They don't know how to run the bases. They don't know how to hit the cutoff man. They don't know how to do the little things. They aren't a specialist or an expert at any one position. So the overall team defense and baseball IQ gets dragged down. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like they should be talking about getting back to the Oriole way. But I guess you saw them a lot last year. Like, how much do they need to clean up from the fundamental standpoint?
Look, I think this is kind of industry-wide, to tell you the truth. I think they look, they emphasize, they put different meanings on certain things that don't necessarily go back to, shall we say, yesteryear. Mm-hmm. But I do agree with you. I like the way you said a big nothing burger to start with. I really don't know how Pete can spend his first part of his career or his whole career with the Mets playing in the big leagues and then say, okay, you guys are going to understand, because I've been talking to some people on the phone. I think you got to be in spring training. I think you have to have some games under your belt and understand what is actually going on the baseball field before the new this or that kind of comes into play. It is what it is. But I do think industry-wide, I'm not so sure how much the little things are spoken about or looked upon, because it does still seem that the 3-run bomb or swinging from your rear end and try to hit a homer is what most people in baseball want to do. So until some of that changes a little bit, until there is a little bit more emphasis put on, you know what, if we actually pay attention to what's going on and teams that do well, and we can talk about the Dodgers all you want, spending, buying money and everything else, but they got some boys who go out there and post. They're stubborn at home plate. They don't give away at bats. They put the ball in play. The Blue Jays were basically identical. I think they were the best in baseball at putting the ball in play and not punching out. So there are reasons to look at what used to work can still work in this game, and then you take your shots when you want to hit a 3-run bomb.
Well, Bill, Yelich, if you still want to say he's that guy, but he's not. Well, the Brewers won 97 games last year, and they weren't chasing 3-run homers. They were playing old school baseball, and they didn't have a huge payroll, right? And they were the best team in the National League in the regular season.
And look, I know Tampa does things a little bit different than what I would think about doing, but their platoonship that they put into place, they have the buy-in from everybody else that does it. If you want to talk about payroll, it's not very high. Yeah. They figure a guy that can plug and play and get things done, and they go to work. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect if you're going to say the new Oriole way. I think it's really in its infant stages to be calling anything the new Oriole way before day one's established.
Talking with Bill Ripken's Inside Access here on the Fan. Bone alluded to Taylor Ward and Pete Alonso when he talked to you about Gunnar earlier, but just it feels like, Bill, we've had you on for 2 years, and we've been begging them to put veterans in this clubhouse. And Ward and more so Alonso, what is that going to mean day to day to have those guys in the clubhouse?
I really don't know that much about the two individuals in their clubhouses before. Like, I wasn't lurking around to see what it is. But the thing that I like about Pete the most is the fact that I started with he hits 35 bombs and he posts every day.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of leadership, you don't have to sit in there and chirp. You don't have to talk a whole lot. You go out there and you do your job. Look, we know Gunnar wants to play. We know Jackson Holliday wants to get out there and play. We know Jordan Westberg wants to get out there and play. If we can keep away from some injury bugs and let these young boys go out there and kind of fit in, because I think a lot of people put way too much expectation on Jackson Holliday. Gunnar Henderson had the expectation thrust on him because he was so damn good out of the gate that we all expected. But I'd like to see these guys get a chance to stay healthy enough to get out there on the field, because I'd like to see, because like I said, on paper, I think these guys have a decent little group that they can establish boys that want to go out there and play. And I know I talked about the Blue Jays before. Look what they do. They got guys who go out there and post every single day. They play the same spot every single day. And I think that we can get back to that if we just pay attention.
Bill, we had you on a year ago, and we asked you about platoons, and you were saying it's just guys knowing that they're going to play every single day, knowing where they're going to bat in the lineup. I think you bring in Taylor Ward, you bring in Pete Alonso, you have a lot less of that. Like Albernaz was asked about platoons over the weekend and the righty-lefty splits, and he definitely seemed far from committing to platoons like we saw last year, where the offense was really scuffling. Just how important is it for these guys to kind of know where they're going to be in the lineup this year?
Well, and I think, too, where you're going to be on the field. I think they go hand in hand, and I've said this before. I don't think you can put your best defensive club on the field. If a guy plays third base one day, plays left field one day, plays right field one day, DH is one day in the week. He's been in the lineup 4 days in a week, hadn't played the same spot. We hope that Gunner's going to play short every day and Jackson Holliday's going to play second every day. And the comfort that those guys will start to develop, seeing that over and over again, they're going to get better together, by doing that. If Gunner can look over to his right, and I would suspect that Jordan Westberg's going to have first shot at third base, and see him over there every single day, there's going to be some plays made on the left side of the infield that maybe wasn't made in previous years. There's going to be an understanding where to be, who likes to do what, and things like that. So the idea of having to come in and check the lineup every single day, I don't think that's a very good feeling. When I've had success at the big leagues as a utility guy, I mean, I can remember Johnny Oates down in Texas. He walked around the first 2 weeks of spring training. It was myself, Devereaux was an extra, Lee Stevens was an extra, and we were hanging out in the outfield one day, and Johnny comes out. He goes, look, we got 4 off days with 8 games played out of the first 12 days, 4 off days. He goes, I don't see you guys getting in other than, if I need you during the game. So I'll come back and circle around on this and let you know, but I got to get my guys going, meaning Dean Palmer, right? Raffy's there. I got to get my guys going before anything else can happen. But I'm going to check in with you probably in the first week and let you know. And then he'd circle around and he'd say, okay, I see you on this day playing third, and I see you 2 days after that playing second. So start working to prepare yourself. The knowing in baseball, to me, and the understanding of the person in charge has an idea, I think goes an awful long way in someone's success or not. And I think coming into the lineup, if you got 2 knocks and you walk into the locker room and you don't see your name in the lineup, I'm not so sure if that's the best thing going on. I'm not so sure if playing a different position, carrying different gloves is the best thing going on. So I just want to see consistency more and more brought back in the game, a little bit more than I've seen in the past few years.
Before we let you go, are you once it falls out up here and we're no longer a winter Iceland, are we going to see you around Camden Yards perhaps in spring or summer? Will you be up this way at all?
Getting a burger at your favorite spot across the street?
I mean, that burger at Pickles, I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty damn tasty.
Yeah.
I like me some burgers, and they do it well. Now, hanging out with you guys and having a few beers always seems to make a burger taste better.
Yes.
But I'm just telling you that it's pretty good. But I'd like to get back there and see what's going on.
Well, please let us know.
Yeah, don't be a stranger,
If you're
Bill.
heading up this way, we would love to join you for whatever.
Sorry I wasn't up that way so I could listen to you because you had some news to talk about on the football front.
Yeah.
For a while.
29 years old.
Are you a Declan
Same age
Doyle
as the
fan?
quarterback.
Yeah.
Am I what?
Are you a Declan Doyle fan? He's the new offensive coordinator. He's 29. I take your silence as yes.
I didn't quite get it, and I can plead guilty of saying, I don't really know much about that.
No one does.
No one does.
The idea was I was watching the Tube the other day.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Johnson came on, right, in an interview. And he's talking about, I retired from Fox, and now on Saturday in my room, I got 4 TVs going on. I got 12 hours Saturday, 12 hours Sunday watching football, and I love it. And I'm not going up to the network anymore, so I'm kind of officially retired from that part of it.
Congratulations.
I can't tell you if I can watch 12 minutes of anything anymore instead of 12 hours.
I will tell you, though, I will seriously miss those ripping the box score segments you did. Those were I looked forward to those.
Well, maybe every now and then I'll get a blackboard out in my house.
Let's go.
Scribble some
Let's
stuff
do it.
down and stand there with an old-fashioned pointer.
Yes.
We're on the YouTube now. You could do it here.
Yeah.
You could do it right in the studio
Yes.
up here when you're with us. We'll put it on the
Did
YouTube.
Did you say the YouTube?
Yes, we're old.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes, I thought you'd like that.
I use the Google quite
Yes,
often.
yes, me too.
Bill, you're the best, man.
Thank you, brother.
so much.
Congratulations on your retirement.
Yep. All right, boys.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
I'll get you.
Bill Ripken joining us. Hey, coming up next week, we got to get to this, and we wanted to spend time with Bill, but Ravens have a new offensive coordinator. If you're just tuning in, he's Declan Doyle. He's the same age as Lamar Jackson. We'll talk about it next.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Weekdays 6 till 6.
Get it on YouTube.
Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a shit, and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or darkcarstoyotabaltimore.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is Around the League, powered by Factor. As the pro basketball season moves deeper into the second half, the intensity is rising. The team from New York is making noise in the East. The defending champions are finding their rhythm, and contenders across the league are jockeying for position as the trade deadline comes into focus. All-star storylines are taking shape. This is the stretch where preparation matters. Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor, eat like a pro.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
When someone treats you like family, you remember it. That's why so many clients send their loved ones to Rice Law. Because we don't just handle cases, we take them personally. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
When winter weather hits hard, you need a heating company you can count on. That's why more of your neighbors go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With reliable delivery in any weather and live 24/7 service, count on your local HVAC pros at Petro to stay warm and save all winter. Go to petro.com now to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221 today.
My eye doctor told me there was nothing more they could do.
But for over 90% of our patients, there is hope. If you are living with macular degeneration or another vision condition, you may still be able to read, watch TV, and continue driving with the right help. We use customized optical systems to maximize the vision you still have and help you regain independence. Call 443-731-2020 or visit lowvisionmd.org. Low Vision Specialists of Maryland and Virginia, where better vision begins again.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Outer loop of the Beltway past Reisterstown Road, there's an accident. It's backed up to 83, the Jones Falls Expressway. Inner loop of the Beltway, heavy from 95 to Security Boulevard and 95 southbound past Key Highway. Accident there is on the right side. 95 southbound at 395, clearing a disabled vehicle out of the way. And 95 northbound past Washington Boulevard, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Jesse Minter said yesterday that talks for an offensive coordinator were far along, and according to Jess Rebeck from The Athletic, Declan Doyle was in the building today, and they got a deal done. He is the new Ravens offensive coordinator. Here's what we know about Declan Doyle. He's 29 years old. He spent 2 years as the tight ends coach under Sean Payton in Denver, and then last year was the offensive coordinator for the Bears under Ben Johnson, though did not call plays because Ben Johnson called the plays. Beyond that, he's also an Iowa native, went to University of Iowa. His dad was the strength and conditioning coach at Iowa. So I guess I read one of the local writers said that Tyler Linderbaum is aware of Declan Doyle, likes Declan Doyle. Well, that means nothing, but this is all I know. I'm telling you, Jason, what I know about Declan Doyle. So that's what I got.
Yeah. Again, people haven't been through this around here, but it happens 6 to 8 times a year in this league that there are reboots. And I can remember 2 years ago, Zach Robinson is the it guy, and Zach Robinson is a can't miss Sean McVay guy. And Zach Robinson's never called plays, but he's hung out with the right people. Zach Robinson goes to Atlanta where all they have is top 10 picks on offense. They got Bijan Robinson. They got Drake London. They got a freak of nature tight end, Pitts, who's got every measurable you could ever want in the world. They put a lot of investments in their offensive line. No, they drafted a quarterback. They could have had Lamar.
Yeah.
Could have had Lamar Jackson.
They wanted guards.
Hunter didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
But they fortified their offensive line, and then they take Penix in the top 10, and they pay Kirk Cousins a lot of money. Zach Robinson could not do the job. Zach Robinson could not hold the room. And Zach Robinson, despite all that talent and getting to call games in a home field advantage, right, in a climate-controlled dome, playing in one of the worst divisions in football, you could see about 8 games in that he probably doesn't have it, and you could certainly see 8 games through his second year that he was never going to get it there. So, I mean...
Now he's back, in Tampa?
Yeah. There's a lot of risk, and it's great. People are going to come out of the woodwork saying, how prepared he is and how they think he could do it. They think he could do it. They think he could do it. There's plenty of people out there who can do it.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't close to being hired here. They weren't. They didn't seek out Brian Daboll. There's a lot of things that I think they will look back on and regret. And the people that they did want, like McDaniel, they couldn't compete. Guess who got him? Jesse Minter's old boss out in L.A. got him. So, I mean, you can look there, right, at what they prized.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Harbaugh. That's a coach who's constructed offenses, who played in the league at quarterback for a long time. It doesn't have to be this extreme, but they clearly have a type. I mean, Sashi and Eric clearly have a type for the staff they're building.
They're growing them young. Jesse Minter, young. This guy's a child compared to Jesse Minter.
Young and cheap. I'd love to get my hands on some NFL Management Council documents when this whole thing is over with. I got to think this is going to be one of the 6 cheapest coaching staffs in the NFL. Now, 6 might be a reach.
It's a big risk. There's no question about it. It's a big risk. And you're hoping that, obviously, Sean Payton thinks somewhat highly of this guy because he wasn't just in Denver with Sean. He was in New Orleans with Sean as an offensive assistant, and then stayed with Dennis Allen in 22. And then when Sean came back to Denver, obviously plucked him in 23 as a tight ends coach. And you would think, of course, you're going to take an offensive coordinator gig, even if you aren't going to call plays because you get the title. And that's why he left Sean. But
you don't know until you know.
Again, you have no idea. I have no idea. Like I would feel so much more comfortable with this hire if it wasn't with a rookie coach. I really would. If it insert any of the guys that we talked about that had experience, that have been a head coach in the NFL before, if they wanted to take a chance on this kid, I'd say, you know what? All right. Like, I did forward thinking and trying to be ahead of the curve here. Like, I'm willing to go for it. But it just concerns me too much inexperience. That's the concern.
Hey, and you're right. And to your point at the top, Jason, people are coming out of the woodwork.
Oh, they're going to.
There's a number of articles out here now that this kid's brilliant, this kid's this kid's that. But
there's different ways to season yourself.
Yeah.
And he didn't do what Minter did, which, I can't call plays at this level. I'm going to go to college and run a defense there, and then that hasn't happened here.
Mm-mm.
He's been around the right people.
Yes.
But at no point were any of those people like, hey, kid, you got the sheet for the day.
We won't know until we know.
Yeah.
And it could.
Oh, it's going to be a whole lot of finding out on the fly.
Yeah.
It's going to be a staff full of them.
Yes. Coming up next, there's a lot of NFL news that we want to get to as we head into the weekend, including a GM getting fired today. We still have 2 head coaching openings, and there's a team for sale. So I gotta get Jason's thoughts on all this league at large next year on The Fan.
Coming to The Fan in 2026. NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament with Bob Haney and Jimmy Patsos. Hot Stove League with Ryan Ripken. Orioles opening day live from Pickles Pub. Baltimore baseball tonight. And our Fan Appreciation Party, Faniversary. Listen at 105.7 and watch live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Brought to you by the Maryland Solar Access Program.
Electric school buses keep the air cleaner, our kids healthier, and are cheaper to operate. That's why the Maryland Energy Administration helps school districts invest in new electric buses and charging systems. Learn more at energy.maryland.gov.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Kick off the new year with unbeatable deals at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from brand new Nissans or top quality pre-owned vehicles and drive home today. Every credit application accepted. We'll beat CarMax by up to $1,000. BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
Injured? Don't wait. Get back in motion fast with Ortho Maryland. With 4 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties, expert orthopedic care is just around the corner. Hi, it's Rob Long. When injury strikes, skip the ER or urgent care and head straight to Ortho Maryland's walk-in orthopedic care. Open 7 days a week with on-site x-ray, physical therapy, and top orthopedic specialists, all under one roof. Why wait anywhere else? Go straight to the experts. Find your nearest location now at orthomaryland.net.
This is the sound of resilience, relief, the sound of moving past cancer. Doctors at the University of Maryland Greenebaum Comprehensive Cancer Center are pioneering a breakthrough immunotherapy that's proving to stop cancer in its tracks. And with screenings and advanced treatments across the state, it's why more Marylanders trust the University of Maryland medical system to help put cancer behind them. That's a better state of care.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free possibilities.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Outer loop of the Beltway past Reisterstown Road, there's an accident backed up to the Jones Falls Expressway. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy from 95 to Security Boulevard and 95 southbound past Key Highway. Accidents now on the right shoulder. 95 southbound at 395 clearing a disabled vehicle. And northbound on 95 past Washington Boulevard, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
According to reports, the Ravens are expected to hire Declan Doyle as their offensive coordinator. Doyle was the OC for the Bears in 2025, but did not call plays. He's the youngest coordinator in the NFL at 29 years old. Jesse Minter has a unique opportunity of becoming a first-time head coach with a desirable organization that has a franchise quarterback in the prime of his career. Expectations will remain high, and Minter told the Rich Eisen Show that he embraces the lofty goals.
I think that's probably why I'm sitting here. I think they feel like my leadership style will bring this whole thing together, bring the players together, create a synergy amongst us that we're all doing this for each other. And I think that'll be the main goal going forward.
Maryland returns home to take on number 12 Purdue. The Terps drop back-to-back road games at Illinois and Michigan State to fall to 1-8 in the Big Ten, while the Boilermakers have lost 3 straight after starting 7-0 in conference play. You can catch all of the action on the Fan, beginning with pregame coverage Sunday at noon. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 20s with an overnight low of 5. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 22. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps O's, and you're home for Super Bowl 60, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalace. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Some NFL news before we're done for today. And something that came out of left field, though, some people are saying we saw it coming, but the Vikings fired Quasi Adolfo-Mensah today. This is before the draft. They're not going to hire anybody until after the draft. And I guess this all boils down to, Jason, the fact that they let Sam Darnold walk and they let Daniel Jones walk and they rode with J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on here?
Count me among the ones who are like, I am not shocked that it happened. I thought it would happen after the draft. If it did happen, I'm a little surprised by the timing.
Sure.
I don't think things have been rosy between him and Kevin O'Connell for a little while. And Kevin O'Connell, for good reason, is seen as a guy who, in real time, can be a master tactician. They lost Cousins a few years back, and he's winning games against the 49ers, who look pretty legit, Super Bowl 49ers with Josh Dobbs as his quarterback. So he was, if it got to be a power struggle, he was going to win it. I think the Sam Darnold continuing to do what he was doing after basically O'Connell's the guy who fixed him. Now, look, I think Kevin O'Connell had a lot to do about anything regarding their quarterback room, from the practice squad guy to the third string guy to the starter. So I don't think the GM was going AWOL at that position. But when it goes this poorly, someone's probably got to wear it. And it wasn't going to be O'Connell, because they really think O'Connell, whether it's McCarthy, the 9 train, or whatever they do next, if it's Malik Willis, if it's whatever they bring in to compete with him, they think that he'll be able to coach them up. And he probably will. But the dynamic, what surprised me, honestly, is 9 months ago, the GM got an extension. And that surprised me, because from what you were hearing in that building, you're like, I kind of thought it would come to pass then. But it wasn't great then. And then you couple that with the way this season went. I'm
not saying that Kevin O'Connell is perfect, but the fact that they had the worst quarterback situation in the NFL last year, I think we can agree with that. They finished 9-8 somehow. Like that is ridiculous to me. And look, the GM and 9 car is horrible. The Darnold set, all of that's so bad. But even with all of that, somehow, you always forget they finished 9-8. It just felt like even more of a disaster.
And they remember, they competed. The Detroit's playing for their lives, and they beat them.
Yeah.
They were competing in the division. They were playing with Chicago. They won at Chicago. Now, you could say that was before Chicago turned into Chicago, but they still did it.
Yeah. 9 had a great fourth quarter.
And they fought to keep Flores, and I think they feel like their superpower is their coach, not their personnel. Here, superpower is the personnel.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Let's go to the 2 open jobs, Jason. Are you with the NFL ether that Kubiak's getting the Raiders job?
I don't think they're waiting for anybody on New England staff. So you better get it done with Kubiak. And I don't think Tom Brady would let himself be left at the altar. I have to assume that he's got the acumen and the wherewithal to have that in his back pocket.
And I'll ask you what I asked Jeffrey Shadee at 3:00. Who the hell wants the Arizona? I just read Ron Rivera met with them for hours.
Boy, oh boy.
Ron Rivera.
I I don't know. I mean, can they just keep throwing money at Shieldhouse and try to make that happen? I mean, that is a total reboot. They don't have a quarterback. They'll probably have to play with Brissett for a year, get whatever they can with for Kyler Murray. So, like, if you're them and you want to go with a 30-something who hasn't done it before to help you identify the quarterback who's going to fit his system and all that, and you're going to have to compete with McVay, so you might as well have someone from the McVay tree. Like, I mean, I guess, like, I buy that more there than I would buy it in some other places, but, like, don't get it twisted. People have turned them down as much as they've turned the Browns down.
But what's crazy about the Kyler Murray of it all, Jason, they're going to have to
eat a lot.
Ton of money. Dude, he's got $37 million fully guaranteed this year.
Yeah.
Who's touching that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if there's a way that they do like a NBA style swap and like they take on Tua for a year and those guys take on Kyler for a year and we both at least it's different. Like it's similar, but it's different. It's not that same guy. And I don't know how that math would math. But that's a bad football team. I mean, Gannon the last couple of years, like he had like a 250 winning percentage. I mean, they've got a lot of issues. And that's a really tough division. And I mean, like, think about, like, I mean, Shanahan's been doing this a long time, but when he came in, it was like the youngest guy in the league. Like, Shanahan, I don't think he's going anywhere. He's trying to win a Super Bowl. I mean, McVay, they're having another kid. I mean, look, at some point, McVay might step away for a while. I don't think it's the next couple years. And McDonald is, how old is McDonald?
Yeah, he's young.
Good luck. Good luck, Arizona.
Speaking of McDonald, the Seahawks are now going to be up for sale. And I remember Paul Allen died in 2018, so this was going to happen.
This process was all laid out.
Yeah.
Jody, his sister, was going to take over it for a while. It would be in a trust, and then she would eventually divest herself. So I'm guessing I don't know if they've, like, I was always told it was going to be the Seattle Sounders as well. Like, or maybe they've already piecemealed some of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Because they had the Trailblazers, they had the Sounders. They obviously had the Seahawks, and I think they had, maybe it was the WNBA team that was there.
Oh, yeah, is that the Storm?
Yeah. So this has been
$8 billion. I mean,
I mean, if they sold the whole empire, I don't even know what that would be. But yeah, I mean, they're a regional team. They draw from Canada. They draw from across the Pacific Northwest. They've got a great regime in place. They've got a beautiful facility on Puget Sound. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great place to live, like, and it's a great stadium. So, yeah. I don't know. Does Bezos want that? I don't know. Doesn't Amazon have a lot of stuff out there?
They do. I think they do. They got a lot of stuff everywhere these days.
When he's done destroying the Washington Post, he can tear down. Tear down the Seahawks next.
Yeah, one step at a time. Hey, we will come back, get the text of the day, and most importantly, get you ready for Hot Stove League with Ryan Ripken at 6 here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it, we're talking about it. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman from my law firm and my friends, the law offices of Michael A. Friedman. The snow has stopped, but it's still on the ground, and it's freezing every day, which means stuff ices over. So it means the roads might not be good at times. And when you're talking about snow and ice accidents, there's often a question as to whether the accident was caused by someone's negligence or an unavoidable, quote, act of God. Multi-car accidents are really difficult. Like if you slid on ice into another car and then someone slides into you, probably unavoidable since both of you had the same road condition. But a driver going too fast for conditions and strikes you, more likely to be negligence. Here's the point. If you're in one of these snow ice accidents, before you make any statement to any insurance company, call the law offices of Michael A. Friedman. And here's the deal. When you call the law office of Michael A. Friedman, you're going to talk to either Michael, Stephen, or Rachel Friedman. So go ahead and do your due diligence. Research them now. I can guarantee you they're great lawyers. But the law office of Michael A. Friedman have convenient offices in both Owings Mills and Glen Burnie. For a free consultation evaluation of your case, give them a call. 410-363-6848. Again, that phone number, 410-363-6848. Or go to maflaw.com. You can email them from the website. When you do, I guarantee you Michael, Stephen, or Rachel Friedman will get back to you. And when they do, please tell them Ken Wyman sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Patriots coach Mike Vrabel says he's not concerned about Drake May's shoulder injury that left him listed as limited on the injury report. It might not affect him initially, but he's taken 15 sacks so far in the playoffs. If he takes another bad fall on the shoulder, it will absolutely impact the rest of the game. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Traffic brought to you by Heil Plumbing, Maryland's go-to since 1977.
Toilet backing up during the big game? I'm Eddie Heil, owner of Heil Plumbing and Sewer. Call before your basement gets ruined. We fix sewer lines quick. Financing available. Book today at heilplumbing.com. That's HEIL plumbing.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the lawyers at Rice Law. Best advice? Call Rice.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice? Call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
You know how powerful you are, and when it comes to your network, you need one just as powerful. Take your phone to your local Total Wireless store, and we'll give you one line for just $25 a month. Getting more for spending less? Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. For new single-line customers who activate on a BYO device on the Total 5G Unlimited plan. Requires auto-pay enrollment to receive the full discount, which applies the month after enrollment. Available online and in Total Wireless retail stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. Check compatibility at TotalWireless.com.
Stand out in 2026 and move your career forward with a skills-based education from University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers affordable, online courses with more than 135 degrees and certificates to equip you with the skills today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technology like AI and data science, and gain enduring skills such as leadership, communication, and critical thinking. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes designed for working adults like you. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start February 11th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. Now through Monday, save up to 60% on top brands at Mattress Firm with queens from $189.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Outer loop of the Beltway at Hollands Ferry Road, clearing a disabled vehicle. Inner loop of the Beltway before Frederick Road, there's a disabled vehicle on the right side. And on the outer loop of the Beltway at Reisterstown Road, there's an accident. Traffic's backed up to Stevenson Road. 95 northbound past Washington Boulevard, there's a crash. And southbound on 95 at Gorman Road, there's an accident on the left side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Jason LaConfora, Ken Wyman, and Tim Barbalase.
Sponsored by Anderson Buick GMC of Hunt Valley and Abingdon. It's smiles for miles at AndersonBuickGMC.com.
You never know what's going to happen, huh? Here we are doing a show, and the Ravens hire a 29-year-old wonderkin as their offensive coordinator in the middle of the show, and we have to react to it on the fly. It's live radio sometimes.
Oh, it was heading in this direction.
Yeah,
So,
we talked.
Oh, he said it a couple days ago. Like, when he turned down the Eagles for their offensive coordinator and he was coming here to interview, that was very telling.
So now I guess it's going to be Jim Leonard or Anthony Weaver as defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. And one thing we haven't discussed, I mentioned to you off the air, Rick Minter's going to be on the staff, you'd have to think, right? Jesse's dad, longtime coach.
He was with him in L.A.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, if he wants to, sure. Maybe sometimes it's like, maybe he's like a consultant, but maybe not in. I mean, whatever. That's the least of my concerns.
Yeah.
About how this thing could go.
Yeah. Let's get the text today that way, Ben.
Check 1, 2, check.
Okay. Text today comes from Ronnie in Baltimore, so I can't realistically look at the Orioles pitching situation and see Tyler Wells doing anything but relieving this season. I just don't see them adding another relief arm.
Well, I think he can be a reliever and they can add another relief arm.
Yeah. That shouldn't be mutually exclusive.
I will say the lack of activity in terms of and you added the closer Helsley, you brought back Kittredge, but I think we all were expecting more. Clearly, they're leaning on internal candidates.
Hey, Danny Coulombe's still there. Cino Perez still there.
I mean,
he threw for like 20 teams. People say he threw hard.
He can always. I mean, velocity really wasn't the problem. It's a two-pitch guy, and if one of those pitches isn't really biting,
he did go 10 years without giving up a home run.
It was amazing. Yeah. He kept the ball in the park. Yeah, I mean, again, I think they need to upgrade. Like, I think they, I think it should be more of a sure thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's not always what you get, Bone. Sometimes you get a what if.
Hey,
sometimes you get a maybe. Sometimes you get a, ooh, fingers crossed, really think.
Hey, the Rolling Stones once said you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. Now, I don't know if that's how this is going to turn out, but they said it. So sometimes it happens. Hey, don't change that dial.
Boomer?
No, well, it's coming.
Later.
So
only 2 left.
It's Hot Stove League, followed by Boomer and Valente. Followed by Westwood One
Ratings
Radio.
bonanza.
Yes. Boomer and Valente. Probably some ethos in there.
Probably. I bet you there is.
Good call.
Yeah, that's it
Safe
for
bet.
us. Have a
Safe
great
bet.
weekend. It's going to be cold, but enjoy yourself. We'll talk to you Monday on The Fan.
Game Day Uncensored. Before every Ravens game is powered by Verizon.
Move your body and restore your balance at the Y. Enjoy heart-pumping classes, swimming, pickleball, family fun, and more. Join the Y by this Saturday and pay no join fee. A savings of up to $74. Go to joinYMaryland.org.
Presented by Robinhood. He
crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the Hot Stove League with the Fan's Ryan Ripken. It's the show that keeps you connected with the start of the Orioles' 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know, and how the O's compare with teams in the AL East. The Hot Stove League. Here's your host, Ryan Ripken.
What is going on, everyone? Happy Friday, January 30th. And next week, it's February. Next week, it's spring training. It's right on the doorstep here. But don't worry, on the Hot Stove, there's still quite a lot to be sorted out. A lot of pitching moves still need to be made. Some bats. But baseball
When it hits February, baseball will be back till the World Series comes to an end. So that'll be 8 straight months of baseball. Now, again, the levels of baseball will be different. Spring training, it's relaxed, getting down there, the excitement. Then you got the World Baseball Classic, which, on my show, the Ryan Ripken Show, which I just finished up, Zach and I were talking. He's my co-host. And Zach and I were talking about, all right, when the Super Bowl ends, it's kind of that time where you're a little bit down. When's the next thing? And yeah, spring training doesn't maybe bring the juice completely, but it's exciting to see guys going back. It's exciting to see teams gearing up. And if you go down to visit, it's a great escape. But this year it's going to be different because not only is spring training close and there's some new faces on all these teams and new faces in Baltimore, World Baseball Classic is going to be happening. So there's going to be a run of spring training games, which, by the way, the Orioles are going to have more broadcasted spring training games. And then the World Baseball Classic happens. Then March Madness is going on, and then it's opening day just like that. So you're going to blink, it's going to be opening day, and baseball will be off and running. You might be back to those feelings of being stressed, excited, happy, sad, every emotion that you can have. And it's a 162 season, and it should be an interesting one in Baltimore. Now, with me behind the glass, I got Mike. Mike is with me to close out this week. And for those that are new listening to the show, we're going to have this little rumor talk here. So, Mike, get ready. I got to talk to you about the latest rumor. But we have the rumors. Then I want to hear from you guys. 410-583-1057. Call in. This is 105.7 The Fan after all. I want to hear your baseball questions. And then I'll have my little 2 cents at the end after we look around at the rest of the AL East. So that's how this is going to work. So wherever you're tuning in from, 410-583-1057, that is the phone number. Now, Mike, join me for a second because I got to talk to you. Have you been hearing this new rumor about the Baltimore Orioles? Have you been hearing about another pitcher that could be in the mix?
I've been hearing a little bit about it, but you got to inform me just a little bit more.
Oh, perfect. See, we didn't even script that. Well, you guys thought that Framber Valdez and Zach Gallen were the two. Well, add a third name in, according to John Heyman, Baseball Insider. He said the Orioles have expressed interest in free agent pitcher Lucas Giolito. Okay, so Mike, I want to get into this whole thought. Mike, your initial reaction when I said that, I saw it looking at you. You gave a little shrug, but explain to everyone out there listening.
I think it's a good move, but it's still not Valdez or Gallen because right now you could use him. I'm not saying that you cannot, but just to have that strong pitching arm, I would still go with the more valuable two options with a Valdez and a Zach Gallen.
Mm-hmm. So with that, that's probably how most people would react. Mike would say, okay, that's fine. That can't be the big move, though. That's how people view it. So let me kind of break down this thought for a second, okay? Framber Valdez, some people had him as the number one pitcher this offseason, still out there. Zach Gallen, who has so much, flurry of outcomes, could be the best, could be mediocre, could be somewhere in between, could be terrible. Who knows? But Zach Gallen, I believe, is going to be more on the side of bouncing back to be one of the best pitchers that was on this market. But you don't know. But at the end of the day here, if the Orioles signed Framber, they signed Zach Gallen, to me, it's not going to make the impact to start the season. Because when you start the season, it's less about, for me, of having this unbelievable pitching staff. It's what you finish with and who do you maybe acquire in the process. Because if you don't make this big move early, you're going to be looking to enhance your roster at the trade deadline, right? That's kind of how it is. Or maybe someone surprises you in the mix and it's a great story. Maybe Shane Baz pitches like a top 25 pitcher, top 15 pitcher in baseball. What if Dean Kramer then pitches better and actually learns how to pitch in April. Love Dino. If Dino pitches well in April, oh, man, we might be getting the Dean Kramer All-Star campaign going. Everyone relax. I'm kind of not kidding, though. Dean Kramer, if he can get off to a better start, that's going to help this team. But it's about the postseason. It's about getting to the postseason and then having guys that can handle the postseason. So let me give you the ups and downs of this Lucas Giolito conversation, okay? So Lucas Giolito, 31 years old, a guy that I think we need to debunk some rumors here with him, because when you hear the name of why do I want to spend the money, first thing is being injury prone. So Mike, he missed the 2024 season, okay? But since 2019, do you want to guess what his lowest amount of starts he's had in a season?
I would say maybe 30, 40.
So most starts, so pitchers typically, if they're spectacular, I'd say you get above 30, that's a really good number. That's really, really good. That's a full season. A little bit below in the high 20s, you'll take it. I'm cool with that. You want 30 plus, but you'll take it. Well, Lucas Giolito missed the 2024 season, but since 2019, he has had 29 or more starts every year except his first year back from missing a year of baseball. And last year, that was the year, he had 26 starts. So Lucas Giolito has proven that he can pitch. And yes, I understand last year, I think they were on more of a being careful. He only pitched 145 innings, which goes back to this point. Over this time frame of starts, if he's had that many starts, his innings are up. He's then averaged over that time frame over 170 plus innings per year. Sounds like a guy that seems durable, so we're debunking a perception. Now, this is where it gets fun. Lucas Giolito last year had a 3.41 ERA for the Boston Red Sox. Mike, he wasn't able to qualify as a top qualified pitcher because I think he had to get to like 150 innings, but he was really close, right on the cusp. Where do you think that would rank him in ERA for pitchers? What number? Do you think that's top 40, 30, 20? Where do you think?
A 3.41 ERA, I would say maybe a top 40.
Well, you're
top
right.
30.
You're right, and you're right, but we can also keep going lower. That would have put him in the top 18, I'm sorry. You know what would have put him ahead of? Joe Ryan, the Twins pitcher that everyone wants. Would have put him ahead of Kevin Gausman, the ace pitcher for the Blue Jays, former Oriole. That would put him ahead of Framber Valdez, the guy that everyone wants the Orioles to sign. Robbie Ray. Should I keep going with this list? Because I might have to continue to make this point. The next list, more than Jesus Luzardo, Chris Bassett, Mitch Keller, Dean Kramer, Sonny Gray, who just got traded to the Red Sox, Will Warren, Dylan Cease, who signed that big deal, Shane Baz. So my point of this is I am not saying that Lucas Giolito is a pitcher that I would choose over Zach Gallen or Framber Valdez. I am not saying that. Okay, we got that message clarifying? I am not saying Lucas Giolito is better than those guys. But what I am saying is for the Orioles, the biggest need right now is getting depth. They need to try to solidify a rotation, and whether they get the frontline ace now or get that pitcher at the deadline, to me, it's not going to be as important because at the end of the day, too, it's not how you start. It's going to be how you finish, except you don't want to get off to a bad start. You got to stay in the race. But if you look back to 2024, Orioles fans thought when they got Corbin Burns, man, this unit, we're going to be humming. And they were to start. Then injuries happened, and it wasn't the same Orioles team from the start of the season till the end. And you can make the case last year. Blue Jays got off to a pretty solid start, and they stayed steady. Their pitching wasn't great, but they were excellent in one thing. They were the best batting average team in baseball, one of the best situational teams in baseball, the best comeback team in baseball. So for the Orioles, the bigger part of the first, couple months of the season, what's going to be your identity? Do you know how to win close games? Because when the Baltimore Orioles won the most games in 2023, it wasn't because their pitching staff was head and shoulders better than everybody else. No. Did I mention also last year the Toronto Blue Jays had the 19th best ERA? And so just to do the math, 19 out of 30 teams. That's the bottom third of the league. But they were excellent at one thing. The Orioles in 2023, they were excellent in one-run games. I believe they were 30-16. The Orioles were excellent in comeback victories. They were the top team in comeback victories in 2023. So I think you're getting my point here. Depth is important. I'm cool with the Gio signing. Of course, you know the upside of the other guys. But at this point, making sure you don't miss out on a solid option is more important whether you land the top guy now or not, because you're going to have to reevaluate your roster at some point during the middle part of the season. And hopefully in this case, it'll be because the Baltimore Orioles are fighting for the division and fighting to make a run at a World Series title. When we come back, we'd love to hear some calls from you. I know it's the weekend, but some people got to be driving someplace, or maybe you're listening at home or on YouTube. 410-583-1057. Keep Mike and I company. We're up until 7 o'clock here. Hot Stove. I'm Ryan Ripken, and you are listening to 105.7 The Fan.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles' 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limo? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome back to the Fans Hot Stove League. Here's your host, Ryan Ripken.
Ryan Ripken, Hot Stove, 6:17 p.m. It's the weekend. I hope you guys are going to have a great weekend. It still seems like it's going to be cold. Snow is still there. Ice is certainly there. But you know what? At least for this rest of this hour, we're going to continue to talk baseball. We don't have to talk about all of that. Spring is coming. It's right around the corner. Might not believe me, but it is going to be here before you know it. Baltimore's going into new eras. It's still such a crazy thought to me to think about that the Orioles and the Ravens both have not just new leadership, head coach, manager, but first-time head coach and a first-time manager. So it's a lot of things there that are going to be interesting. Obviously, both very, very qualified. Excited to see what they're going to do. But I wanted to continue on to the last conversation because Mike and I were having a good little convo off air here about pitching depth and the importance of this. And I kind of want to dive in a little bit more. And again, I'd love to hear any of your calls, 410-583-1057. If you have any thoughts, concerns, questions, would love to hear them. But about the pitching depth part and about the injury-prone part, Mike, we talked about how players can be deemed injury-prone. You know, in the reality, we can say, I think specifically position players, in my mind, that's where that phrase can be thrown around more, in my opinion, because there becomes a way where guys play through certain things. Yes, sometimes luck isn't on their side, but they're able to establish what they can because day-to-day, the strenuous of playing day-to-day, while, yes, it is hard. It is extremely hard. Believe me, I grew up in a family that a guy played the most games consecutively ever, a record that's never going to be broken. But also, there's a certain determination, some luck involved, and guys can have certain choices there. But when it comes to pitchers, yes, certain pitchers can be injury-prone. You know, right now, Grayson Rodriguez is getting that label. And I get that one because Grayson hasn't been healthy over the last 2 to 3 years. Not enough. But when we talk about some of these other guys, like I want to bring up Corbin Burns is one guy that recently, because we're bringing up the Kyle Bradish. I'm sorry. I'll start with Kyle, then I'll go to Corbin. Kyle Bradish, everyone's saying he's injury prone. So he's injury prone because he missed part of the 2024 season and then decided to pitch through it, but it was a ticking time bomb that his elbow was going to go. And so he tried to pitch through it. He was pitching at an elite Cy Young level. And then it finally goes and he's out and he has to miss more extended time. But that's from one injury. It wasn't that he rested, he's good to go and got hurt again. No, it was always an issue. And that's the part with pitching. When you look at guys, you got to look at it. Are they always injured, or is it one issue that was there? And then, yeah, they have to miss a year, but then they get back to it. So now I'll go to Corbin Burns. Because Corbin Burns is deemed a workhorse. And he is. But then guess what? The workhorse, elbow, didn't work out. Now I had to get Tommy John. He's going to miss a lot of time. I think the new norm is not that pitchers are injury prone. The new norm is pitchers in this day and age, it's not a matter of if, it's when they get hurt. It's just, there's few and far between now that don't get injured and are able to pitch a full season consistently. It's just a different day and age. Go through some of the best pitchers in the game, Hall of Famers, like Justin Verlander, who was linked to the Orioles for a little bit. Verlander's Hall of Famer, one of the best the game's seen. He's had to miss extensive time over his career because he's been around that long, but that's just where the game's gone. Jacob deGrom, arguably, stuff-wise, he's up there with the best of the best. Been injured. But that's, again, the way that pitching is nowadays. But I wouldn't call him injury-prone. Yeah, he's had 2 injuries that have been substantial, but I wouldn't say it's injury-prone. So there's a difference there. And I want to reemphasize that. And that's the point of depth, right? You can have the best staff in the world, but it's your depth that's going to help you get through it, because it's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when guys get hurt. The Los Angeles Dodgers last year, Mike, obviously in the postseason, Yamamoto was pretty damn good. That's an understatement. Blake Snell is pretty damn good in the postseason, but Blake Snell missed a lot of time during the regular season. Yamamoto is a freak. I don't know if we're going to see his performance of how he pitched and what he did and kept going. That was one of the most impressive feats that I've seen. But if I were to go over and tell you about all the pitchers last year for the Dodgers that ended up starting games, you might not believe me. So let me ask you, this is a fun little game because it's a Friday. We'll play a game. Let's see how you do on this. Mike, the Dodgers last year, they won the World Series. Obviously, they had some talented players. Do you want to guess how many starters or how many pitchers that started on the mound for them during 2025?
I would say about 4. Am I close?
So you're saying they only had 4 starting pitchers in a row or as a rotation?
4 or 5.
So you're saying they didn't have any injuries. So Blake Snell got hurt.
Blake Snell did get hurt in the regular season.
He did. So try one more time. What do you think that number is?
3.
How
it's
about,
even lower than that?
No. How about 17 starting pitchers for the Los Angeles Dodgers last year? You didn't think I was going to say that out loud, did you?
No, I did not.
So the Dodgers started 17 different starters last year. Now, could have been an opener at times, a little spot start, guy coming up from AAA. That is what helped the Dodgers hold off to win the World Series. They had superstars, to win the division and go on to win the World Series. You have to have depth. And last year for the Orioles, when their depth was called upon, they didn't perform. As a whole, the starters that were in the big leagues to go and the ones that got opportunities because of injuries, they did not do what they had to do. That is why depth is so important. There was a move, Mike, since I know you like your Yankees. I'm not going to hold it against you. It's fine. It's okay. But the Yankees traded for a upside lefty from the Marlins and Ryan Weathers. If you guys don't know Ryan Weathers, throws like 97, throws fuzz from the left side. And the upside is he could be a really good starter. But also, because he maybe's had some injuries or inconsistencies, not injury prone, by the way, just inconsistencies and some tough injury, he might be in the bullpen. But you know what it provides for the New York Yankees? Depth. And he's a guy that could fit in. That's a guy that could factor in. For the Orioles right now, the only guy that's a hybrid to do that is Tyler Wells. He can go to the pen, can start. It's the only guy that they have. Albert Suarez was the guy that could be in that role. He's done it. But that's not what you want to hang your hat on. You want to be able to have guys that can come in and start a baseball game and know that you have enough to do it. And it would be one thing if it was different if the Orioles had starters in the minor leagues that they even fully trusted. And the reality was when the team was losing last year, I thought it was one of the greatest opportunities because you wanted to see with some of these young guys what you had. And I want to preface, it is so damn hard to win when you're losing. It's so damn hard to pitch when you feel like you got to be perfect with a team that is playing far from it. It's really hard. But the bigger thing was it reminded for a team that has championship caliber and aspirations, you need more depth and you need bona fide big league depth. So when we're looking at these options, that's why Zach Eflin came back at the deal that he was. Might not be the same pitcher, but if he is, or 80% of what he was, 90%, it's a really good signing for the Orioles because it's a good depth piece. Signing Giolito, that's a very good depth piece with upside. For Amber and Gallen, that's more of an icing on the cake. But yes, at the end of the day, it's depth. No one likes to really talk about that. It's not the sexy thing to talk about. And I completely get it, and I understand it. But that's how great teams end up winning. And if you want to take it past the hitting side, or the pitching side to the hitting side, the best teams usually win because their lineup as a collective unit, someone steps up. Toronto Blue Jays last year, you watched the postseason. Vlad Guerrero Jr. was awesome. Awesome. Dude's a stud. You know who's also a stud? The rest of their lineup. Their lineup was the hardest out 1 through 9 the entire postseason. And obviously they were during the regular season. It was phenomenal to watch. That was a big reason why they ended up going as far as they did. I want that concept to be applied to pitching. You need a collection to pitch well. Yes, it's nice to give the ball to someone once every 5 days. We're like, yep, when he's on the bump, we feel like we're winning 75% of these games or 80. Or maybe you just feel like you're invincible with that guy on the mound. That matters for a team. But what also matters is understanding a full team needs a collection of guys, and it's not just the guys that are on the active roster in the big leagues. There's so many pieces that got to go into this. That's why when you going to go back and look at the 2023 Orioles before we step out for a second, 2023 Orioles, Ryan O'Hearn was in the minor leagues, AAA. He came up and ended up being a huge part of that team. Yenier Cano wasn't supposed to factor in the way that he did, and Cano was an all-star that year. Danny Coulomb was a late acquisition in, I think it might have been 22, 23. Correct me if I'm wrong on the date. But what I do remember is it was, okay, we'll see how that fits in. Danny Coulomb ended up being one of the go-to pitchers out of the bullpen, but he wasn't expected to. He was an afterthought going into the year. And by the way, for postseason hitting, yeah, the Blue Jays raked. They absolutely raked. They had 3 hitters that hit over 367 for the entire postseason. That's spectacular. It wasn't just Vlad. It was other guys putting together spectacular at-bats, and not just spectacular, peak of their game level at-bats. I digress. When we come back, we'll continue to go around the American League East. We'll do a little bit more of an update, keep you informed with what's happening. But if you want to call in and be a part of the conversation, it feels like the last night's phone lines were humming. But it is Friday. It is the weekend. And I get it. But come keep us company, 410-583-1057. I'm Ryan Ripken. This is The Hot Stove, and I'll be with you till 7 o'clock right here on 1057 The Fan.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
New year, new ride at Bob Bell Nissan. 0% APR on select new Nissans. All credit applications welcome and will be CarMax by up to $2,000. Go to BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 now.
It's about time your deliveries worked as fast as you do. Your jobs can't wait. That's why the Home Depot delivers women where you need it. Scheduled, next day, or even same day. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Turn what you don't wear into cash today. Gold prices are high, and that old jewelry sitting in a drawer could be worth real money right now. Broken chains, single earrings, outdated pieces. Greenmount Loan and Jewelry turns them into cash on the spot. No pressure, no appointments, just fair value from people you can trust. Turn what you don't wear into cash today. Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Cash for gold. Call 410-243-3311. That's 410-243-3311.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Welcome back to the Fans Hot Stove League. Here's your host, Ryan Ripken.
Ryan Ripken here, 6:34. Got under a half hour left with you guys this evening. Again, happy Friday. You made it through the week. Look, I know it hasn't been the most fun, especially being an adult now. When these snowstorms hit, they just don't hit the same as when you were a kid and you had no responsibilities. And now, when you're older, you got all the responsibilities, including shoveling out where you got to go. And I'm going and staring at a specific shovel right now. It's kind of funny in the studio here. I might have to. Well, that's giving me a little bit of some stress just looking at that. Mike, I know that's giving you nightmares as well with your car situation, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad all of you are tuning in. I will get to a little bit of the AL East then in some moments, but we do have some callers, so we're going to go out to the line. And why don't we start with Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, how we doing this Friday?
What's going on, Ryan? How are you?
You know what? I can't complain. You know, it's the weekend. Get to see some family. It's all good.
I like it, man. Yeah, I was just done registering my son for the West Virginia baseball camp for the prospect workout. Yeah, man. So that was cool.
Awesome. Yeah, baseball, it's right around the corner here. Everything. It's good. It's exciting.
Oh, yeah. He's getting ready to start his 10th grade season, so should be cool, man. Should be real cool.
Awesome. What you got for me?
So with the Orioles, right, like when you see kind of how it's unfolding with the contracts and so on, what kind of fair window would you say, like, kind of this particular unit is going to have? Like, maybe like a 3 years, 5 year type window where it's going to be largely what we kind of have assembled? You see what I mean? Like,
yeah. Hey,
where do we kind of fit into that type of timeline a little bit?
Yeah, so, I mean, quite frankly, you know, with these young guys and being early in the arbitration process for some, you know, guys like Gunnar, guys like Jordan Westberg, Cowser, Jackson Holiday, you still have some time. I mean, even Adley got some time. Even though you want to see some of these guys extended, if you want all of them, or, you know, you want to make a choice, you have a little bit of time there. You know, but then there's a little bit more urgency with guys like Taylor Ward, who's going to be a free agent. You're going to have a little bit more urgency with Trevor Rogers because he's going to be looking for a payday. But that nucleus and that group is here. So if those guys were to walk that I just mentioned of being free agents, you know, there's going to be another batch and there's going to be another group of free agents that will come in that the Orioles should be aggressive on. So, yeah, I think minimum it should be that 3 to 5 year window. And if they build it right, Kevin, this Orioles team should compete for a decade. If we're trying to really do what the Astros have done, is you identify your stars, you keep them there, you're able to maneuver properly, and then you're able to continue to put together a contending team year after year. That's the ultimate goal. But right now they're still addressing who those guys they extend, and also they have the time to address it. So that's at least the positive here, because guys, especially Boris clients, and the Orioles got a few of them, I wouldn't expect any deal anytime soon.
Yeah, because a few times, brother, we felt like, you know, we kind of loaded, and then I guess that's how I would like to see it go too, to where we get that loaded team that does what it does, and then the continued reloading where it doesn't feel like we're skipping a beat at all. And next thing you know, we are 10 years down the road, right? And we've accomplished some things, and maybe even like you've been, you know, saying, let's bring that World Series here, man. I would love to see that, like, for real. Like, I hope we can do that, man. I really am. I'm excited for this year's baseball team. Tito's going to do good. I think Dylan Beavers, I'm telling you, man, he can hit when it counts the most. Him and Basallos can do that. I hope Beavers gets a lot of playing time, to be honest with you.
I think he's going to be an everyday guy, or at least that's what I hope he is to start the year. Now, he might platoon. He might. I really don't like the word platoon. I don't really like platooning too much in general. I like guys that, you know, they post up, they play, and they know their role. You know, I think for Beavers, the upside of what he can do as a hitter and his comfortability will get better and better in the outfield. He's a good young athlete. Yeah, I'd love to see him get his run, but it's going to be a little bit more crowded just as they're still trying to figure out some of the other pieces. But in my mind, start this year with Cowser, Taylor Ward, and I think Dylan Beavers needs a full run to showcase. And I think if he does, I think he's going to have a legit shot to be a Rookie of the Year.
I would love to see that, my dude. And he, you know, he's capable of that. And I like that about him because, you know, we've had a bunch of guys be up for those awards the last, how long? Like 5 years? I mean, we've had a pretty good run at Rookies of the Year and so on.
Oh,
so, yeah, man, this should be good, man. I'm really wishing the best for him, but the whole team, of course, too.
Yeah, I mean, we all are, Kevin. It would be great to see the Birds get back to the good old days. And for the good old days, there just haven't been enough of those good old days over 42 years, right? I think it's been 6 playoff appearances since the Orioles have last won the World Series. So it's been a long time. But I feel confident. I'm with you. And I appreciate you taking time on Friday. Be safe, though, the rest of the weekend. And I'm off next week. Steve Molesky will be filling in for me. And then I'll be back, and we'll be talking more ball.
All right, brother. Well, you enjoy your trip to whatever you got to do, too, man. And I'll keep it being out here moving this snow. We'll catch up soon, brother.
I appreciate it, Kevin. Thank you so much. Be safe out there. Yep, and for those that aren't aware, I am going to be in San Francisco for the Super Bowl. Steve Molesky's going to be filling in for the week. So you're going to be in great hands. Steve Molesky's covered baseball, the prospects, great baseball guy. And I know he's excited. He's going to come in and bring a great energy. And, again, keep the questions coming. Let's do one quick call before going to the break. I know I see we have a couple calls. I promise if you wait on the line, we'll get to all of you. But we have Seth next. Let's get Seth real quickly. Seth, how you doing?
Ryan, I'm well, brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can't complain. Happy Friday.
You as well, dude. I got to tell you, man, I love watching you on YouTube and listening to you. I'm what would be called an Orioles junkie.
I appreciate it.
So with all the dead pockets in the off-season and free agent time, man, I love checking out your channel. I love your insight and the way you kind of frame what the Orioles' choices are at the moment, man. It's awesome.
I appreciate that. And for those, I guess you'll allow me to plug my show for a second. You know, it's Ryan Ripken shows live Monday through Friday, 3 to 5. So it's
Dude,
great.
It's awesome. I recommend everybody check it out.
Look at that. I got to hire you for marketing here, Seth. But there will be a lot more, just so everyone knows, there's going to be a lot more baseball content. As soon as the Super Bowl ends, we've had a lot of exclusive interviews on the football side, but maybe as a little teaser, we're going to have quite a few exclusive interviews on the baseball side. So I can't wait for all of that. And it's going to be a fun year. I truly do believe that, especially for Baltimore Orioles fans. But what you got for me, Seth, before we have to head to break?
Thanks, Ryan. I'm curious, man. I love what the team's done in the offseason. I hope we're not done, but in the event that we are, what do you think about Povich moving to the bullpen? I know he's a bona fide starter, but considering how left-handed light we are in the bullpen and how dominant his stuff could be, if you have Tyler Wells and Suarez as the combo reliever / starters, and then you got Povich as a dedicated 7th or 8th inning left-handed, get people out on the lefties, is that something he's capable of, or is it going to kind of, throw off his rhythm as a starter? And then 2, I don't see us putting money down for Fromber. I think if we were going to get him, we would have gotten him by now. I'm still hoping for Gallen. But what do you think about guys like Zach Littell?
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, Seth.
And thanks again, Ryan. I appreciate you having me.
Hey, I appreciate you, and I appreciate the love for the channel here. So I'll answer the question then real quickly, and we'll go to break, or the 2 questions. So the first one with Povich. Povey, yeah, I mean, Cade has good upside stuff, but the problem is he's got to be able to be healthy and be able to adapt as he goes. So he's a guy that could be out of the rotation to start, but injury happens. He could go in there, and I wouldn't be shocked if he puts some things together. But that's the problem and the worry. There's too much inconsistency that could happen. So, yeah, I mean, could he go to the bullpen? Sure. But the one thing I caution with this is young pitchers, they have to learn how to be bullpen guys, and sometimes that's easier said than done, right? We might just think, oh, you're just going to the pen. No, it's a whole different routine. You're not, as a starter, getting ready for the whole game. You have to be ready when the phone rings, and you got to go in. How do you handle tough situations in that moment? How do you feel like, do I get more aggressive and try to add more velo to my fastball? Am I trying to throw off some more breakers? Because Povich's stuff plays more like a starter than it does a reliever, at least for right now. Because he's got multiple pitches that he has. He has an Invisa fastball that he throws. When he throws it right, it makes it harder to see because he's very deceptive. Big old curveball and some good off speed to go with it. So, yeah, the problem is consistency for him. So I don't think that they're going to make that move quite yet. They could, but I'd be cautious on that. On the Framber side, I'm with you. For Amber Valdez, I don't know what they're going to do. But Zach Littell, I think a Littell, a Bassett, a Lucas Giolito, any of those guys, you need depth. At this point for me, the Orioles cannot miss out on a solid depth piece because if you do, you're going to be thin. And if you get one of those depth pieces, you can upgrade at the deadline because that's where the things are going to evolve throughout the season. All right, we got to take the quick break. It's going to be our last break here before we get to our last segment. Then it's the weekend. Then we're out of here. But Anthony, I see you on the line. Stay on the line if you want to get in for the last tidbits. 410-583-1057. But I'm Ryan Ripken. It's the Hot Stove here until 7 p.m. right here on 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes.
Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hello, Baltimore. Total Wireless and Motorola are teaming up to kick off your new year with a bang. We're talking strong signals, powerful connections, and prizes that'll make your jaw drop. Pop into your nearest Total Wireless store to sign up for a chance to win an epic prize bundle valued up to $1,000. We're giving away Motorola Razr smartphones with a year of service, Moto watches, and even $1,000 gift cards. Now that's a total power move. No purchase necessary. Visit your Total Wireless store from January 9th to February 1st to participate. Details available in stores.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms. I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultrafine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome back to the Fans Hot Stove League. Here's your host, Ryan Ripken.
Welcome back into the Hot Stove. 6:50, final segment, final minutes here for the week. And just a reminder, I will be out next week. Steve Molesky, longtime baseball writer, worked with Masson, knows the game through and through, loves the Orioles, and is very in tune with the Orioles and the prospects. He will be taking over for me next week. I'll be out at the Super Bowl. The Ryan Ripken Show will be live out there Monday through Friday, so check us out on YouTube, X, and Facebook. Before we dive into full baseball for the year, it's almost here. February's in a few days, couple days, and spring training's right around the corner as well. All right, let's get to Anthony. Appreciate your patience. Look at the Anthony in Western Maryland. How are you this evening?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, I was wondering, what do you think the biggest need for the Orioles is besides starting pitching?
Anthony, biggest need besides starting pitching. That's all everyone's wanted to talk about was just pitching. I love that question. You know, honestly, I wouldn't even say the biggest need for the Orioles is being a specific player. And maybe this kind of goes into what my 2 cents wanted to be for this night. So, Anthony, you're right on track with this. Really, the biggest need for this Orioles team is officially solidifying what type of team they're going to be. Mike, you just talked about when you walked in here, you love Craig Albernaz. Going, man, it just feels like the Guardians, you just can't knock them out. They have that fight. They have that drive. They're down, but they're never out of a game. And that's how the Guardians were. But I'd argue, and Anthony, the Orioles got a lot of talent. Now, the pitching is still probably, if we're going to say the bullpen might need help, the starters, I think their lineup is set. I don't think they need to go out and get anybody else at this moment. So I think the biggest priority right now is trying to establish how are we going to play Orioles baseball? How are we going to be a better fundamental team? And how do we get better in the close games? Because the Orioles back in 2023, when they won all those games, they were 30-16 in one-run games, and they were the best comeback team in baseball. So that's what I would say, Anthony, is my biggest priority for the Orioles moving forward, is how do we get them back to playing whatever that style is going to be, and how does Craig Albernaz get comfortable with what is going to be a lot of expectations, because I know a lot of people here in Baltimore think this team can win a lot of games. Anthony,
thank you.
Of course. Any other thoughts before I let you go?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, hey, Anthony, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Hope you have a great weekend. And we'll see what the Orioles are going to be up to next. Thank you, Anthony. And then call back in when I'm back, okay?
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. See, sometimes, and this is my 2 cents to finish this out, it's always... You know, it's in some cases, you know, Mike, this is why I love you, man. This is great. You're envisioning what I'm thinking about what we're going to be doing for the show. And I swear, we really don't talk as much about it, but we're on the same wavelength. The biggest part for this is not always about who you have or who you don't have, but it's how you're going to play and how you're going to lead and how you're going to figure that out. And for Craig Albernaz, this is a new journey for him, and we're seeing it in Baltimore in general. Jesse Minter's taking over the Ravens. They just hired a new offensive coordinator that's never called plays. But from everything I've read and what I've seen, and I've watched those interviews, he's brilliant. Seems like he's got a lot of great upside, but do we know what his style of offense is going to be? No. For the Orioles, we've seen what Craig Albernaz has done with Stephen Vogt and the Guardians. And I love Albie. I spent a little time with him. He's great. He's intense in a positive way. But what's his style going to be with this group? Because that's going to be the most important thing to me. The reason why teams go on great runs, their chemistry, their culture, and their identity are all one. So you're meaning to tell me that the Mets from 2 years ago that went to the NLCS and lost to the Dodgers were a more talented team than the Mets who spent all that money last year and made all those trades? No. but they lost their identity, they lost their culture, and they lost their way that makes them win games. Whew. That's a good way to end the show then. Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. It's been one great week. Thank you for joining me on the hot stove. For Mike behind the glass, I'm Ryan Ripken. Steve Molesky will be here next week because the hot stove is going to be rocking and rolling from 6 to 7 right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football postseason for their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials, $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes.
Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Have you been left out in the cold by your propane company? If you're not getting the service you need, call Petro Home Services now. You can rely on your local propane pros at Petro to always be there for you, around the clock, in any weather. With a propane supply, fully stocked fleet of trucks, and the experienced technicians you need for a worry-free winter, go with Petro now and save up to $500 in propane. Visit petro.com or call 877-230-0738 today.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Contractors, tired of insurance premiums eating into your profits? Most contractors stick with one carrier and overpay year after year. Gray Insurance Group searches the entire market to help you cut costs on your liability, workers' comp, and commercial auto insurance without sacrificing protection. Why let another month slip by when you could be saving right now? Call Joe at 410-879-6383. Stop overpaying and keep more money in your business. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. I wish we could have John Hamm just like insert, because John Hamm does all the great BetMGM commercials now. I wish we could just have John Hamm just insert his very handsome, illustrious voice. BetMGM, make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You got a couple different ways you can watch the show live on YouTube. Search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch us live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And then you got a couple different ways you can listen. Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM channel 375, and, just a couple hundred affiliates throughout North America. No big deal. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We are just over a week away from the Super Bowl, but I figured it's never too early to revisit some of the cool novelty props that different sites are offering. We went over a couple yesterday, Brad. Why don't we hit on a couple of more really good ones that, honestly, I can see why people spend a couple of bucks on these, because they're fun. And if you got $5, $10 to just chuck on one of these, and then you're watching with your buddies or you're watching with a big party, then it makes it really fun. So something that is definitely fun for a lot of people at the stadium. This is something that's never fun for us at home watching on TV, because we never get to see it. But the biggest game of the year, hundreds of millions of eyeballs watching. Even if you don't see it, you know that it happened. It'll be on social media, and the thousands in attendance at the stadium. You want to try to protest something, you want to try to raise awareness, or if you're just some drunk bastard that wants to make a name for him or herself, do we get a streaker entering the field of play, Brad? Yes is plus 300. No is minus 500. Do you think there's anybody that's going to be bold enough to get on the field, maybe without a shirt, maybe without pants, maybe without both, and make a hubbub, make a commotion? Do we get a streaker at Super Bowl 60?
Do random vermin or animals count?
No, it's got to be a human. Well, actually, I don't know. I mean, according to the prop, I don't know. I would assume it's got to be a human.
Yeah, because if you're going to throw in like squirrels, I might actually wager on this. Black cats, maybe we get the Kevin Harlan call with the black cats streaking across the field. Hey, never know. I mean, if animals are included, that really opens up the options that this sucker could actually come through. An actual human being streaking, attempting to run across the field and get absolutely just smoked, decleated by security. I'm going to say no, but I would like to see it, but they'll never show it on television anyway.
Yeah, and I'm going to go yes. I'll go yes, because you know what?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think there'll be somebody crazy enough to do it right now. I feel like our country is pretty politically charged right now. You got a little bit. You got a lot of conservation groups. Maybe PETA antes up. They say we want to make a name for ourselves. PETA's done that before, right? They've had people show up at games and protest NBA games or cause commotions. You got a lot of things right now that people would be worth making a distraction, getting thrown in jail for a night for, and having a post bail for what, like 20 grand, 15 grand for streaking on the field at the Super Bowl. I think you get somebody crazy enough to do it. I'll go yes at plus 300. And I might put $5 on it. Here's the thing I always wonder, because I know people have done this, right? If you are the streaker, there's a loophole, man. We're talking about gambling scandals. How does that work if you know you're going to streak, or you have a friend that says, hey, man, whatever they allow you to put down, do it. I'm going out on the field naked. Maybe the 6 of us as a show here, you, me, Combs, Monty, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, We'll throw in our bosses. I'm sure Mitch Rosen would love to get in on this. He'll get some action on this. And Andrew Williams. What if we all converge together, buy a Super Bowl ticket for one person, they go to the game, they streak, we all throw as much down as we can, and bang, and we profit.
Stay off. But who has got to pull the deed? Yeah, exactly. Who's got to pull the deed? Is it going to be Brando? Because Brando's not going to outrun anybody. I'm going to say it's Monty. I think Monty has got elite sprint speed. I think he's a guy that runs like at least a sub 540-yard dash. He's not Tom Brady out there. I think he would have a more than a puncher's chance of outrunning security and fooling everybody. So, sure, I'm in on that as a collective. We'll throw in some money. We'll spring it out of the pen. But Monty, with the way this has to happen is for you to, again, outrun everyone. But I got faith in you, brother.
Monty in the show chat says, I'm in. He's in. Monty's in. It's settled.
In. Yeah, Iowa proud.
Yeah. We'll do a little T&E, right? A little or whatever the acronym is for expenses. And we'll send it to Andrew Williams. We'll get a ticket. We'll send Monty to the game. We'll send Monty to Santa Clara. And he'll be at Levi's Stadium. He'll streak. You got to do it naked, though, Monty. Shirt off, pants off.
Yes.
Skivvies off. You got to really commit to it.
Everything.
I think it's a great idea.
Monty's silent.
Monty says, need more money for that. Well,
yeah, leverage, man. Right. Go, Monty. Go in all your wonderful glory.
I mean, you need more money. Like, Monty, we're all going to split the pool. Whatever we can get down, whatever site allows us to get in on this action, we're all going to split it. So, I mean, I don't know. Does Monty want some he wants a 65-35 split. 65 for just him. No. I'll do it, and I'll make sure we equally split it. Forget about Monty. I'll do it. I'll be the unsung hero of this operation. I'll put my body on the line, and we'll get it done. Monty is too selfish. Monty wants 65% of the pot. Unbelievable. All right, anyway, let's move on. Here's a good one. Which song will be sung first by the crowd? Sweet Caroline, -120, or Country Roads at -120? Off the top of my head, I know that the Patriots, they always sing Living on a Prayer going into the fourth quarter. So if that was offered, I would 1,000,000% jump on that. I don't know what the Seahawks, if they have a song that they play at every home game.
Something for Pearl Jam?
Is that it? I know Renegade is the Steelers. The Packers always play, I don't want to work, I just want to bang on the drum all day.
On the drum all day.
Yeah, you guys play Bear Down. I don't know if the Seahawks have a song. But, Brad, if you had to pick between one of these two, what do you think gets sung first?
Is there an option that is none of the above at like plus 100? Or even at any kind of minus money I'd be on. I don't think either one would be sung. If, I have to make a selection, Sweet Caroline, ba, ba, ba. I mean, come on. That's one that unites the crowd. No matter what side of the aisle that you stand on, it doesn't matter. It brings everybody together. And that's the kind of tune that America needs right now. We all need Neil Diamond in our lives.
Yeah, so I just Googled Seahawks fans songs, and the AI answer apparently says that Can't Hold Us by Macklemore.
From Seattle. Okay, yeah.
Is associated with the team's peak success and frequent plays in the stadium. Wilson by Fish. I've never heard that song.
Okay.
So, Country Road, it just basically comes down to which cliched song gets... I'd have to give the nod to Sweet Caroline. Again, I know it's like they don't sing that at Patriots games, but those are Boston fans. That's what they sing at the Red Sox games.
Yeah.
I would assume they'll jump in they'll get a Sweet Caroline going before we get a Country Roads. That's my opinion. Country Roads, you know what, they always play that at the London games for whatever reason. British people love that. Whenever it's the Jaguars and some other slop team playing in London, you always hear Country Roads get sung on those Sunday morning 9:45 games, 9 a.m. games. I'm hungover out of my mind, and I'm hearing Country Roads. I'm like, what is happening? So I'd give the nod to Sweet Caroline. Brandon says he's got the Seahawks.
Mission over. Welcome to the dark side. When you see that blue and green, know it's my ties. Defending every blade of grass when we collide. It's Seattle when it's raining and we outside. Yeah, we outside.
Nobody's singing that. And nobody's going to sing that.
That song is a song by Dre's called The Dark Side. Dre's, Draze. That is their anthem, their official anthem.
Is that Drake's redheaded stepbrother, step cousin, stepchild? I don't know what the word to use was there. Dre's, yeah. I don't know.
Not familiar with Dre's.
Nobody's singing it. Corporate America,
all
sure
days
as hell, that's
with
going to
Dre's.
be. Yeah, corporate America filling up the suites at the Super Bowl. Sure as hell ain't singing that. So, yeah, all right. No. Well, the jury's out. Sweet Caroline, Country Roads. I think you and I both give the lean to Sweet Caroline. Let's move on. Will a 60-plus yard field goal be scored? Otherwise, will either team kick a 60-plus yard field goal? And I think you can only bet on yes if you're going to do it. And it's plus 1,500 for a 60-yard field goal. The game is outdoors. We don't know the weather report definitively yet for San. I did see some rain in the forecast, mid-60s, so not great weather, but 60 yards. Borregales doesn't have a huge leg. Myers has a decent leg. I would say no, but then again, we see NFL kickers hit 60 sometimes like it's nothing. Maybe you get one right before half. I wouldn't put a couple bucks down on this, Brad.
Yeah, driver down, and Abraham Lincoln, a nice crisp one. Why not? Myers, season long is 57 yards, if my recollection serves me correctly. So he's kind of got the leg. And given the environment, given the situation, given the fact it's a damn Super Bowl, he could be ultra juiced up with the adrenaline flowing. Yeah, at the end of a half, kicking it from that kind of distance at 15-1 odds. Sure, count me in. Pour me another glass of tequila and let's go.
Okay. Couple more here. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. He's Brad Evans. We're talking fun Super Bowl novelty props. How about this one? Will a 75-plus yard receiving touchdown be scored? Again, this is a win only, so there is no betting no. It's only yes. 75-plus yard receiving touchdown at plus 2,200. Do you think you're getting good odds for this, Brad?
It's not too shabby. Again, it's worth a little sprinkle of anything. A couple of players are capable of doing this. One, of course, JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba can literally do everything. I can have the little nickel dime action, can catch those 75-yard bombs and smack that booty. Kayshon Boutte has got that big play appeal. A guy who could easily run a streak route outside the numbers, get some separation, take it to the house. So, sure, 22-1, why the hell not?
Yeah, I'm actually looking here. What is the longest receiving touchdown of the season for the Patriots? Their longest receiving touchdown is Kyle Williams had a 72-yarder. Actually, I remember that touchdown. I'm pretty sure that came against the Dolphins? He had a 72-yarder against Tampa Bay. So the Patriots' longest of the season was 72 yards. Let's see what the Seahawks was. They had a 51-yarder from Rashid Shaheed in the playoffs, or that was his longest catch. Longest regular season catch for Seattle was, 67 yards, it looks like, for Cooper Kupp. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think. I think you're better off saving your money here as well. All right, let's move on. Any non-quarterback to throw a touchdown pass. Again, you can only bet yes on this. Plus 1,400. Any non-QB to throw a touchdown pass. You like this one, Brad, or no?
No, I don't like this one at all. I don't really see anybody having some mysterious quarterback experience like a Juwan Jennings type for a member who plays in that stadium often of the San Francisco 49ers. But of course, this is a play for either one of these franchises. It would have to be like Ramondre Stevenson. No, he's not going to do it. Travion Henderson probably not going to do it. Seattle Kenneth Walker III. No. Halani. No. I'm not seeing it. Quarterback only TDs in this game.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp was the only non-quarterback to throw a pass in the entire regular season for the Seahawks. He threw one pass. No non-quarterback threw a pass in the regular season for the Patriots. It does say Efton Chisholm, who is their wide receiver and at times lines up at fullback. He says he had one pass attempt in the playoffs. When the hell did that happen? I don't remember that.
I don't recall that. Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, I'm with you here. No on this one. Combs is saying the Patriots tried it in the AFC divisional round.
They tried that same play.
They
tried that same play that they tried against in the Super Bowl, the Tom Brady play, where they ran an end around and Drake May broke out to the sideline and they tried hitting him. Same thing happened though to Brady. They both missed it.
Yeah.
Against Houston?
Right. I do recall that now.
Yes.
Yep. I do recall that now. It's not going to happen again.
Okay. Here's a good one. Any score on the last play of the game. Could be a field goal. Could be a touchdown. Also, that means if you go to overtime and you get a walk-off touchdown or a walk-off field goal, I feel like you got decent odds on this one. Yes is plus 850. No, minus 1,800. This is something I would put $5 on. Any score on the last play of the game. Patriots, Seahawks, if this game's close, how many games have we seen come down to the wire? If it goes to overtime, you got a pretty decent chance of hitting it. It could happen on a last-second field goal. Patriots, I feel like, have won so many Super Bowls that way. I would put $5 on this. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, you got a pretty tight spread at 4.5 right now at BetMGM with Seattle favored, so it could come down to a field goal boot for hopefully the Seattle Seahawks and Myers. And you mentioned it, man. Lots of outcomes in which this could occur. Could occur in regulation, could occur in overtime. Yeah, I totally see that. Of the longer odds ones that we've laid out here, 60-plus yard field goal at 15-1, it's a bit of a stretch. 75-plus yard receiving touchdown to be scored at 22-1, very much a stretch. Any non-quarterback touchdown throw at 14-1, also a stretch. This one, a plus 850, I know it's a little bit lighter in terms of payouts, but definitely substantially better odds of actually hitting.
Yeah, let's move on. We got two more here before we take a short break. Sam Darnold, most consecutive completions, over or under 6.5. So if you go over, he's got to have 7 straight completions or more at any point in this game. And if you go under, he cannot obviously have more than 6 straight completions at any point in this game. Worth mentioning, Week 9 this season against the Washington Commanders, Sam Darnold tied a Seahawks franchise record with 17 consecutive completions during their Week 9 win against Washington. That was back on November 2nd. Possible, but unlikely. I would lean under, but probably something that I wouldn't go anywhere near because I think that you're like, this is just something that you're betting on, like, what's the word I'm looking for, Brad? Like, there's really no statistical analysis. There's no data to really go off of here.
I disagree. Here's a piece of data that leans me to the under as well. So you and I are congruent on the same page, mi amigo. The strength of New England, again, since week 12, they're number 7 in drop back EPA defense. So that is their strength. Their weakness has been in the trenches. Yeah, I don't think Sam Darnold's going to complete 7 or own unless they're nothing but like 1 to 2 yard passes to JSN, and that ain't going to happen.
Yeah. That's the only thing I would worry about is if they start the game with a lot of safe underneath passes. You know, I could see Darnold starting the game off like 8 for 8 for like 60 yards. I don't know. I wouldn't touch it. Finally, total punts in the game. Over or under 7.5 total punts. Over is plus 100. Under 7.5 minus 130. What do you think about this?
Well, given the defensive choice of both of these elite squads, again, you look at the EPA data since week 12, New England is top 5 in EPA per play defense. Seattle also top 5. They're actually number 3. New England at number 5 in that category. Under, and under again. And you know what? Daddy won. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it. Let's go, Brandon. Let's get it. Man, that's sledgehammer worthy at a minus 130 price. Yeah, count me in.
Really? You would like the under here? I would go over. I think this is going to be closer to a defensive battle. How about this? Seattle scored 31 points on the Rams last game. They punted 5 times. They themselves punted 5 times. And I'll even give one where the Patriots had their most points in this year's playoffs, 28 against Houston. And even in that game, they punted, they punted 8 times in that game themselves. Total punts, 8. I would go over here. You get the plus money as well. I know you broke out the sledgehammer. I'd be on the opposite
reverse
side.
Psychology.
I'd be looking to hammer that. Yeah, a little reverse psychology. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we will break down this Michigan State game, and we'll look ahead to some other big college hoops games this weekend, including another top 25 game tonight as well. Don't go anywhere. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Super Bowl 60 is set. Patriots, Seahawks. Keep listening for all the inside information you need to know on your home for the NFL, Westwood One Sports, and the Westwood One Sports app.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system, and you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Taxes could be your biggest expense in retirement. Do something about it. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Sound familiar?
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21. Select styles only.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
The Sports Pulse of Baltimore. 105.7, the voice of the fan.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Sports Radio 105.7, the fan.
Every score, every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight. It's a Friday night. The vibes are just right. We're hanging out. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We are eagerly anticipating number 3 Michigan, number 7 Michigan State at the top of the hour. That's a game that we will keep you posted on throughout the entire show. Maybe some live betting angles, a way that you could potentially play that game. If you want to hang out with us, get in the YouTube chat, drop some comments. We'll put them on the show. We'll feature them. Any tweets you want to send our way as well. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. You can tweet the show at BetMGM tonight. Plenty of different ways to get involved. We want you to get involved in the program. Speaking of Michigan State and Michigan, Brad, let's dive into this puppy, shall we? So you got two of the better defenses in the country. Michigan, arguably the best 2-point offense in the country. You got experienced guards. You got a rivalry game. You got 2 top 10 teams that only have a combined 3 losses between the two of them. What's going to make this game so special tonight before we give out some plays? What is going to be the demanding and prevailing themes here in this one? We talked to Brian Bush, the voice of the Michigan Wolverines men's basketball team last hour, but I'd like to hear it from the college basketball aficionado himself. Get me, if somebody's not sold on this game, sell them right now on this game.
Well, obviously, we're having a historic race right now in the Big Ten for the regular season title. We got 4 teams with 1 loss. Again, Michigan State going to be going toe-to-toe tonight. And the other 2 teams are also going toe-to-toe this weekend on Sunday. My ILL taking on Nebraska. So there is a lot at stake, not only in this game, but the game on Sunday. And, of course, it's a rivalry game. They're in the glove state. And, these 2 teams, not a whole lot of love lost. They're always tight. They're always compelling. They always come down the bitter end. And what I love more than anything are the venues in college basketball, because they're generally a little bit smaller than in the NBA, not as cavernous. So you're right on top of the action. Breslin's one of those arenas. 15,000 in full throats are going to be packing the rafters, wanting to knock off their arch rivals in Michigan. So the energy, the passion is going to just jump off the screen and into your living room. or into the bar, wherever you're consuming this, that's why it's must-see TV, because you also got to get familiar with these squads ahead of March Madness. And both these teams traded at high seeds. Right now, I got Michigan State as a number 2 seed. I have Michigan as one of my 4 number 1 seeds. So, again, a lot on the line positioning for that seeding position. Not only that, but with the Big Ten title also on the line, you got to tune in, man. There's just so much at stake, and Michigan State and Michigan must see TV.
Okay. All right, let's get you what you need to know here from our friends at BetMGM. And this one has been close all the way up to the lead up to this game. We actually had some action come in on the Wolverines. They are 2.5-point favorites, although there was almost plus money attached to that. Like on the money line, they're minus 145. Michigan State plus 118. The total has actually been bought up here to 150.5. I saw it at 147 earlier in the day. It's gone up to 150.5. I'm not sure why, Brad. I mean, my play for this game was the under, and I get it now at a couple of points higher here, under 150.5. That's how I'm looking to play it. Like we said, Michigan, one of the best 2-point shooting teams in the country, but you mentioned it to Brian Bush. They've been terrible shooting the 3-ball as of lately here. And you got Michigan State, never really a good 3-point shooting team. Most of the guys on this team are at or under 36% from deep. And they've got one of the best defenses, if not the number 1 best defense in the country. So rivalry game on top of it, Friday night. Hopefully the refs are swallowing the whistles more than calling them or blowing them. And I think we get a defensive battle, dare I say it, a rock fight, a game in today's college basketball that gets finished in the 60s. Sign me up for it. I think that's where we're headed with this one. I like the under 150.5.
Yeah, the key in this game for your ticket, my friend, who's going to control the tempo and the pace? Because Michigan wants to rev the engine, right? They love that IndyCar kind of speed. They're top 40 on the games played over last month in adjusted tempo. You look at Michigan State, much slower pace team. The number 282 over that same stretch in adjusted tempo. Both outstanding defensively, as you already outlined on the season. The Sparty Party numero uno in all of college basketball on points per possession allowed at 0.894. And where is Michigan? Oh, right behind them at number 2 in the country, giving up just 0.898 points per possession. We talked about it with Brian. The play-by-play voice there for the Wolverines. Whoever really controls the glass, I think, is going to have an edge in this game, and that is a specialty of Michigan State, man. They really generate a lot of secondary, tertiary opportunities with their bigs. They box out, they seal off the glass. If Mara gets any kind of foul trouble, I think Michigan is in a whole heap of trouble. I like Michigan State in this game. I think they're a better 3-point shooting team, as evidenced by the fact that, again, Michigan, over their last 7 games, only shooting 28.2% from distance. Where's Michigan State at in that category, where they're shooting much more respectable, 34.5%. And given their defensive chops, the rebounding, I think it's going to be like a sleeper hold to go old school WWF on you from the 1980s, and they're just going to lull Michigan to sleep. So it's a little bit puzzling that we're seeing, the action sway to Michigan right now at a minus 2.5. I think the Spartans are going to win straight up. I grabbed them earlier today at plus 105, and you're saying it's now plus 118 with a line adjustment at BetMGM. Take it away, my friend. I got to pull up my BetMGM app and double down on the Sparty Party, because those kegs, they ain't running dry tonight.
Ooh, wait. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, I don't care if Michigan State wins, loses, draw. Well, draw would be terrible for me if they go to overtime. So I just like the under here. You like Michigan State, and yeah, plus 115 now. It's actually it's changed slightly. Plus 115 are the Spartans, but should be a fantastic game no matter what. Let's move on. We got another top 25 game tonight. How about the St. Louis Billikens, number 21 in the country? They've gotten off to a tremendous start, 20-1 on the season. They have been the pride so far in the Atlantic 10 Conference. Their one loss this year was to Stanford, I believe, by 1 point. They're at home at the Chaifetz Arena, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, in St. Louis, taking on the Dayton Flyers at 14-7. And St. Louis, 9.5-point favorites. I'm not going to pretend that I know a ton about St. Louis here, Brad. All I know is that all 5 starters average double figures in points. That tells me this team's balanced. They've got no freshmen in their starting 5. That tells me this team is smart, disciplined. They're going to take care of the basketball. And so if I had to pick one here tonight, give me the Billikens, home team, ranked team, better team at home Friday night. Take care of business against Dayton. I actually do know, and I've called games for one of Dayton's starters, and that's Jordan Durkak, who was once the best player in the conference in the NEC, then transferred to Rutgers and now finds himself on Dayton. So I know that kid can light it up. But again, St. Louis, veteran team, disciplined team, balanced team. Give me the Billikens to win this one by double digits here at home.
Yeah, I think it's a great call. I think they're going to score the cover as well. I kind of like the over when you throw that in there to boot. St. Louis loves a brisk pace. One of the fastest teams in the country, number 42 to adjusted tempo in games played in January. Here's a fun fact as well, Pat. They're only like one of 3 teams here in all of college basketball over the last 30 days that are top 10, not only in EFG offense, but top 10 in EFG defense. In fact, Pat, the Billikens are numero uno in EFG defense as they're giving up just 41.7% from 2 and 24% along the arc. But again, the pace of play, going to be a high possession kind of game. Dayton has struggled to score the rock. They're only number 233 in EFG offense here in the month of January. Dayton really thrives off creating havoc and pressure and getting a lot of turnovers and miscues. St. Louis, though, has got effective ball handlers, and they have Milk Chamberlain. His nickname, I didn't give it to him, or the artist formerly known as Larry Nerd. He was the standout at Indiana State. Robbie Avila. You look at him, he's pasty white. He wears goggles. He looks awkward as hell. But my God, is he a baller. Fills up the stat sheet, dropping dimes, snatching boards, scoring inside and out. He's just fun to watch, and he is a key cog on that Billikens team. So I'm with you, man. I think St. Louis covers. And again, I think the over hits because I wouldn't be surprised if St. Louis hangs 90 on the Flyers tonight.
Ooh, okay. All right. Now you're making me feel really good here. Let's move on to 2 games tomorrow. Let's hit on a couple of ones really quickly here. Big one tomorrow at the Fog, BYU and Kansas. 2 of the best teams in the Big 12. You got one of the best players in the country in A.J. DeBonsa for BYU coming off that heartbreaking loss against Arizona. Meanwhile, Kansas, they have really started to steady the ship here. I think Darren Peterson is going to play tomorrow. I believe that's been just about all but confirmed by John Rothstein. And so Kansas is going to have their star freshman, 2 of the best players that we're going to see in the NBA draft this year. I like Kansas in this one, but, again, not all that confident. So I'll let you take it away here. What do you like between the Jayhawks and the Cougars tomorrow in Kansas?
When you have tight lines like this, I love living in the middle. So what I'm going to do is play a little same game parlay. I'll take Kansas and win straight up. But I'm not going to bet on that individually because of the Jack juice as a result. But I'll take BYU with plus 10.5, maybe plus 12.5, meaning Kansas got to win by either 1-10 or 1-12. Try to get low plus money and let it ride. I think BYU is going to keep this within single digits with A.J. DeBonsa, Richie Saunders, Wright as well. They got some ballers. They want to, right the ship of that loss they had last time out. Very balanced team, pretty good defensive team. Kansas and a better defensive team. And Fog Allen is an intimidating place to play. Fog's going to be packed to the gills. One of the best fan bases in the country. Yes, KU, Rock, Chalk, Jayhawk gets the dub, but BYU keeps it close. So, again, that's why I'm going to live in the middle.
All right, and then really quickly, tomorrow night, 6:30, Kentucky versus Arkansas. Really good battle at Bud Walton Arena in Fayetteville. The Hogs, 7.5-point favorites. They're the number 15 team in the country. Kentucky's been very up and down, Mark Pope's squad, but they've been, a couple of those incredible come-from-behind wins. Has this really spurred them ahead here? If I had to pick, I would take Arkansas. But, Brad, what do you like in this game tomorrow down in the SEC?
Yeah, I'm going to take the boys inside of Bud Walton. I'm going to go with Arkansas as well. With Akoff, who's one of the best guards in the country, one of the best facilitators and scorers off the bounce. What version of Kentucky are we going to see? The one that had a 5-game winning streak at SEC play, with those come from behind stirring victories, or one that got their butts absolutely waxed in Nashville against Vanderbilt? I think it's going to be more of the latter, man. I think Arkansas with a brisk pace. They're one of the fastest teams in the country, number 17 in tempo, top 25 in EFG offense. I think they're going to splishy, splash, and run Big Blue Nation out of the gym. Sorry, Mark Pope. You guys will still be in the tournament field, but you could be sliding after this weekend.
All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Short break, come right back. We'll do hot or cold. We'll get Brandon Combs, our producer, in the mix. That's coming up next on BetMGM tonight. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
A new chapter in NFL history begins at Super Bowl 60. Patriots, Seahawks, and we'll be there all next week, live from Media Row in San Francisco, starting Monday on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Trust & Will is not a law firm. It does not provide legal advice, and the online forms it provides are not a substitute for the advice or services of an attorney.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust & Will. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust & Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. Trustandwill.com/plan.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When winter weather hits hard, you need a heating company you can count on. That's why more of your neighbors go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With reliable delivery in any weather and live 24/7 service, count on your local HVAC pros at Petro to stay warm and save all winter. Go to petro.com now to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221 today.
Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman, and on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21, select styles only.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It is radio the old-fashioned way. It is a wonderfully eccentric institution.
Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan. Baltimore Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, I'm Boomer Esiason. Follow the Ravens, Terps, and O's on 105.7 The Fan or anytime on the free Odyssey app.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Yup. That's right. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Two white guys dancing to some EDM dubstep. That's definitely what you pay to watch here on a Friday night on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We got the great Ty Dunn coming up at the top of the hour from GoLongTD.com. Independent journalist, covers the Bills a lot, though. He's got amazing insight from inside one Bills drive that he's going to give us on what a hell of a hellstorm it's been in the last 2 weeks in Orchard Park. So that's coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, though, let's do a little hot or cold. Let's get our producer, Brandon Combs, Big Stones Combs, into the mix here. Combsy. And, Brandon, what do you got for us? What's going on, man?
What's going on, boys? It's been a good show so far. Been a day, especially behind the scenes. Been a lot of fun. You guys ready to get into some hot or cold?
Hell yes.
All right. Start here. In light of recent events this week, y'all know what I'm talking about, the Pro Bowl can no longer be considered a career accomplishment. Hot or cold, Brad?
Oh, my goodness. It has to be hot. And muy caliente, hotter than the damn sun. Why Shedeur Sanders is a Pro Bowl replacement right now with a 68 passer rating and 7 to 10 touchdown interception split. It's a punchline. Ha, ha, ha. It's an absolute joke. It's not even real football. It's an accolade that used to mean something if you were a first-team selection, but it's pointless now. Just be done with it. Eliminate the Pro Bowl. There is no reason for it to be played. I think the selections can still be made and bring back some integrity to earning the accolade, because right now, again, it's a subpar competition and subpar selections at best. So the Pro Bowl, get the heck out of here.
I'll actually go cold here. As long as something like this fugazi accolade for Shedeur Sanders doesn't happen again. If it's a one-time thing, then I think the Pro Bowl, as years go on, kind of holds its sanctimoniousness. I don't even know if that's a word, but it's value, it's honor.
It is.
I don't know why CJ Stroud wasn't picked. I don't know why basically any other quarterback that played even a half of a season, if not longer, wasn't asked first. I mean, Joe Flacco got added today to the Pro Bowl. Like, he should have been asked first over Shedeur Sanders. Joe Flacco went to Cincinnati and lit it up for several weeks before Joe Burrow took over. He was the starter in Cleveland to begin the year. It's like, why wasn't Joe Flacco asked first? Because you put together the numbers here between the two of those guys. Joe Flacco, 2,500 yards, 15 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Shedeur Sanders, 1,400 yards, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. Not even comparable. So I don't know why other quarterbacks weren't asked first, but I'm hoping that this is maybe only a one-off, that Shedeur got selected as a Pro Bowl quarterback, and that's because almost everybody that they asked outside of him said no. But Then again, maybe I'm making my own, point against myself here because then they asked Flacco and he said yes. So I don't know, man. I'd like to go cold. I'd like to hope that this doesn't happen every year. Quarterbacks that are completely undeserving being selected to the Pro Bowl, but you never know.
They play flag football, Pat. Flag football.
Yeah, I know they play flag football, Brandon.
This doesn't count.
It's the accolade.
There's no more accolade.
That's
though.
right.
There's
It's
nobody cares. Nobody cares about the Pro Bowl anymore. Everybody's turning it down. It can no longer.
No, I know nobody cares about the Pro Bowl. I'm just saying in terms of like when we look at a player and we look at his resume and we say, hey, this guy was a Pro Bowler last year. Like now we're gonna have to say that about Shedeur Sanders.
You don't.
And we all know
Wikipedia.
That's what the whole point of this is. You can no longer count that as a career accolade because you've got guys that are turning this down. You've got players that just don't want to go to the Pro Bowl because it's just not worth it. And so you got guys who are more deserving to be the Pro Bowl. Even Drake May last year. Drake May didn't have a stellar season. I believe he 15 touchdowns to 10 interceptions. I know he completed a high percent of his passes, but he was not a Pro Bowler over a lot of guys last year. These guys are turning it down. This is no longer a career accolade because guys that deserve it, the guys that should be there, don't want to be there, so they're not getting the accolade. The guys who just say yes are getting the accolade, and that's why it can no longer be a career accolade. It can't be something that we look at anymore from probably about maybe even 10 years ago until forever. You can no longer look at this as a career accolade because it's not real.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Giannis would put the Knicks over the hump for an NBA title. Pat, go ahead, Homer.
Homer, I mean, come on, dude. You know that this is hot. You know that this is scorching hot. It's not even close. Giannis to pair with Jalen Brunson, and I'm assuming a trade with the Bucks is either it's only Cat or it's a combination of OG Anunoby and some of the younger players that the Knicks have. But like either way, Jalen Brunson, Giannis, and any of the other main pieces that the Knicks have, minus one or two players, yes, that puts them over the hump without a shred of a doubt. I mean, are you kidding me? All of a sudden you put two top 10 players in the NBA on the same team? Yeah, no doubt it puts them over the hump. They would win the championship going away if Giannis comes to the Knicks. But I don't think it's going to happen, because the Knicks barely have any first-round draft picks because we wasted them on Mikal Bridges.
I'm going to go cold on this. I think it puts them in the conversation, but like over the hump, over the edge, makes them a certifiable winner. No, he's still got the Oklahoma City Thunder with their big three, the reigning NBA champs. Now look at Giannis. When he has been healthy this season, according to ESPN Advanced Analytics, he's only number 28 in WAR. So maybe, a change of scenery would add some additional juice to him and have the motivation. He gets back to the ultra elite level that he once played with. But as it stands currently in this hypothetical scenario, which is snowball chance of hell ever occurring, I think they're on a near equal plane with OKC, but that doesn't guarantee they're going to win the Larry O'Brien.
I put this in there just to get Pat riled up and to get Pat excited about the Knicks.
Oh, I know you did.
And then just so that I could bring them back down, because they're still the Knicks. I don't care who they add. They're not winning the NBA title. All right. Last one, guys, before we go to break. There is no chance, zero chance, that I would ever buy a seat in a stadium constructed in just 23 days. I don't care where it's built. And that's what happened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia this year for the Royal Rumble, the WWE Royal Rumble. They built a stadium in 23 days. Would you buy a ticket?
Well, how expensive are we talking about? I'll go to a stadium that was built in 23 days if it's like $50. I mean, but I know that this is to go see the Royal Rumble, so you couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me enough to go watch this stupid event. No.
I'm ice cold on this. There is no chance, or maybe I'm hot based on the wording that you put in the statement here. I'm with you, man. I don't want to die. There's going to be a couple loose screws for sure that are going to be out there. That thing is going to fall into a million pieces, and I am going to get crushed to death, and I don't want to die in Saudi Arabia. No, and thank you.
We got Ty Dunn coming up next to talk about what the hell has been going on in Buffalo over the last 2 weeks. 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. You coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Happy New Year, and thank you, Baltimore. When I started Amazing Heating and Air, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to start the best darn plumbing, heating, and air company in the city. But I had no idea if customers would respond. After all, I was going up against some really big plumbing, heating, and air conditioning companies, many of whom are now really well funded through private equity. But so many of you have made Amazing your go-to for plumbing, heating, and air service that we've grown quite a bit over the years. So it's only fitting that I say thank you. And I'm doing that with a gift. I'm giving away 2 years of our Comfort Club membership with any new system purchase between now and the end of Martin Luther King Day. So while I hope you have an amazing new year and that you don't need us this season, if you do, my thank you gifts are waiting for you at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
This is Around the League, powered by Factor. As the pro basketball season moves deeper into the second half, the intensity is rising. The team from New York is making noise in the East. The defending champions are finding their rhythm, and contenders across the league are jockeying for position as the trade deadline comes into focus. All-star storylines are taking shape. This is the stretch where preparation matters. Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can watch us on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Make sure you follow us, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all at BetMGM Tonight. And then you got plenty of different ways to listen to the show. Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Michigan and Michigan State, one of the games of the year in college hoops, is about to tip off. We've given some big-time thoughts on that. We talked to Brian Bush, who's the voice of Michigan men's basketball on the radio about an hour and 20 minutes ago. And so in case you missed any of that, you can go back, download the BetMGM Tonight podcast to catch up with whatever you missed. But there has been, in my words, I'll put it in my words, a hellstorm in Buffalo here over the last 2 weeks. Chaos, the ultimate roller coaster of emotions. They lose to the Broncos. Sean McDermott gets fired. Brandon Beane gets promoted to president. They promote OC Joe Brady. They've got some big-time coaching staff changes already. And who better to talk to about it than Ty Dunn, who is the founder of GoLongTD.com. It's a home for long-form NFL coverage. One of the best in the biz at writing big, nice, long, juicy pieces full of independent, incredible journalism on the NFL. But importantly, he has been a long fixture in terms of covering the Buffalo Bills. And he was inside one Bills drive. He saw everything that kind of went down. He's got a lot to tell us about. So here is Ty Dunn. Ty, Pat, Brad, good to have you on, brother. And I know you just put down your kids, so you can finally enjoy your time.
I appreciate it, man. You know what? I hustled in. I didn't have time to grab that glass of whiskey. So I'll try to bring the energy best I can, as those dads know. Sometimes that's a must when you pop on these shows. But, I mean, the Bills, they're going to supply more than enough energy because I hear you. A lot of people are upset. A lot of people are up in arms over words at press conferences. I think this was one of the best weeks in Buffalo Bills history in quite some time, to be frank.
Wow. Okay. All right. So you and I can get into it here. And I've known you for a couple of years now when I was on the producer's side. So I know you can handle it. So take us through
bring it on.
Take us through the last week of what happened, because let me just give the folks the cliff notes here. Bills lose to the Broncos where Josh Allen commits 4 turnovers, right? Sean McDermott doesn't make a 13-second mistake. Sean McDermott doesn't make coaching mistakes, in my opinion. He was dealt a pretty mediocre roster this year, one that can't stop the run, one that doesn't have elite talent at the wide receiver room. But Josh Allen is the one that had never cost them a game in the playoffs. Josh Allen's 4 turnovers. But then again, total gut punch. They don't get the Jaquan McMillan interception ruling to go their way. They get hosed on the one pass interference call that helped set up Denver with the game-winning field goal. Afterwards, everybody's crying in the locker room. It's complete devastation. And owner Terry Pagula decides to fire Sean McDermott. He gets canned for that. GM Brandon Beane gets promoted to president. They have a disastrous press conference. They're talking about making coaching changes to get over the hump. And then really all they do is just promote OC Joe Brady to head coach. Take the runway here, Ty. Tell us whatever you want and whatever you can about how these decisions came to be and why you think it was the best week in Bills history.
One of the best. I'm sure they've had some better ones. They make the Super Bowl 4 years in a row, but in this century, it's right up there. No, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but here's the thing. Like, there's everything that we see, and then there's everything that we don't see. Here's what we see. Yes, the 4 turnovers. 4 turnovers are 4 turnovers, even if one might have been a catch, even if one was a blindside sack, fumble. I got you. The thing is, going into that game, road playoff teams were 1-85 with a turnover differential of -3 or worse. And the Bills, they took the lead. I mean, they were very close to being the second team ever. And yeah, I think you can point the finger at the defense. You can point to Bo Nix back against the wall, 3rd and 11. It looks like Sean McDermott once and for all is going to send the dogs. You got 7 at the line of scrimmage. And what does he do? He backs 4 of them off, or 3 of them off. Bo Nix has time to hit Cortland Sutton. 4 plays later, Tre'Davious White gets hurt. His replacement's in the game. What happens? Sean Payton smells blood. They go after that replacement, which is exactly what they did earlier in the game when Cam Lewis got hurt and Darnell Savage came in. So to me, that's coaching. And look, if you look at the numbers, this is what we see. The last 6 playoff losses, there's been 7 in a row, 8 total under Sean McDermott. No coach in NFL history has won more playoff games without reaching the Super Bowl than Sean McDermott. In the last 6, he's a defensive-minded coach, right? That's his expertise. 52 non-kneel-down drives they've had defensively. They've allowed 25 touchdowns, 13 field goals, forced only 12 punts. There's 1 missed field goal in there. They've created 3 turnovers. That's good for 3.83 points per drive. And that is more than I think the 2007 New England Patriots scored per drive with Tom Brady, Randy Moss, Wes Welker. That's about as bad as it gets. I mean, and we're not talking Mahomes and Lamar and Burrow this year. We're talking Bo Nix, 29th in passer rating. Bo Nix, down 2 receivers, no running game. The defense lets you down. Okay, I could go on and on, so just tell me to shut the hell up at any point. But what we don't see, frankly, is worse. What we don't see is what's not advertised at podiums and press conferences and put out there publicly. He is a tight coach. I hear again and again and again from players, people in the front office, coaches, and it manifests in ways on the field. 13 seconds being the most extreme example. He grinds on people. When I wrote that series in 2023, that was quite scathing, right down to that 9/11 terrorist speech, which is its own story if we have time to get into.
Yeah, that's unforgivable.
It is. I mean, it just goes to show how he overthinks things, overanalyzes. In his mind, he's making this great point, and he can't see the forest from the trees. You don't bring up 9/11 in a training camp speech. But yeah, he was definitely described by coaches as somebody who grinds on people then. And I think he tried to change. He tried to evolve after that came out. But whenever the pressure would kind of ratchet up, he'd resort to his old ways. And to be frank, his relationship with Josh Allen, it was fine. It was never that great. It's not a special Super Bowl caliber relationship. There's a reason that you didn't really hear nice things being said from the coach about the quarterback until about a year ago. He just kind of treated him like a little kid, I was told from somebody in the building. It's the little lights aren't twinkling from Christmas Vacation, always finding that one mistake. And I don't think he understood or appreciated that nobody has a job without Josh Allen. He really thought everything ran through him. And eventually the light bulbs go off. But when they go off, it's too late. So that's why you've got Josh Allen sitting in these meetings. You've got to find somebody that has a strong relationship with your quarterback. You got no freaking chance of winning the Super Bowl. They've got a chance now with Joe Brady.
Oh, great insights there from Ty. Brad Evans here. Keon Coleman seems to be, maybe is, on thin ice with this franchise, given the healthy deactivations this season. In general, just backward step and overall production. What's the temperature on his status remaining with the club for next year? Is he somebody that stays in Buffalo? What's your gauge, if he does stay in Buffalo, that he can actually develop into a reliable vertical option?
Right. If we're going to criticize the GM, it's like, this is the receiver that you drafted. But it was a second-round pick, but they traded out of the first round. They had a kind of a batch of receivers to pick from there. You might remember that Ladd McConkey was in that group, and you took Keon Coleman. It hasn't worked out. There's been moments, Reek Woolen, there's a game against Seattle as a rookie. He's pushing him around, bullying him, making plays. So there's times you see it. He had a really good training camp this year, and then a really good first game, too, that comeback against Baltimore. Then it's all the non-football stuff, really. I mean, he misses 2 meetings. He gets in the doghouse, and he can't get out. I do think that Joe Brady believes in him. I think that he does have an advocate in the head coach that is going to try to get the absolute most out of Keon Coleman. He's got an advocate in Brandon Beane, who maybe there were coaches on staff that liked Keon Coleman more than Brandon Beane, as Terry Pagula pointed out. But it was Beane's pick. He does have the final say. And I don't know, to me, my take on that all, it took the internet by storm, right? That you don't really hear owners speak that way about players, and they're trying to, shuffle blame around. But Keon Coleman created the framework for that himself. Like, he's only being discussed as a bust because he has been, frankly, a bust so far. So this could be the ultimate wake-up call for Keon Coleman. Like, if words at a press conference offend you, this isn't the business for you. I know the NFL has, kindness officers or whatever they're doing for Super Bowl week. Look, it's a violent game. I just saw that. Oh, my God. It's so typical NFL to do something like that. But it's as long as there's blocking and tackling, these are modern-day gladiators. These are the toughest people on the face of the planet, and they're crashing into each other for 3 hours. So if a few words in a press conference bother Keon, then so be it. It's not meant to be. I've heard good things. I've heard he's responded to everything well behind the scenes. I think he's got a legitimate shot to be a good player in year 3. That being said, I think Brandon Beane goes big game hunting at receiver. I think he has to.
Oh, all right. And that's a perfect segue to my next question. There are a number of notable unrestricted free agents at wide receiver. It's unknown if they're going to be available, but if guys like, say, Alec Pierce, who was with the Colts this last year, Juwan Jennings, formerly or currently with the Niners, and my cousin, Mike Evans. I know he's a little bit long in the tooth, but a future Hall of Famer, of course, played with Tampa this last season. If they hit the market soon, do you feel the organization will add weapons, and sounds like they will, for Josh Allen? And if they do, who do you think they look at?
Yeah, I mean, and look, I sat down with Brandon Beane last offseason, and his logic was sound. It's defense that's held this team back in January as we kind of rattle out those statistics. I get drafting 5 defensive players in a row and signing Joey Bosa, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi. It made sense. But I think that even Brandon Beane, even after that WGR interview that kind of went viral, after all of that, like, he realized it in the middle of the season. We got to do something here. He couldn't get Miami to play ball. I know there's different reports out there with Jalen Waddle. Everything I've heard is the Dolphins were more so like toying with the Bills. They were never really seriously going to trade their rival, one of their best players. And the Jets really weren't playing ball with Garrett Wilson or anybody. So that there weren't many options at the deadline. And now you've got 31 other teams. You've got free agency. You've got trades. I would be stunned if they didn't make a move for somebody, right? I would just be kind of shooting from the hip. Maybe it's Alec Pierce. I mean, are the Vikings willing to shop Justin Jefferson? They just fired their GM. Who knows what's going on with the Vikings? There could be a name out there we're not even thinking about. But I think with Joe Brady, instead of Sean McDermott, you know that you've got a head coach who's going to be willing to take a chance on a personality that maybe Sean McDermott didn't want to take a chance on before. And I think that's going to be a big plus for the Buffalo Bills. The wide receiver position there, you've got to take on some of that, or else you're not going to get many big plays. Like, it's just inherent to the position. You're throwing the ball a handful of times a game. You're probably going to lose your mind every other week. And you know what? You just got to manage those personalities.
Yeah. Talking to Ty Dunn here of golongtd.com. That's the website that he founded. Long-form NFL coverage. Does a tremendous job, and specifically has done a great job covering the Bills here for the last several years. He's on with us right now on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Ty, today Joe Brady hired his offensive coordinator, going with longtime Sean Payton assistant from Denver. Their senior offensive assistant, Pete Carmichael Jr. He was the OC for the Saints for several years. What's the aim behind this hire? How different do you think the Bills' offense will look next year, if at all? Now that Joe Brady's the head coach, but you got Pete Carmichael as the OC. Brady's still going to call the plays, I assume, right?
Right. Joe Brady's calling the plays. I like the experience with Pete Carmichael. I do a podcast with Jim Monis. He won a Super Bowl with the Saints in 2009 as their Southeast scout. And then he actually was the director of personnel for the Bills before Bean got there. So actually that's what got him fired. We've talked about it on the pod a bunch, but organically, for no good reason, several times, Pete Carmichael's come up in our conversations again and again. He's got a lot of respect for his football intellect. And I think that kind of pairing that experience with a 36-year-old who's a head coach for the first time is huge. I mean, you need experience on your staff when you're a young head coach because you just don't know what you don't know. How different does this offense look? That's a great question. I've been trying to figure that out myself because he's not just going to stand there at the podium, Joe Brady, and lay out his X and O plan of attack. What I'll say, though, is I think that it was Joe Brady's offense. But let's remember how Joe Brady got his job as offensive coordinator. Ken Dorsey gets fired when the Bills are 5-5 midway through 2023 because he's not running the ball enough. And look, they needed to run the ball more. James Cook is one of the best backs in football. They've developed one of the best offensive lines in football. But I think there have been moments, stretches, when maybe they do kind of dull things down a little too much. There's not enough explosives. There's not enough big plays down the field. I think you're going to see more of that. I think that week to week, when they're crafting a game plan, Sean McDermott is heavily involved in that game plan. If they're playing a certain quarterback, they might say, hey, it's Patrick Mahomes. We got to keep the ball out of his hands. We're going to play this style of football. And Sean McDermott's a defensive coach. So while, that doesn't – I don't want to leave Joe Brady off the hook. Like, it is his offense. He is the coordinator. But you're going to do what your boss tells you to do. You don't want to get fired next, right? Like, you don't want to be a subordinate. And now that he's in charge, I think you're going to see a real Joe Brady offense and a real Joe Brady defense. He got into that as well, where too often in these playoff games, Sean McDermott's defense was just passive, predictable. There's no deception. There's no disguise. Coaches on the other team, they knew exactly what Sean was in. We mentioned those two plays against Denver when the backups come into the game and they attack him right away. Joe Brady talked a lot about striking fear into the minds of coordinators, not just quarterbacks. I think that's a big distinction that stood out to Brandon Beane and the Bills in this interview process.
Ty, last one from me. Looking ahead of the NFL draft, the Bills are picking at number 26 overall. Right now, according to NFL Mock Draft Central, 26% of the mock drafts out there have Buffalo going with linebacker C.J. Allen from Georgia. What are your thoughts on this team's target in round one? Offense or defense?
Usually when mock drafts come up this time of year, I think I'd rather walk out that window and hang out in negative temperatures and a foot of snow. I'm so anti-mock draft. I'm sorry. But no, you framed your question perfectly, Brad. You really did. I'm not going to run away from your question because I don't know what prospects they're looking at, but I do think they've got to go weaponry. I think that would be a smart move after drafting so many defensive players. Give Josh Allen another weapon. Look, he's sitting down in these interviews. He's got to say he's going to be a part of the process. Maybe not in the draft room, but I think they are really building this thing around their quarterback now. Who is that? I could just make up a name and throw it at you, but I'm so Super Bowl mind right now going to San Francisco in a couple days. I have not made that Senior Bowl combine shift quite yet, so I apologize.
Oh, good.
That's all right. Ty, by the way, so you're in Buffalo, I'm guessing, right? So you get to go from, 7 degrees right now to beautiful Santa Clara in a couple of days? Oh, my God, dude, you can't get away from your wife and kids fast enough, can you?
Well, my office is like we've got a walk-in closet and then a bathroom, so I got to be – I don't know if my voice is carrying to our master bedroom, if my wife can hear me. But yes, I'm not upset about that change in temperature and just getting away for a few days. She can handle the kids. We got 3 kids. She'll be all right. She'll do it.
Just blink twice if it's a yes. That's okay. Ty,
she's got a bad. Oh no.
Ty Dunn.
No, she's the best. She's amazing. She's amazing. That's all part of the deal, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that those are the kinds of deals that I get to look forward to very shortly. We were talking about when I'm going to have kids here, maybe predicting that game, maybe 2-3 years away. Yeah, Brad's going, no, don't do it.
Dude, it happens fast. It happens fast. You'll have 3 in no time.
Oh, stop. Please. Stop. I can feel my wallet's getting lighter by the second. Ty Dunn with us here for another minute or two. GoLongTD.com. Make sure you check it out. Please review his work. It's awesome, especially everything that he's been doing covering the Buffalo Bills. They've, in my opinion, been the most interesting team in the NFL here over the last 2-3 weeks and maybe this entire offseason. Ty, the Bills and Joe Brady, they're not shying away from recognizing that Josh Allen is their entire organization. He was absolutely involved, in my opinion, in signing off on Joe Brady being the head coach. Do you think there ever gets to a point where even somebody like the quarterback, like Josh Allen, who you mentioned, not a lot of people have jobs in Buffalo if not for him, don't you think maybe it could get to a point where it becomes too much, where it almost turns into the NBA, where I think a lot of people complain about players having too much power? Do you ever worry about that in Buffalo? I know Josh is an awesome leader. I love him. I root for him like hell. I want to see him in a Super Bowl. But are you ever worried about maybe that getting too much in one direction?
It's a fair question. I mean, hell, I was out at the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel for a number of years and have covered Aaron Rodgers, the Mike McCarthy dynamic at Bleacher Report. I think we all remember that airing of grievances press conference in 2021 after he held the team hostage for 3 months. Aaron Rodgers shows up, and it's one of the most bizarre press conferences you'll ever see. I mean, he's listing off like 5, 6, 7 different players that the Packers shouldn't have parted ways with. And if you actually look at the resumes of those players, look, it's a cold business. Ted Thompson and Brian Gutekunst moved off of those players at the right time. That's why GMs are GMs. Coaches are coaches. Players are players. I get it. You don't want any player to be making decisions in personnel and deciding who does what. I'll say this about Josh Allen, though. He is described to me repeatedly as like employee of the month, company man through and through. He is the son of a farmer, no star recruit. I think he still is that person, that player who isn't going to try to tell the team what to do. If anything, it's been lacking. If anything, this is overdue. They need the quarterback to speak up more. He really hasn't. I mean, watch Josh Allen and the Bills on any given Sunday, and you'll never see him ticked off at a receiver for a drop pass. You know, somebody else makes a mistake, he's not in their ear hole, when maybe he should be a little bit. It's just not in his personality. So I think it was a good move on the Bills to like force him to be in that position and to have a say. It's a tricky balance. I get it. But I think right now, anyways, I feel like they are striking that balance as a franchise.
Ty, we appreciate it, brother. Enjoy your Friday night. Go be with your wife now, and then you can enjoy Santa Clara guilt-free. Enjoy the 60, 70-degree weather change, and can't wait to catch up with you soon, man. Awesome stuff with all the work you've been doing. Love following you, brother, and it's great to catch up with you.
Pleasure all here, fellas. Thanks so much for having me tonight.
Thanks, Ty.
There you go. Ty Dunn, founder of GoLongTD.com. Great guy. Great guy. I wish we had more time because I definitely would have loved to maybe take the gloves off and battle him on why the hell Brandon Beane is still in Buffalo. But either way, we got to take a break. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to do something called The List. We'll explain when we return, but it's a brainchild of our producers, Brandon Combs and Monty. That's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Super Bowl 60 is set. Patriots, Seahawks. Keep listening for all the inside information you need to know on your home for the NFL, Westwood One Sports, and the Westwood One Sports app.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez. And the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Revitalize your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select vanities and free delivery during our bath savings event. Plus, get up to 40% off select shower heads. No matter what style you're looking for, we've got you covered. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Oh, let's go.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21. Select styles only.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems like snoring, aches and pains, hot sleep, or even an old saggy mattress that can keep you up at night. And our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now get a king bed for a queen price, plus a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Every game, every interview, every take. 105.7, the voice of the Fan.
Subscribe to the Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out again to Ty Dunn from GoLongTD.com. his website that he created for long-form NFL coverage. He was awesome, man, and it's good for him. He's getting out of freaking 5-degree Buffalo to go to Santa Clara next week for the Super Bowl. So huge shout out to him. Yeah, let's move on here, though, because we've got something, Brad, that producer Brandon Combs, video producer Mike Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, have cooked up, and they're calling it The List. Combs, Monty.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
Wow. Hell
Like
yeah.
that?
Monty, you want to take this away? That was a nice little intro there. What do we got cooking here, boys?
Yeah, so Brandon just he told me about it last night. Said we need some trivia list sort of thing, and I'm not good at trivia, so I decided maybe I'll put together the list. So I came up with these, and I will continue to do so every Friday, and I hope it's not too hard. So we'll see how it goes.
I hope
We'll
it's
adjust
super
accordingly.
hard.
Well, we're going to stick with the Super Bowl. I don't know if you guys know or not, but that's coming up. So maybe the best player on the field, JSN, 1,700 plus yards this season, which is 8th most all time. So I was going to see if you guys could name the top 16 single season receiving yards, because those are the ones that have had 1,700 or more. So there's 16 players that have had 1,700 plus receiving yards in a season in NFL history. Can you name them?
I like this.
I like it too. All right, we're gonna go one by one here. We're gonna go around the horn. Pat, you want to go first? You want me to go first? We want Brad to go first because Brad looks like he's struggling. Brad looks like he's about to go to the bathroom. So I think we might want to give him some time to think.
Well, yeah, but going first probably gives you the most opportunities to get the obvious ones.
I mean, I would think so.
Brad, up to you, man. You want to go first?
Sure. Let's go ahead and get this wrong immediately. I'm going to throw out Terrell Owens.
No.
Wow, T.O. never had a 1,700-yard season?
It appears not.
Wow.
Wow, we're off to a great start.
I mean,
restart.
So Brad's out. So now it's just to me and Pat.
Maybe I could make it a little easier. There has been one.
I mean, I've got a couple names.
5 seasons.
I think I can easily get 7 or 8. If Combs can match me, we'll knock this thing out. But wait, so if you get one wrong, you're out. That's how we're doing this.
If you get one
Brad's
wrong,
out?
or if you say the name of a player that's already been said, you're out. Or if you just can't think of a name, you're out.
Well, can we collaborate, Combs? We've got our show sheet next to on a separate tab. Can we write down the names that we get, or is that not allowed?
That's not allowed. Just got to go, man. Got to freestyle it.
Okay. All right. I'll handle this. I know. I'll go first.
Yeah.
Brad, by the way, I'm convinced he got it wrong on purpose, so he can just kick up and watch Michigan State here. Smart.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Smart move. All right, I'll go first. Cooper Kupp, without a doubt.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Tyreek Hill.
Correct.
Oh man, I don't want to get this wrong. I feel like they've had to have had a 1,700-yard season. I'm like 99% sure Puka also had 1,700 yards this year. I'm going to kick myself if I get out here. Give me Puka Nacua.
Yeah, he did.
All right.
17-15.
I'm gonna throw out a name that I can't believe Brad didn't go with. Jerry Rice.
Boom. 4th all time, 1848.
That was my second choice, but yeah, continue.
I'm going to assume this one is. Oh, you know what? Let me go the easy one. Let me go the record holder, Megatron, Calvin Johnson.
I was surprised that didn't come earlier.
That was going to be my next one. I'm going to go with a guy who should be in the Hall of Fame, but it's probably going to get left out, Antonio Brown.
Yep, he's here, 5th all-time, 1,834.
All right, so that would be we've got what? We're up to that was 8 or is that 6?
I think 6.
Well, are you keeping track of the people we say?
I would
Monty?
hope so, Monty.
Yeah. I just didn't know the count, but I know who you said. Yes.
Well, I know I've said Cooper Kupp, Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat them.
Yeah, exactly. You can't be asking if they've already been said.
Trying to get me to cheat.
I know.
I'm not trying to get you to cheat. I'm not trying to get you to cheat at all. All right. Oh, jeez. Here's another one where I feel like he's got to be on there. And if he's not, I'm going to be kicking myself for this. The year that he had 20 touchdowns, it's got to be on there. It's got to be. No, I don't know if it was. I don't know if he's ever got the yardage.
He's buying himself time.
I know.
You know who I'm talking about here.
You better not be
The year that
Googling.
Tom Brady threw 50 touchdowns. This was his guy, and I'm not sure if he got 1,700 yards that season or if he's ever got 1,700 yards in his
Throw
season.
it out, Dick Coward.
All right. No. I'm going to go recency. I'm going to go recent here because I know for sure there's a couple of guys in the last couple of years that have absolutely 1,000% gotten it. And Jamar Chase has to have gotten 1,700 yards in a season before. Jamar Chase.
Last year, 1,708.
All right. I'm going to go with another guy who's really good right now. He probably is happy that his GM got fired today. Let's go Justin Jefferson.
Yes, 6th all-time, just over 1,800.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Who are the top 5 receivers right now? You mentioned JSN, right? So we can't say JSN?
Correct.
All right.
Oh, I know
JSN,
another one.
Jay Jettas, Jamar Chase, Puka.
Keep thinking. Keep digging.
That Cooper Kupp from a couple of years ago. Oh, man. See, this is one where it's going to, again, he had to have gotten 1,700 because it was either last year or 2 years ago. CeeDee Lamb, please tell me he's on there.
Yep, 2023.
There it is.
I believe there's only 5 left. I think there was 6 before you answered that, so I think there's only 5 players left.
I'm trying to remember because now we're going to have to go back because I think we've said most of the recent ones. The one that I have in my mind, I'm pretty sure that this happened. I'm just going to go with it. Greatest show on turf, Isaac Bruce.
Yes, let's go.
Boom, baby. Let's go.
Wow. I wasn't even thinking of that.
The reason why I was thinking of his name, I'll tell you guys in break why I was thinking his name. I'm not going to say it on air.
I think I'm cooked here, man.
The Rev.
You're not cooked. You definitely know 3 of the players that are left.
Go
There's
with
one
the
that-
I know.
Before, Pat.
What?
I've got one in the bag that I'm
name you
saving.
were thinking about before.
I've got a name in the bag I'm saving because I know who the first player to ever do it was.
But I don't want to say it and then it's wrong, because again, like if we could just rattle off a couple of names here, like I would absolutely get them all. But if I get one wrong, I'm out, and I don't want to freaking lose to Combs. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it at the expense of maybe being wrong here. Randy Moss absolutely had to have had a 1,700-yard season. Randy Moss.
He's not on the list.
Boom! I'll give you a name just to seal it off, just because I remember this trivia question a long time ago. It was who was the first wide receiver to ever do it, and that was with the Houston, who is now the Tennessee Titans, I believe it was that franchise, and it was Charlie Hennigan.
That is the one I thought nobody would get. 1961.
Who? Wow,
Exactly.
Charlie Hennigan, good pull. Very deep.
Yes. Who else did we
The
not
ones
say?
you guys missed. Correct. You missed Julio Jones, third all-time. 2015, he had 1,800 yards. And then Michael Thomas, 12th all-time in 2019, and Marvin Harrison in 2002. Those are the ones you missed.
Boom.
You guys did pretty good, though, minus Brad. I was surprised Brad couldn't go Jamar
Brad.
Chase or Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill.
I was trying to go a little bit deeper in the bag here, guys, but, truth be told, I wanted to bow out because I'm totally invested in Michigan State, but continue.
Who did you say again?
That's fair.
Terrell Owens.
Terrell Owens, yeah. That's actually not a
can't
bad
blame him
guess.
for that one.
Yeah, it's not a bad guess. Not a terrible guess.
No, it's a good guess.
Yeah. Usually for your first
Good
guess, though, you
game.
want to go easy. You want to go with
To be
the simple
fair, if
one.
I didn't go Randy Moss, I would have went Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I guess he never had a 1,700-yard season.
No.
Damn, I should have got Julio Jones, though. I should have known the year that they went to the Super Bowl. That had to have been the year they went to the Super Bowl.
So we've got a new Friday game, guys? Is that what we got?
Yeah, I like it. That was good.
Yeah, we do.
That was good.
That's
game.
good.
Good job,
That's good.
Monty. Combs.
Especially when there's
great
great
job.
basketball on, I can bow out early. This is tremendous.
Yeah. All right, we'll
Lucky
give.
we didn't have time for the NBA one, Brad. I know you weren't going to do good at that one.
Probably not.
Since Brad got knocked out early, he'll take center stage next. We'll go Brad's college basketball corner. We'll check in on Michigan State. They're near halftime, and we got a couple other big Saturday showdowns to preview and a Sunday game, including the team that plays just down the road from him. This is BetMGM tonight. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Great job, Monty. Great job, Combs. This is Westwood One Sports.
A new chapter in NFL history begins at Super Bowl 60. Patriots, Seahawks, and we'll be there all next week, live from Media Row in San Francisco, starting Monday on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues with UFC 325 live from Australia. Catch featherweight champion Alexander Volkanovski in a rematch of his epic title fight against Diego Lopez, and the always dangerous Dan Hooker throws down with dynamic finisher Benoit Saint Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown. UFC fans, pay-per-view just got knocked out. Catch UFC 325 on Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus. Stream every fight live with one subscription. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
You know how powerful you are, and when it comes to your network, you need one just as powerful. Take your phone to your local Total Wireless store, and we'll give you one line for just $25 a month. Getting more for spending less? Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. For new single-line customers who activate on a BYO device on the Total 5G Unlimited plan. Requires auto-pay enrollment to receive the full discount, which applies the month after enrollment. Available online and in Total Wireless retail stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. Check compatibility at TotalWireless.com.
Most fans know every stat by heart, but didn't know about Dark Cars Toyota of Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showroom with new Toyotas, pre-owned lineup, full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarkCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that fourth reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com. This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21. Select styles only.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's go.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, this is Josh Groban. My favorite thing about music is its ability to inspire and nourish the soul. That's why I'm proud to work with Feeding America, an organization that inspires hope for families in need and helps nourish the 16 million kids in this country struggling with hunger. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and helps get it to kids in need, but they can't do it alone. Find out how you can help at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
As soon as our difficulties are restored.
What's next? You're gonna light your own farts? Yeah.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get to Brad's college basketball corner, shall we? And before we preview some of the monster showdowns tomorrow and a big game Sunday, Brad, give us an update on one of the games of the season at the Breslin Center in East Lansing. Number 3, Michigan. Number 7, Michigan State. Who's in front? Where are we at? What's going on?
Yeah, Cadeau just nailed a 3 as Michigan State was chipping away. They've been down as many as 10 points in this first half at 20-10. They're down, though, right now, 27-19, 3:54 to go. A game is in a TO at the moment. The Spartans shooting horrendously to begin this game. Just 28.1% for the field, 18.2% for 3. They're just 2-11 to be exact from way downtown. They're getting the charity stripe. They've nailed all 5 free throws. That may be the way they get back in this thing. The rebounding margin, Michigan State 17-15 over the Wolverines. Right now leading the way for the Wolverines in scoring is Cadeau with 8 points. As Mara also has 6. And Yaxel Lindenborg has 6 as well. 27-19. Michigan over Michigan State. Live line on BetMGM has the Wolverines at -6.5. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like Michigan State on that live line, +6.5 right now. I think they're going to crawl back in this thing and maybe down by a slight margin at the half.
I liked the under. I took the under 150.5, and the live one is 139. So, bang, I like that one. Hopefully
good.
Not a free throw fest at the end of this game. All right, let's move on to tomorrow because we got a couple of great ones. And one of the big mid-major battles of the season, this is always a popular one in March when we're deciding who's going to get a top 4 seed, perhaps. And we might be having that question about one of these squads for sure. Number 6, Gonzaga, the late one tomorrow night at the Kennel, hosting St. Mary's, who is unranked, but they're 19-3. Gonzaga 21-1, ranked number 6 in the country. And Brad, looking ahead to this one, Gonzaga double-digit favorites here, 10-point favorites. What do you like in this showdown tomorrow in Spokane?
Yeah, this game is always a dandy. And usually St. Mary's plays them pretty tough based on the style of play under Randy Bennett, which is just kind of grinding around and living in the half court. The St. Mary's team a little bit faster than previous versions. Number 270 adjusted tempo here the last 30 days. 58 EFG defense. So, they're not going to get knocked around too hard as they're giving up just 48.6% from two. And 30.3%. That is it from three. St. Mary's really gets after on the glass and an excellent three-point shooting team. They're netting over 40% over the last 30 days. Zags, number 90 EFG offense, but they're down Braden Huff. Graham EK is expected to play, though. He has had a bad ankle. And the Zags are top 15 EFG defense in their last 7 games. I think they're going to be fairly equal on the glass overall. Turnover D is a big calling card of this Zags brand, but 10 points for a team that's shooting only 29% from three on the season. I'm going to go with St. Mary's plus the points here inside the kennel. They're going to lose this game, but I say they lose around 7 to 9 points. I don't think the Zags are covering the 10.
Okay, let's move on. SEC tomorrow. We've got Auburn and Tennessee. The only 10 I see. I don't know why I just said that, but I was making sure neither of these teams are ranked, and they're not. So a couple of unranked teams that have a chance to maybe get back in the top 25 if either one of them get a win here. Coming into this game, Auburn actually has gotten hot. They've won 4 in a row, beaten Texas, Florida on the road. Tennessee's won 2 out of their last 3. They beat Bama on the road, hung on to beat Georgia in OT the other day. So trending in the right direction. The winner of this game might be back in the top 25. And when we look at this one from Knoxville tomorrow, Tennessee 5.5-point favorites, low total of 149.5. How do you see this one going tomorrow in the Food City Center, Brad?
Yeah, that total's actually gone up. It opened at 148.5. I like the under at 148.5. Love it even more now at the 149.5. I think it's way too high. Look at Auburn. They can play at variable speeds. They're number 185 at adjusted tempo last 30 days. Tennessee, though, one of the slower teams in the country. Number 313 adjusted tempo. And this game's got, some rock'em, sock'em robot tendencies, I believe, to it. Tennessee really gets after it with their second chance opportunities. I think they're the best offensive rebounding team in the country. In fact, they're generating that second chance on 42.4% of their possessions in their last 8 games. Auburn, not all that great on defense, number 202 EFGD, but they're very Jekyll and Hyde, a bit of a roller coaster ride this season. They can beat you at the free throw line. I don't trust the Tigers. The spread's a little fat. Because I'm a little bit untrustworthy when it comes to Tennessee. Again, I think it's going to be lower scoring. I think it's well south of 150 total points. So let me live and land down under. I think that's the strongest bet in Auburn and Tennessee.
All right, let's move on to the Big 12. Number 11, Texas Tech traveling to Central Florida to take on UCF. Both teams identical records, 16-4. The great JT Toppin averaging 23 points and 11 rebounds per game in this one. He's going to be the highlight player for the Red Raiders, but UCF open for an upset here. This is a small spread, 4.5 in favor of Texas Tech, the total 159.5. What do you like in this one tomorrow in Central Florida?
Yeah, truth be told, I grab it at open. Texas Tech at -3.5, so it's actually moving in the right direction for me for that closing line value. I think the inside-outside combination of JT Toppin and Christian Anderson is going to be too much. Just a tidal wave of points for Tech. They're number 17 in the month of January in effective field goal percentage offense. Pat, they're shooting 51.5% from 2 because of JT, but 42.5%. That's outrageous from distance, largely because of Anderson. UCF is 285 in effective field goal percentage defense in the last 30 days. Number 201 in three-point percentage defense. Texas Tech may win and may win big on the road in Orlando. I will lay the points, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5. Hell, I may play this an all line. Tech -9.5 at significant plus money. Guns up all day.
All right, really quickly, only 20 seconds left to talk about your ILL, but number 9, Illinois at number 5, Nebraska. Sunday, really quickly, 20 seconds. What are we looking for in this game?
Whatever the total is, just take the over, folks. I think this game's got first to 90 wins. I'm not exaggerating. It's going to be up and down, prolific scoring because both these teams can shoot lights out.
All right, and I know that you will be, well, you won't be in Lincoln because you live in Champaign, but I know you'll be glued to the television set on Sunday for this one, so enjoy that game. It'll officially be Super Bowl week come Monday when we got you back. Brad, always love doing radio with you, brother. Have a good rest of the night.
I love it, too. Terrell Owens, why didn't you go for 1,700 yards? I'm out.
All right, we got a solo hour coming up next. Don't go anywhere. The fun continues here on BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sound familiar?
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and get a $300 instant gift, plus next-day delivery. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, schedule, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
105.7 The Fan. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a pre-recorded show.
It's time for
Here we go.
Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti.
Live from the polar vortex. This is Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti. Booms, how you doing, buddy?
You know, Mike, I'm doing great. It is freezing here as well as it is there, and I have to tell you that a week without football feels kind of empty to me. I don't know how you take this weekend, but I know we have a lot of previewing to do for the Super Bowl. But I feel empty.
All right, now hold on. This is a big problem. We're going to start the show. I got a lot of problems. You people are going to hear about them. It's Festivus. I hate the 2 weeks to Super Bowl. Just play the damn game this weekend. I hate the gap week.
Well, you got the flag football Pro Bowl, don't you?
Oh, excuse me. Let me drop everything.
Yeah, I mean, I remember having the 2 weeks prior to Super Bowl 23. I mean, from the players' perspective, it actually was very enjoyable because the week of this week, we would put in the game plan, and we'd also talk about all the different things that we'd have to go through travel-wise, who needs tickets and all that kind of crap. And that kind of keeps some of the distraction to a minimum because when you finally do get into the Super Bowl city, you know, it's obviously a lot of interviews, a lot of walkthroughs, and it's, you know, final thoughts, that kind of thing. So from a player's perspective, I actually kind of enjoyed it.
I want to ask you a question before we get to the rundown. I was just thinking about it, listening to you talk. And I understand, look, life is bigger, but this is your life's work. This is it. How often do you think about that Super Bowl, the way that went down? Like, how often do you look back at that?
I would say every year at this time. So it's just by being around and thinking about it. And then when you look at the Super Bowl notes and Super Bowl 23 is referenced, you know, there are a lot of those things that happen. And you feel, you know, we came so close. And the great Joe Montana led that last drive, and it was an incredible drive, 93 yards. And you think about what you could have done better, how you could have played better, you know, what maybe decision your coaches could have made. You know, it's a memory for sure. You know, I use it as a positive memory as opposed to a negative one, because I think if we would have gotten blown out or something like that, that would have been different. But that was so close, and it was one of the better Super Bowls up to that point. That I do have fond memories. Yes.
No, I always think about it too. Is like, you know, you always hear players talk about it. I don't know if you share the sentiment, but the idea of you didn't realize, you thought you'd be back. Like, you didn't realize, like, that was the shot. Like, look at Dan Marino as an example. He got there so early. You thought you'd get back. That's a lot of what's happening here in Detroit for fans.
Yeah.
The idea of getting back to that chance to go, and it never happens.
It's a hard thing to do, and you got to have some breaks along the way. And I will say this going into this Super Bowl, and I know we've talked about this throughout the entire season, that, you know, the Patriots' path has been laid out for them. I mean, they take advantage of it. Don't get me wrong. It's not their fault who they play, when they play them, what the condition of that team is when they play them. But even through the playoffs here and through the regular season, you know, it's almost like they were preordained to make it to the Super Bowl. So now they have to validate this entire season by winning this one game.
They should sell a Patriots starter pack on Amazon.com on how to get to a Super Bowl. Oh, everyone you play is going to be dead? Here you go, $19.99. Buy it now. Let's get to the rundown. We have a lot.
The NFL Rundown.
All right. It is the end of days, not because it's minus 30, not because we haven't seen the sun in weeks. We got a ginger in the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold absolutely played the game of his life. I've never seen him play better. Just an unbelievable performance. Played clean, played fast, made the big throws in the big moments, avoided the mistakes. And here they are. And I Boomer, look, I think they're absolutely an overwhelming favorite in the Super Bowl. But let's talk about the game against the Rams. Once again, in the margins, a special teams disaster, which has haunted the Rams all year, largely contributes to ending their season.
Yeah, they actually responded pretty quickly, though. They scored a touchdown right after that, and then they came back and they were all the way down in a goal-to-goal situation to take the lead. So I while it does hurt, they overcame it, I thought. But to get back to Sam Darnold, for somebody who covered him when he first was drafted by the Jets here in New York at the age of 20, and to watch what he has turned into over the last 2 years, and especially this year and this performance that he put forth against the Rams, I couldn't be happier for a guy in the NFL. I mean, I really couldn't be. And I think he's even a little shocked. I saw he and his fiance come together on the field after the game, and it's like he's standing there stunned going, I'm going to the Super Bowl. And, that's kind of how I felt after we beat the Bills back in 1989. So I'm overjoyed for that young man. He was nothing but professional when he was here. And, it was interesting. The GM that traded him, Joe Douglas here at the Jets, said at the time when he traded him, I believe that Sam is going to have a really great career in the NFL. It's just unfortunate it's not going to happen here. And 4 years later, here he is. He's going to the Super Bowl for the first time, remarkably.
So let me ask you a question, because obviously the speed at which fans, media, and teams want success, it's changed. It's nothing like when I was young or when you played. But is this a referendum on the patience needed with quarterbacks, or is this simply a one-off? Guy needed to change the scenery, and it took 7-8 years.
I would just say, you take a look at some of the guys lately that have had, a good rookie year, say like C.J. Stroud or even Jaden Daniels. They've been struck by injury. They haven't been great. They haven't, taken it to the next step. And, that's kind of the blender that Sam Darnold was in. And you want to talk about going through different scenarios in the NFL to toughen you up. The Carolina Panthers, then you go to quarterback school in San Francisco, and then you go play for Kevin O'Connell after J.J. McCarthy gets hurt, and then you get this 3-year, $110 million deal, and you're with Clint Kubiak, who has an offense that really fits what you do. I just think it's a great story. I think it will be the story that will dominate next week, and it should, because he is clearly a guy who's faced adversity in his career, did not live up to the initial expectations. And now, as Mike McDonald, his coach, has said, is basically shut up all the doubters because of that performance, especially against the Rams.
Oh, please. Yeah, I love that line, too. It's like, the doubters had reasons. I mean, I don't care. I'll own it. The guy played the game of his life. But, hey, Mike, do me a favor. Will you please pipe down? Go win the game. That showed everybody what? Like, the facts were the facts, man. Don't get mad at facts.
Yeah, he still threw a lot of interceptions this year. There's no question about that.
Right, he threw 14 of them, 7 against one team. Mike, we had reasons, babe. Come on.
That's true. And by the way, I will say that the big winner out of all of this, other than Sam Darnold, has to be Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator. Yeah. So this means that he's either going to the Raiders, which I think he's going to go there, or the Cardinals, but I think the Cardinals are going to take somebody else. So I would not be surprised to see Clint Kubiak, after the Super Bowl is over, being named head coach of the Raiders. At least that's what I think now as we're sitting here talking about it.
So talk about the Rams for a minute, because I guess I just didn't have a handle on what Chris Shula was attempting to do here. The secondary, the coverages, we talked about it, the gaps that sometimes when the Rams play, it looks like they've swapped out their starting secondary for kids in uniforms. And you're like, what is this? I thought Chris Shula really hurt himself. That was a brutal performance.
Well, I will say first and foremost, they stopped the run. They held the Seattle Seahawks to under 100 yards. They only had 75 yards rushing, and 9 of that was from Sam Darnold. It was the pass game that absolutely gashed them. And I do think that, the muff punt really does hurt because it gives a short field to a Seattle deep offense that's going to make the most out of it, and they score a touchdown. So if you take that one series out, just maybe the Seahawks only score 24 points, but it's a full football game, and no matter where the ball is, if you're defense, you got to stop them, and they didn't do it. So I would just say that Chris Shula probably was hurt a little bit, but still, He's obviously a well-known commodity in this league. He's going to have interviews. Could he end up getting the job in Arizona? Possibly. Ugh. But I would think that, like I said, maybe it's one of these other coordinators. Steelhouse, maybe from the Rams, gets a job in Arizona. It could be Mike LaFleur gets a job in Arizona. One of those kinds of coaches is going to get that job because nobody that is significant is going to want to take their job and work for that organization.
All right, let's go to Denver. I put it in heavy quotations. Patriots win 10-7. Painful game. Broncos, Sean Payton. I mean, Boomer, I don't know if you heard my voice whispering in your ear while watching this. Take the field goal. For the love of all that's holy, you have a backup quarterback. Your defense is balling. You're at home. Go up 10-0, Sean. What?
Yeah, huge mistake. And I think you echo what most people watching that game were thinking, especially with the way that the Patriots started the game on offense and the way that the Denver Bronco defense shut them down. And as a matter of fact, the Denver Bronco defense really only gave up 3 points. Let's be honest here. I mean, that bonehead play by Jarrett Stidham ends up giving a short field to the Patriots. It should have been a defensive touchdown by the Patriots by any measure of reality if you're watching the NFL games week in and week out, and what a blown call that was. But the Denver Bronco defense deserves a lot of credit here, and Sean Payton is the one that deserves the blame. I mean, that was the most important decision he made because what momentum they had going at that point in time, he just turned it back over to the Patriots by not making that fourth down and goal touchdown. So, hey, for me, score the touch, take the points, build on the momentum, control the game with your defense, and protect your backup quarterback, who obviously had a very rough game.
But let me ask you a question: is what feeds into that in that moment? Like, no one's going to be better qualified to speak about it than you. Is going in with install and the game plan,
it's
and we
ego.
Okay, so that it just boils down to that then.
I'm telling you, these coaches that keep going for it on fourth down, I mean, and they end up costing their teams games, and it shows itself. Now, I know the game has changed a lot, and I talk to a lot of these offensive coordinators, and they tell me what they're thinking. The head coach is always talking to their analytics guy, and sometimes, the coach gets paid to think the game through and to read the room and to understand what the situation is. And you got to take everything into account. Who you're playing against, how they're playing, how's your defense playing, who's your quarterback, how is your passing game unfolding. Everything under those circumstances should have told Sean Payton to kick the field goal. End of story.
And one note, because Boomer it's almost as if Boomer's my spirit animal today. Guys, the analytics do not take into account who's my quarterback. Like, the analytics are just raw data. They're not adjusted for Stidham factor. That's where the human has to come in. And that's not a shot at Jarrett Stidham. I mean, hell, Boomer and I both took the points. We took the Broncos. I thought he'd play okay in that moment. Now, if you have, say, Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, yeah, that decision's more defensible.
Or if you're playing against Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Oh, God. I watched it, and I there's no way I can prove this to you. I was watching it with friends, and I said it. I go, they just cost themselves the game. Well, how can you say that? I'm going, guys, this is the playoffs. That is a momentum earthquake that just took place. It just kills me.
I'm telling you, Mike, you don't have to prove it to me because I believe you. And because everybody else in my life that is a football junkie, that knows football, that understands it, felt the same way that you felt. So we all are on the same page in this.
I'm not on an island. All right.
Yes.
Just real quick, about 60 seconds. Early Super Bowl lean. It Seattle installed as a pretty sizable favorite in a Super Bowl, 4.5 points. It feels all Seattle. It feels like Seattle will own the line of scrimmage. And the Patriots, I'm a Drake May truther, but that doesn't feel like a Super Bowl team. But what's your early lean?
I'll tell you what, their defense is a Super Bowl defense. And it's going to be Gonzalez against JSN. That's going to be the matchup for me when I think ahead, because the one thing the Patriots have done, they have limited the amount of touchdowns these teams have scored in the playoffs. They have stopped the run in every single one of these games. They are big, they are physical, and they are well coached. So, I'm leaning towards the Patriots and the points.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not all buying into like the Seahawks are being this overwhelming favorite. Now, if they were playing in Seattle, I would say yes. Yeah. Remember, this is a neutral field, so that's a completely different set of circumstances. And the game, the Super Bowl game, there's so many interruptions in the game. It's really hard to get a rhythm in a game unless, of course, you have a sustained drive like the Patriots will try to do by running it down the throats of the Seattle Seahawks, because that's exactly what Josh McDaniels did to start the second half against the Broncos. We can't throw it. My quarterback's banged up. Let's run it down their throat. That's what we do, and that's how they won.
Well, and look, I'm not saying it's right, but I try to be transparent with the audience. I am actively holding the Patriots' path against them, and it's not their fault. It's just you play a Chargers team cross country, no offensive line. You play the Texans on a day where all their skill players are dead, and then you play a backup QB. And I go, all right, now clearly Seattle got a free square against Frisco. But then they had the showdown. They had to beat a divisional opponent a third time in a classic where, look, you have a Hall of Fame quarterback in Matt Stafford. I know it's not right. I'm just being honest. I just look at Seattle as comprehensively better. This is going to be fun because I think we're going to end up on opposite sides.
I'm going to give you one really strong statement here about the Patriots and their lack of scoring. In the in the playoffs, the Patriots have scored only 18 points per game this postseason. That's the fewest entering a Super Bowl appearance since the 1979 Rams. Wow. And they also have allowed 8.7 points per game this season. That's the fewest through 3 playoff games since the 2000 Ravens. So I'm telling you, their defense is playing great. Their offense is a little bit hamstrung.
Well, I tell you, people, if you didn't have a Vince Ferragamo or Jack Youngblood playing on a fractured leg on your bingo card, you lose. A 79 Rams reset.
Yes.
We have got a lot to do. We got a coaching carousel to go through. We got a highlight package. We got all kinds of stuff. We have you covered. Sit tight, relax. People, it's Super Bowl season. This is Kickoff with Boomer and Valeni.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get 50% off jeans for the family. Yep, new denim fits at incredible prices with 50% off jeans for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 131 and 21. Select styles only.
Sell the best version of your home. Ask Lee Tessier of eXp Realty about his Rehab Refresh program. Google Lee Tessier.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Okay, so Sarah, I'm dropping you off at Emily's?
Yep.
And Josh, you're going to?
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What? No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm going to do my dad dance for all your friends. They'll love it!
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up. See, all buckled.
Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time. What?
No!
Do what you have to make sure your kids are wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
Hi, I'm Layla Ali. I might be undefeated in professional boxing, but there's one problem I can't fight alone: childhood hunger. 17 million kids in America struggle with it. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
To help solve hunger in your community and to find your local food bank, visit feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You're listening to a pre-recorded show.
It's Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti.
I can tell you during the break, I was informed by Mr. Esiason. He has a, quote, very strong take about Belichick being snubbed. We'll get to it. We've got a lot of news and notes, though, and I want to start in Pittsburgh. Boomer, the Steelers went full Steeler. Mike McCarthy?
Yep.
I mean, he's a good coach, but